Chapter 101. In Ron's view, the reason his good brother didn't want Quirrell to come back was simply that he wanted to learn more from the old bat, even if it meant losing points and getting scolded for it. This was not a good sign. After all, he had heard his parents chatting about how being abused could be addictive. However, Ron didn't overthink it and just made a couple of jokes before forgetting about it. Instead, Hermione gradually noticed something was wrong. One afternoon, in the library. "I say, you guys." Hermione's eyes moved rapidly across the textbook, realizing she couldn't focus, and finally couldn't help but voice her doubts. "Why have you been constantly looking at potions books lately?" With the exams approaching, everyone was studying hard. As an obscure and difficult subject that required combining theory and practice, potions was already a challenge. So, it wasn't strange for young wizards to spend time and focus on conquering this course. The problem was that Sherlock and Harry weren't bad at potions. Although the two of them routinely had points deducted by Snape in potions class, it was all Snape picking on them and making trouble. If a Slytherin student had this level, their scores would have soared long ago. In Hermione's view, Sherlock should be looking at Jupiter's astronomical charts and remembering the names of Jupiter's moons. And figure out that the satellites should be orbiting the planet and not the other way around. Harry, on the other hand, should be trying to memorize the history of magic, carefully remembering which quirky old wizards invented the automatic stirring cauldron. Or study defense against the dark arts more. Professor Quirrell had limited skills, so the students could only rely on themselves. No, as Voldemort's henchman, teaching students was just a side job. That's why they should overcome difficulties and work harder. But what did constantly focusing on potions mean? Hermione waited for a long time without anyone answering, looked up, and was immediately annoyed. Sherlock and Harry were both buried in their work, completely ignoring her. Considering this was a library, making loud noises would get them kicked out by Madame Pants, the librarian, waving her feather duster. So, Hermione, while keeping her voice as low as possible, loudly said to the two. "You two. Are you even listening to me?" Sherlock still didn't react. He had done this sort of thing countless times, immersing himself in his own world and ignoring changes in the external environment. When he first started school, Hermione had to wake him up every time he left the library. As for Harry, he was purely pretending. Because he didn't know how to answer. Humph. Seeing the two like this, Hermione immediately snatched the book Sherlock was reading. Libadius Borrage's Advanced Potion Making? This is NEWT level exam material. Her eyes suddenly narrowed, and she simply grabbed what Harry was reading as well. Practical Potions Master. After seeing the name of this magazine, Hermione was directly amused. "Do you think Professor Snape is teaching for Quirrell, so you want to take over his potions teaching job? Too bad, Quirrell is back." "Hermione, don't be like this," Harry said helplessly, wanting to snatch the magazine back from Hermione's hand. "I don't care, you have to explain it to me clearly today." Hermione didn't give Harry a chance, took the book far away, and continued to say in a low voice. "I've felt that you two have been acting strange for a while ever since the Easter holiday. You've been so secretive, you must be hiding something from me." Harry said unhappily, "Aren't you the same? You didn't invite me to solve the case with Sherlock during Easter. Is that the same?" Faced with Hermione in an unreasonable state, Harry had no choice. He could only turn his pleading eyes to his big brother. Hermione was the same. She knew very well that Sherlock was the one who made the decisions. Although Harry Potter was the savior of the magical world, Sherlock was the Lion of Gryffindor. Sherlock didn't disappoint her and scared her with his first words. "We are looking for ways to deal with trolls, and using potions is just one of them." "Sherlock, do you really have to say?" Harry had just opened his mouth when Hermione glared back at him, silencing him. He immediately turned his head away, pretending to look at the scenery. But he immediately realized, what the hell, he wasn't Ron, he didn't need Hermione to check his homework, why should he be afraid of her? At this time, Hermione had already stood up. "Let's talk somewhere else." A quarter of an hour later, Sherlock, Hermione, and Harry were in a corner of the Gryffindor common room, officially discussing Voldemort, Quirrell, and the Philosopher's Stone. Today was the weekend, and there were even fewer people in the common room than in the library. "So, you actually fought Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest?" Hermione's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with her hand. Harry emphasized, "Sherlock fought him, I just fired a firework." Every time he heard others say that he and Sherlock fought Quirrell, Harry always had a feeling of I combined with Chamberlain to score 102 points. That's not important. Hermione waved her hand, stopping Harry from continuing to explain, the important thing is you actually kept this a secret from me. Looking at Hermione's aggrieved look, Harry didn't know what to do. After all, it was true that they had hidden the truth from their friend. Even if the purpose was to prevent their friend from worrying. However, Sherlock said he wouldn't take the blame. Dear Hermione, if you remember the last time I spoke to you, you'll understand that you shouldn't blame us like this. Hey! Hermione was stunned. Last time? Which time? I once said that Quirrell would be back to teach us soon. That was. Hermione suddenly remembered that before Easter, she had asked Sherlock why he thought Quirrell would be back soon. As a result, Sherlock said it was because he had stabbed Quirrell with a sword. You weren't joking. Sherlock sighed. I said, in most cases, I don't lie. Hermione's face turned red, and her voice became smaller. I didn't expect. Seeing this, Harry couldn't help but give Sherlock a thumbs up in his heart. Sure enough, only Sherlock could control Hermione. It doesn't matter, I didn't expect you to believe me anyway. Hermione. As soon as Sherlock said this, Hermione immediately stopped feeling guilty. Okay, so what are you going to do now? Tell Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore? He already knows and let Harry face Voldemort again. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hermione immediately gasped, Harry is just a first-year wizard, letting him face Voldemort, wouldn't that be? She hesitated for a long time, but ultimately didn't say the words court death. Don't worry, Hermione, this is Dumbledore's guarantee. Noticing Hermione's eyes, Harry smiled and pointed to the scar on his forehead. I was lucky enough to escape once before, remember? Maybe I can turn bad luck into good luck this time, and there's Sherlock. No. Hermione shook her head repeatedly, that's Voldemort. The most powerful dark wizard. How can he let you two face him directly? Stay calm, my friend, Sherlock said to Hermione when he saw her like this, impulsiveness will make you lose your mind. If I wasn't calm enough, I would have run to find. That's right. Speaking of this, Hermione suddenly reacted, I'm going to find the headmaster now. After saying this, she disappeared without waiting for Sherlock and Harry to reply. Sherlock, Hermione She won't see Dumbledore, Sherlock shook his head, let's continue reading. Anyway, the book has already been borrowed, there is no difference between reading in the library or the common room. About half an hour later, Hermione came back, only to be told that Dumbledore was not at school. This matter could only be given up. However, Hermione didn't intend to give up. For the next few days, she ran to find Dumbledore whenever she had time. However, Dumbledore was either in a meeting or on a research trip, and she couldn't see him at all. Even if she wasn't the top student among the freshmen, the representative of the top students, it wouldn't be easy to see McGonagall, the deputy headmaster, every time. When Hermione once again told McGonagall that she wanted to find Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall finally asked. Miss Granger, you need to know that Professor Dumbledore is a very great wizard. He is busy with everything and his time is precious, many things need to be arranged and deployed personally, so what do you have to tell him in person? Hermione was speechless. She wasn't sure if she should tell McGonagall about the agreement between Dumbledore and Sherlock and Harry. Looking at Hermione's hesitant look, Professor McGonagall sighed. Miss Granger, although you are very close to Holmes and Potter, I understand in my heart that you are different from them. Hermione raised her head in surprise. I admit that Holmes and Potter are both excellent, especially Mr. Holmes, who has amazing keen observation. Speaking of this, Professor McGonagall's face was a little unsightly. The events of Halloween, Christmas, and Easter demonstrated Holmes's talent, and gradually made her realize one thing. In the first Transfiguration class, this little guy was likely to have seen through her disguise long ago. In this case, he even picked her up and rubbed her all over. This was a bit too much. But now that things have long passed, it is already too late for her to punish him and she has no evidence. Professor McGonagall is not Snape after all, and would not do anything deliberately retaliatory. Thinking of this, she earnestly said to Hermione. You are a diligent, inquisitive, law-abiding, and hard-working good child, a true Gryffindor. With the final exams approaching, you must focus on your studies and don't waste your time on those meaningless things. Hermione. Of course, academics are the most important thing. Hermione hugged her books and nodded, but she still had to go to the library to check troll information today. Chapter 102. Even if they were unwilling, the final exams arrived as scheduled. In this regard, magic schools and muggle schools have something in common. That is, the vast majority of students do not like exams. Compared to muggle school exams, cheating here is more difficult. The teachers distributed new quills specially for the exams to the young wizards, all of which had anti-cheating spells cast on them. Of course, if you can crack the spell, then your level is indeed too high to need to take the exam. The weather had already become very hot, and the large classroom used for exams was particularly stuffy. This inevitably made them feel impetuous when answering the questions. Ron felt that the Hogwarts teachers were doing this on purpose. They could obviously use magic to cool down the temperature, but they deliberately created such a harsh environment just to prevent them from answering the questions properly. In addition to theory, there were also practical exams. The first-year exams were relatively simple, of course, this was only relatively speaking. For example, in the Transfiguration exam, many people's snuff boxes still had rat whiskers left on them. But it was much better than potions. The final exam question for potions was the preparation of a forgetfulness potion. This was not easy to begin with, and coupled with Professor Snape constantly shuttling behind them like an old bat, paying close attention. This made all the young wizards taking the exam feel very nervous, like sitting on pins and needles, like thorns on their backs, like a lump in their throats. Until the end of the exam, all the young wizards breathed a long sigh of relief. Of course, this did not include Sherlock and Harry. Sherlock goes without saying, as long as Professor Snape did not use magic, then he simply could not affect him. As for Harry, to this day, under Sherlock's influence, Harry has completely accepted this elder who has deep guilt for his mother and is constantly thinking about protecting him. As for his dislike of himself, it doesn't matter, it's completely understandable. I forgive you on behalf of my father. Noticing Harry's expression, Snape narrowed his eyes. He made a great determination to refrain from deducting points. Finally, after the last History of Magic exam, the final exams came to an end. Next, they only had to wait for a week for the results to be announced. During this period, they had no classes and could have a great time for a week. Except for Harry. He had one last Quidditch match. Easier than I originally thought. When they came to the sunny outdoors, Hermione said with a beaming face, I really didn't need to memorize the Werewolf Code of Conduct of 1637 and the Goblin Rebellion. Harry, Ron, you have to thank me for reminding you to remember who invented the self-stirring cauldron. The History of Magic exam really tested this. Sherlock, let's compare answers. Hermione, please, can you not do this? Ron said with a helpless expression, the exam is over, even if you know whether you answered correctly or wrongly, it's all to no avail. Who says? Hermione put her hands on her hips and said with great momentum, the exam is just a means, not an end. Comparing answers can help me clarify the direction of my next review, and if I find problems, I can make a review plan in advance to prepare for more in-depth study. Also, by comparing answers, I can discover better problem-solving skills, which can inspire me to adjust and optimize my learning methods. Oh my God! Bloody hell! Faced with Hermione's passionate and enthusiastic preaching, Harry and Ron simultaneously showed expressions of unbearable pain. Hermione didn't care about them, she grabbed Sherlock and began to compare answers over and over again. Harry and Ron looked at each other and moved away from the two of them without a trace. The two walked all the way to the Black Lake, and with a thud, sat down under a tree, and then breathed a long sigh of relief. Phew, sometimes I really can't stand her. Ron noticed a giant squid lying in the warm shallow water basking in the sun, and while fiddling with its tentacles, he said to Harry. Only Sherlock can stand her. Brother, what's wrong with you? Harry kept rubbing his forehead, and said with some annoyance. Recently, my scar has been hurting all the time. It used to hurt like this before, but never as frequently as now. Why don't you go to Madame Pomfrey to see? Ron suggested, you should see a doctor when you're sick. No, it's not because of that. Harry hesitated, wondering if he should tell Ron what happened in the Forbidden Forest. Now Hermione already knew, and it wasn't good to just hide it from Ron. Because of what? Because. Just then, the sound of an owl came from the sky. Harry and Ron looked up at the same time, and couldn't help but be stunned. Watson! They saw Watson circling in the air, and then threw a note to Harry. This is for me. Harry was even more surprised. Sherlock was right next to him, so there was no need for Watson to send him a message, right? But when he opened the note and looked at it, his face suddenly changed. Without saying a word, he ran back in the direction of Sherlock and Hermione. Hey, wait for me. Ron dropped the squid and followed closely behind. Why are you here again? Looking at Harry and Ron running back one after another, Hermione said with a look of disgust. Ron. Sorry to bother you. Sherlock glanced at Watson standing on Harry's shoulder, and immediately understood what had happened. He's gone. Yes. Harry directly handed the note in his hand to Sherlock. Harry, I received a message and am preparing to go to the Ministry of Magic. I expect to be back tomorrow. Please tell Sherlock. The handwriting was flamboyant and powerful, with no signature, nor did it need one. While Sherlock was reading the note, Hermione had already come over. Whose letter is this? After reading this sentence, Hermione couldn't help but be confused. Professor Dumbledore. How do you know? Wait, how could he leave at this time? Hermione originally wanted to ask Sherlock how he knew this was Dumbledore's letter, but after thinking about it, she immediately felt that it was not important. The previous few times she looked for Dumbledore without success, she listened to McGonagall's words and put her energy on the final exams first. Originally, she wanted to find the headmaster after the exams. Who knew that plans could not keep up with changes, and old Dumbledore actually ran away. The key is that Quirrell, as Voldemort's minion, has returned. He suffered such a big loss in the Forbidden Forest, and Dumbledore is leaving now. Isn't this clearly creating an opportunity for him? At this moment, what exams, what answers, she couldn't care about anymore. I must stop him. As she said this, without waiting for the three little friends to agree, she ran out like the previous few times. Sherlock, this is... Ron looked at this scene with a dazed expression, and suddenly felt like an outsider. It's okay, she'll be back. Like last time, Sherlock did not stop Hermione, but turned to Harry and Ron, and extended an invitation to the two. I need assistance now, are you coming? Hermione was anxious while running. Ever since she learned that Dumbledore wanted Sherlock and Harry to confront Voldemort head-on, she felt that this headmaster might really be like Sherlock said, with sugar water in his brain. It's just that she failed to find Dumbledore several times in a row. Until today. Dumbledore specifically wrote to Harry saying that he was going to the Ministry of Magic and would not be back until tomorrow. Hermione couldn't stay any longer. How could there be such a coincidence? Seeing that the semester was about to end, Dumbledore received a message from the Ministry of Magic. This must be Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort's conspiracy. He just wanted to lure Dumbledore out of the school so that he would have a chance to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Sherlock must have seen through this with his ability. However, he didn't care. And Harry too, being able to escape from Voldemort's hands once doesn't mean he can escape a second time. So even if she exposed this matter, she had to see Dumbledore. Unfortunately, the ideal is very full, but the reality is very bony. This time, she still failed to see Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall, holding a large book in her arms, intercepted her halfway. Even her usually kind attitude towards her had changed. Professor Dumbledore is not in the school, he just left. McGonagall frowned and looked at Hermione. Miss Granger, even if the exams are over, I hope you will focus on your studies instead of running around all day for inexplicable things. I know Headmaster Dumbledore is going to the Ministry of Magic, but I have something very, very important to tell him. Is what you want to say more important than the Ministry of Magic, Miss Granger? McGonagall's voice was cold. She didn't understand how this student she had always been optimistic about suddenly became like this. Even if it was a very important matter, couldn't she tell herself first? Or was it that she didn't even trust herself? Okay. Hermione was very smart, she had already seen that McGonagall was dissatisfied with her. She took a deep breath. What I want to say is about the Philosopher's Stone. McGonagall was also very smart, otherwise she wouldn't have almost been sorted into Ravenclaw back then. But she never expected Hermione to say this. The news was so shocking that she didn't even pick up all the books that fell on the floor in her arms. How do you know? McGonagall asked falteringly. Professor, I think I know Quirrell is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, this matter must be told to Professor Dumbledore. McGonagall looked at Hermione with a gaze intertwined with surprise and suspicion. After a moment, she slowly opened her mouth and said, "Although Quirrell's teaching method is very problematic, you shouldn't question a professor like this. Also, at Hogwarts, you should call him Professor." Hermione became anxious when she saw that McGonagall refused to believe her. "But Professor, Headmaster Dumbledore also knows." But she was interrupted by McGonagall before she could finish her words. "Miss Granger, I know what I'm saying." She bent down and picked up the book that had fallen on the ground. "I don't know how you found out about the Philosopher's Stone, but please rest assured that it is under the strictest protection and no one can steal it. Also, I have to remind you that you should not say things that are not conducive to unity." She stood up straight and stared at Hermione. "I will not punish you this time, but if similar things happen again, you will not only cause your house to lose points, but also be confined." After saying this, Professor McGonagall turned and left straight away, leaving the dumbfounded Hermione in place. Chapter 103. Hermione never expected that even after telling the truth, this would still be the result. She stood there for a moment, then stomped her foot and said hatefully, "Since I can't stop it, I'll join in." But when she rushed back, she found that Sherlock and Harry were gone. After asking the nearby students, she learned that they had left shortly after she did. Oh no! Hermione suddenly realized something and was shocked. She immediately rushed to the fourth-floor room that Dumbledore had mentioned. "Sherlock, if you dare abandon me, I will never forgive you," Hermione thought through gritted teeth as she ran. It was lunchtime, and with the exams just over, there weren't many teachers and students lingering outside. This allowed Hermione to reach her destination without being discovered. When she faced the door that Dumbledore had specifically mentioned, Hermione slowed down, looking around cautiously, and tiptoed to the door. She noticed that the door was already slightly ajar. "Damn it!" Hermione cursed inwardly, preparing to push the door open. Just then, the door was suddenly pulled open from the inside, and a strong hand reached out from the crack, covered her mouth, and dragged her in. Then the door slammed shut. "This is bad." Hermione, pulled into the room, was shocked and subconsciously reached for her wand. But she quickly shuddered and relaxed. Because she had experienced this scene once before. Noticing that Hermione was no longer struggling, the owner of the hand released her. Hermione immediately looked up. Sure enough, a pair of grey eyes appeared in her sight. "I knew it!" Hermione muttered unhappily. When Quirrell released the troll, Sherlock had used this trick on her. Now, it happened again, and she naturally recognized it immediately. "Doesn't this guy know what it means?" Just then, a voice rang out somewhat inappropriately. "Hey, buddy, why are you so skilled?" Hermione turned her head and saw Ron looking at Sherlock and her with a teasing look. This made Hermione blush and she couldn't help but glare at Sherlock. Sherlock, however, acted as if nothing had happened and waved his hand. "Everyone's here, let's go." Only then did Hermione have time to see the whole room. Then she was startled. Because directly in front of her was a huge dog that looked like a monster. It's no exaggeration to say that this dog was so big that it filled all the space from the ceiling to the floor. What shocked Hermione even more was that it had 3 heads. Fortunately, it was currently asleep. Even so, the 3 drooling mouths were terrifying. Especially its saliva, which hung down from its yellowed teeth like sticky ropes. Very disgusting. It was the kind of thing that would give people nightmares just by looking at it. Hagrid actually calls this thing fluffy? The contrast is a bit too much. Besides Sherlock, who had just pulled her in, and Ron, who was standing a little further away, Harry was also in the room. At this moment, he was holding the Christmas gift that Hagrid had given him, puffing out his cheeks and playing the flute. How should I put it, there was no rhythm or beat, it was no different from noise. But even so, this seemingly fierce dog seemed to enjoy the notes and was sleeping very soundly. Under Sherlock's direction, the group walked past the dog one by one. As they approached the 3 huge heads, they all felt the hot, stinky breath. Fortunately, this smell hadn't reached the level of a troll, and they could all barely endure it. Behind the dog was a trapdoor, just like the door to a cellar. Sherlock reached out and pulled it open, and cast a Lumos spell. Unfortunately, the trapdoor was a bit deep, and even with a Lumos spell, they still couldn't see anything. Sherlock unhesitatingly turned to the 3 and said, "I'll jump down first, and if it's okay, you guys follow me. Then he specifically instructed Harry, who was playing the flute, keep playing until all of us have jumped down, don't stop. After saying this, he didn't wait for the three to agree and jumped down directly. Hey, buddy, you haven't said what to do if something happens. Ron asked, chasing to the door. Unfortunately, Sherlock didn't answer. He turned his head and saw Hermione and Harry looking at him with indescribable expressions. Don't look at me like that, I'm also trying to be as thorough as possible. Harry was busy playing the flute and could only respond with gestures and expressions. Hermione said unceremoniously, if something really happens, please find a professor to save us. Hermione, Sherlock had already thought of all of this. He had already asked Watson and Hedwig to send letters to several professors before leaving. What are you so smug about? It wasn't you who did it. Just as the two were bickering, Sherlock was falling. Cold, damp air brushed past his ears. Sherlock silently calculated his falling time, estimated that it was almost time, and took out his wand in advance. Sure enough, with a strange and muffled thud, he landed on something soft. Sherlock stood up immediately and began to assess the surroundings. Good, the information Dumbledore gave was reliable. He immediately raised his wand and sent a purple spark upwards. Then he cast a sonorous spell and shouted at the hole above, which looked about the size of a postage stamp. Safe, you can jump down. As soon as he finished speaking, Ron jumped down. That was quick and decisive. What is this thing? He looked around and couldn't help but ask. Devil's snare planted by Professor Sprout. It's placed here to cushion the fall and prevent us from moving forward. As soon as he finished speaking, Hermione and Harry also jumped down one after another, landing to Sherlock's left and right respectively. At this time, Fluffy let out a loud bark again, apparently waking up again after not hearing Harry's flute. Just saying, Harry, Ron couldn't help but joke after successfully escaping from the dog, your flute playing is really terrible, it can be compared with Sherlock's violin. Harry shook his head indifferently, I can't play it anyway, as long as it can make that big dog fall asleep. Okay, you're right, Ron shrugged and looked at Sherlock, but what I don't understand is why does it want to sleep when it hears music? My friends, when I told you about helping Hagrid with the dragon egg, I mentioned this. Did you? Ron thought for a moment, then suddenly realized. That's right. It's just that his attention at the time was focused on Sherlock using despicable methods to force Hagrid to hand over the dragon egg, and he ignored this. Sherlock didn't say anything, obviously expecting this. But when Ron saw Harry and Hermione looking at him, he couldn't help but become angry. Don't look at me like that. I just found out about Sherlock and Harry encountering Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest, you guys kept it from me so well. What if I can't find a girlfriend before I'm 20? Hearing Ron say this, Hermione immediately remembered the sentence he had said. If this is true, then let me not find a girlfriend before I'm 20. Seeing his embarrassed look, Hermione couldn't help but remember her own situation when she found out about this, and she found it even more amusing. He was anxious. But on the surface, she still kept a straight face and said, Ronald, this is clearly your own problem. Since Sherlock last said that Fluffy would sleep when it heard music, have you paid any attention to it? With your attitude, how could we possibly feel comfortable telling you about this? Hey! My name is not Hey. Okay Hermione, I admit that I was indeed focused on the dragon egg at the time, but weren't you the same? If Sherlock hadn't mentioned this today, I'm afraid you would have forgotten it, right? The reason Ron said this was because Sherlock had specifically asked Harry to bring the flute that Hagrid had given him when he brought Harry and him here before. At that time, neither Harry nor he realized what this thing was for. Judging others by himself, he felt that even if Hermione was stronger than them, it was only limited. We're different. What? We're different, Hermione said sharply. For example, I know that three-headed dogs are a very rare animal, and their weakness is that they fall asleep when they hear music. Not only that. In Greek mythology, if you want to pass the three-headed dog guarding the entrance to the underworld, you also need to use music to make it fall into oh damn it. While Hermione was triumphantly stating her case, she suddenly screamed. What is this? The plants that had originally been responsible for reducing the impact of the fall and preventing them from being injured finally showed their true colors at this moment. It seemed to suddenly come alive, stretching out snake-like tendrils and wrapping around their ankles. Hermione trembled and screamed. Oh God, it's wrapping around my legs. Hearing Hermione's warning, Harry and Ron immediately struggled desperately. However, the more they struggled, the faster and tighter the vines wrapped. Harry even felt a sense of suffocation. In this case, Ron subconsciously looked to the side. To his surprise, the wrapping speed of these vines was the slowest when facing the motionless Sherlock. He had a flash of inspiration and immediately shouted, "Sherlock! You know the name of this thing, think of a way." Sherlock said calmly, "This is Devil's Snare. One of its survival habits is to stretch out its tendrils and entangle all creatures that approach it also. The more you struggle, the more excited it gets." Hearing Sherlock's words, the three were stunned. But there was obviously no time to recall it at this moment. Ron shouted again, "So what should we do?" "Just don't struggle." Although it sounded a bit perverted, out of trust in Sherlock, Harry and Ron immediately relaxed and stopped struggling like Sherlock. Sure enough, after the Devil's Snare felt that they were motionless, it finally exerted its strength. Harry almost couldn't help it. The next moment, the Devil's Snare seemed to lose interest in them and quickly released them. However, Hermione's situation was a bit bad. She had struggled too violently before, and at this time, the Devil's Snare had spread up her legs, wrapped around her whole body, and tied her into a strange posture. Chapter 104. Harry and Ron seized the opportunity, pushing off with their feet to dash forward before the Devil's Snare could ensnare them again. Realizing they were safe, the two immediately turned back and shouted at Hermione. "Hermione, don't struggle. The more you struggle, the more it likes it. If you stay still, it'll let you go." "I can't." Hermione responded, exasperated, her voice already tinged with tears. "Sherlock, I remember. It likes dark, damp places. Quickly, get rid of it." "Dark and damp." Sherlock looked at the flustered Hermione and couldn't help but sigh. Her ability to handle pressure in emergencies still needed improvement. "Incendio." As Sherlock spoke the incantation, blue flames erupted from the tip of his wand. The scattered flames carried intense heat, instantly dispelling all the thick, inky darkness around them. As the surrounding environment was illuminated, the Devil's Snare retreated rapidly as if it had encountered its natural enemy. The vines that had been tightly wrapped around Hermione also loosened up. Regaining her freedom, Hermione stumbled forward, her body uncontrollably falling directly into Sherlock's arms. Although Sherlock caught Hermione, he felt something was strange. Because even now, Hermione in his arms was still trembling. Why was her reaction even stronger than when she encountered the troll last time? A mere Devil's Snare, with Hermione's knowledge and courage, she shouldn't be this frightened, right? Harry and Ron looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion. Although this plant was indeed troublesome, and had almost suffocated Harry, who was still shaken by it, Hermione's reaction was a bit too exaggerated. After a while, Hermione finally stabilized her emotions and emerged from Sherlock's arms, her face red. "Thank you," she said softly, her voice as faint as a mosquito. Luckily, Sherlock was here, preventing her from making an even bigger fool of herself. However, Sherlock looked at her with a serious expression. "My friend, you're still holding your wand since you already know the Devil's Snare likes dark, damp environments. I believe you could have thought of burning it." "I thought of it, but what I thought was, there's no firewood here." Hermione's voice grew softer and softer, almost inaudible by the end. Sherlock, Harry, Ron. The three had different expressions, and in the end, Ron couldn't resist the urge to. "Are you crazy? Are you even a witch? There's no firewood here, what are you even saying?" "Sherlock, Harry." Hermione looked at the three of them, clenched her fists tightly, her cheeks flushed, and said defiantly, "Laugh if you want, don't hold back." As soon as she said this, Ron burst out laughing, "Ha ha 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 ha." He laughed so hard that he couldn't stand up straight. Harry behaved slightly better, covering his mouth with one hand, trying to hide his laughter. Sherlock didn't laugh, but the look in his eyes towards Hermione became even stranger, and he squinted slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing Ron laughing non-stop, Hermione glared at him fiercely, her eyes seeming to spit fire. Her glare made Ron's voice gradually fade, and he simply turned his back. But from the way his shoulders kept twitching, it was clear that he was trying very hard to restrain himself. Seeing this scene, Sherlock shook his head, raised his arm and pointed forward, saying, "Let's go this way." There was no need to waste time looking for a path, because there was only the stone corridor ahead. Sherlock led the way, Hermione and Harry followed closely behind, and Ron walked at the back. The corridor was filled with a damp, musty smell and the walls were covered with green moss. The four walked down the stone corridor, and besides their footsteps, only the sound of water droplets slowly dripping down the walls remained. The dripping sound echoed in the silent space, like a monotonous movement. At this time, Hermione finally calmed down and asked, "Why didn't you wait for me and just come?" "Time waits for no one," Sherlock said without turning his head, having finally waited for Dumbledore to leave. "Quirrell will never let go of this opportunity. Our purpose is to lure the snake out of its hole, we can't really let the snake take the bait away. Speaking of this," he paused, "we need a fighter, so Ron came along too." "Okay, you're right," Hermione said sullenly, "I still didn't get to see Headmaster Dumbledore." Professor McGonagall said he had gone to the Ministry of Magic. She didn't believe Quirrell would steal the Sorcerer's Stone at all, and said not to say things that were not conducive to unity. "Ha ha ha ha. What are you laughing at?" Hermione immediately looked at Ron with an unfriendly expression. Ron coughed, "Nothing, I suddenly thought of something happy." Hermione glared at him fiercely and continued to say to Sherlock. Professor McGonagall said that although I won't be punished this time, next time I will not only lose points but also be given detention. I have never been given detention before, it's really embarrassing. Ha 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 ha. Ronald. You're going too far, I've been enduring you for a long time. I thought of something happy. You're clearly laughing at me, you haven't stopped. Ron, Hermione, stop arguing. Harry's persuasion didn't work until Sherlock spoke. Quiet. He turned his head back and swept his gaze across the faces of the three. Shut up, you're disturbing my thinking. The four of them moved forward in silence, their footsteps echoing in the damp corridor, the atmosphere oppressively suffocating. Finally, they came to the end of the corridor, and a brightly lit room suddenly appeared before them. Under the high vaulted ceiling, countless small birds, as dazzling as jewels, fluttered their wings and flew happily. The gorgeous colors and lively atmosphere seemed to turn the entire room into a dreamlike world. Having just experienced that dim environment, the four of them couldn't help but be stunned by this scene. After a moment, Harry muttered to himself, "These aren't birds." Professor Flitwick cast a spell on the keys. His voice carried a hint of surprise and realization. Because Sherlock had done his homework beforehand, and this time he happened to encounter a project that Harry was good at, he instantly reacted. "But, which one is the one we need?" Ron couldn't help but ask. His eyes were full of doubt. Finding the target among these hundreds of keys was like finding a needle in a haystack. Hermione quickly walked to the door, bent down and carefully checked the lock, trying to find some clues. "Well, I think it might be a silver key and it's relatively large," she muttered softly as she observed. "Catch!" At this moment, Sherlock had already grabbed a flying broom from beside the locked door and threw it to Harry with a clean and neat movement. Seeing this, Ron's face instantly bloomed with excitement, and he said loudly, "Harry, you're the seeker, now it's up to you." Hermione raised her head in surprise, her eyes full of disbelief. "Sherlock, have you already found it? There were hundreds of keys here, even if you searched carefully, you might not be able to find it. How did Sherlock do it?" "Sherlock?" Harry was also very puzzled. He was the seeker, but he had to see the target first. "Get ready," Sherlock simply said, then quickly drew out his wand and pointed it at the flock of birds. "Oxio key." The next moment, a key was seen swoosh, like an arrow shot from a bow, flying towards them. As Hermione had said before, this was a huge silver key, emitting a sky-blue light throughout, making it particularly eye-catching among the many keys. As the key got closer and closer to them, its appearance became clearer and clearer. Its wings were bent to the side, as if telling of its past encounters. They could even imagine the scene of it being grabbed and rudely stuffed into the keyhole. However, even though it had been controlled by Sherlock's spell, it was still struggling, and the speed of its struggle was getting faster and faster, and its strength was getting greater and greater. Obviously, it was still somewhat insufficient to deal with this key by relying solely on Sherlock's spell. If no action was taken, the cooked duck would fly away. After all, it was a mechanism arranged by the charms professor himself. It was already not easy for Sherlock to successfully cast a spell to summon it. However, Sherlock had expected this and arranged a backup plan in advance. At this time, Harry already understood what he had to do. Even though the broom under him was just an ordinary one, he still showed the strength of being the youngest seeker in a century. Harry clamped his legs hard, the flying broom accelerated sharply, and rushed out like a black lightning bolt. In a harsh and unpleasant squeaking sound, Harry successfully pressed the key onto the stone wall. Ron couldn't help but whistle, his face filled with excitement. Harry, well done. Thanks to Sherlock's Oxio spell, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to catch it so quickly. Harry jumped off the broom, excitedly opening the door with the key, without even raising his head. That's right, I thought we would need a few of us to ride flying brooms to block it, ha 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 ha. Ron was laughing silly when Hermione suddenly said, Ronald, are you even a wizard? Women just know how to hold grudges. Brothers are still better. With a soft click, the door was opened by Harry. Almost the instant they stepped into the room, the originally pitch-black room was instantly brightly lit. The dazzling light made them squint unconsciously. If it was just this, it would be fine, but the key point was that after entering the door, they found themselves on the edge of a huge chessboard. Standing in front of the four were black chess pieces taller than them, and at the other end of the room were white chess pieces of the same shape and size. Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration. Harry looked at Sherlock with some gratitude. Thanks to his good brother, he had prepared himself mentally in advance, so that he wouldn't be frightened and tremble when he saw these faceless chess pieces. On the way here, Harry had briefly told Ron about the trials they would encounter. So at this moment, he couldn't help but look at Sherlock and express his opinion. It seems we have to play chess to get to the other room, boss. What do you think? Let's try it first. Sherlock thought for a moment, then threw a spell at the opposite white chess pieces. Conf Ringo. Chapter 105. With Sherlock's blasting curse, the White King, struck by the curse, collapsed and shattered into pieces. Well done, Sherlock. Hermione couldn't help but cheer. Her face flushed with excitement. If Professor Flitwick saw that, he'd definitely award Gryffindor 5 points. Typical Hermione, even in this situation, she doesn't forget about earning points. However, no sooner had she spoken than something strange happened. The chess piece fragments, blasted apart by Sherlock's blasting curse, began to slowly squirm and converge on the ground, like the T-1000 liquid metal robot from Terminator. Before long, they reassembled and stood up, eventually returning to their original form. Seeing this, the group couldn't help but look at each other. Sherlock thought for a moment, then smiled. At times like this, I do miss Mr. Finnegan. Clearly, Sherlock's idea was that if he had Seamus Finnegan, the blasting genius, to cooperate with him and Hermione, they might be able to blast all these chess pieces to pieces before they could complete their restoration. Unfortunately, he wasn't here. Harry and Ron, although there were two of them, had limited skill in charms, especially blasting curses, and their destruction speed couldn't keep up with the white chess pieces' recovery rate. Fortunately, Ron was good at wizard's chess, which counted as strong support. Sherlock looked at Ron, who immediately understood. I'll be the knight. Ron said without hesitation. Although the knight's piece value in wizard's chess is only 3 points, it is one of the few pieces that can jump over other pieces to attack, making it perfect for him to use. Sherlock had no objections to this, and he looked at Harry and Hermione. Harry will take the place of the rook, and Hermione will take the place of the bishop. These two had limited chess skills, so Sherlock directly made arrangements for them. What about you? Hermione couldn't help but ask. I'll be the queen. Hearing Sherlock's words, Ron's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, followed by excitement. This game is in the bag. Strangely enough, these chess pieces seemed to be waiting for them to make a decision. As soon as Sherlock finished speaking, the queen on the black chess side, as well as the rook, bishop, and knight next to the queen, turned around, turned their backs to the white chess pieces, and walked off the chessboard. The 4 empty spaces left were naturally for Sherlock and the others. Ron rode on the black warhorse, looking around proudly, full of fighting spirit. At this moment, he seemed to have become a true knight. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he tried to look at the opposite side. The convention of wizard's chess is that white goes first. As soon as he finished speaking, a white pawn moved forward 2 steps. A very standard opening, isn't it? Sherlock smiled and looked at Ron. Ron nodded, took a deep breath, and then began to direct his side's chess pieces to respond. He had never seen Sherlock play wizard's chess before. But just looking at Mr. Holmes' chess skills, which were comparable to his own, and taking into account Sherlock's wisdom, Ron was sure that Sherlock would be a godlike teammate. What's more, Sherlock had chosen the queen. That's confidence. Fighting side by side with such a teammate is simply a pleasure. Next, Sherlock directed Hermione, and Ron directed Harry, and the two worked together to deploy their troops and fight a great battle with the white chess pieces. Hermione, right front, diagonally upward 5 steps. Harry, 4 steps straight ahead. Hermione, retreat to my side, 2 steps to the left rear. Harry, 3 steps to the left. In the opening stage, the two sides proceeded step by step in an orderly manner, and were safe and sound. With Sherlock and Ron, 2 high-level players, this stage passed quickly, and it didn't take long before they reached the middle game. When a black pawn was eaten, the white queen rushed over from a distance. In the surprised eyes of the others, she fiercely threw a punch and knocked the pawn to the ground. Then, with a force, she tossed it directly out of the chessboard. Hiss. Harry and Hermione couldn't help but gasp. Harry's knees even trembled a little. What if he was eaten? Although Ron was a little shocked, his emotional fluctuations were much smaller than Harry's. He said helplessly, "There's no way, this is the only way I can eat that bishop." After he finished speaking, he looked at Sherlock. Sherlock's expression remained unchanged. He put his hands together to support his chin, and uttered 2 words, "Interesting." Soon, black and white chess pieces began to fall one after another. Sherlock and Ron charged across the chessboard, eating more white chess pieces than the black chess pieces that fell on their side. Especially Sherlock. If Ron was killing on a large scale, then Sherlock could be said to be dominating the game. This is also reasonable. People who play chess often know that although the king being checkmated represents the failure of the entire game, the queen is the most powerful chess piece on the board. The queen can not only move straight, horizontally, and diagonally, but also the number of squares is not limited. Except for not being able to jump over pieces, it is simply rampant. Although the number of squares for the bishop and rook is also unlimited when walking, one can only move diagonally and the other can only move horizontally and vertically. It can be said that the two together are equivalent to the queen. The knight played by Ron is more special. Although there is a limit to the number of squares when walking, and it can only walk in a Japanese character shape, it can jump over pieces, which is unmatched by other chess pieces. Of course, the rook played by Harry can also jump over pieces by means of castling, but it does not seem necessary at present. Finally, a game of chess reached the endgame stage. Under the joint deployment of Sherlock and Ron, the black chess has achieved a huge advantage. The queen, bishop, rook, and knight played by the 4 are of course unscathed. More importantly, the black king is now located in the upper right corner of the giant chessboard, protected by 2 black pawns in front, and the rook represented by Harry on the left, which can be said to be impregnable. On the other hand, the white king, the king wing side is wide open. The left side is controlled by Harry's rook, and the upward and rightward routes are also blocked by Hermione's bishop, and Ron's knight is not far away, ready to move. More importantly, the opponent's white queen is firmly restrained by Sherlock and cannot exert the role of the strongest combat piece in wizard's chess. It can be said that at this point, basically any move is a rhythm of checkmating the white chess in more than a dozen steps. Harry, oh no, even Hermione could do it. Harry and Hermione have also seen that the current situation is more against less, and the advantage is on our side. A hint of excitement flashed in both of their eyes. On the contrary, Sherlock and Ron were silent. They didn't come here specifically to play chess. Although Sherlock and Ron were already very fast, at this moment there was no fastest, only faster. Seeing Ron riding on the black warhorse with a tangled look, Harry, who was not far from him, felt a little strange. "Ron!" He couldn't help but call out. Let me think. Ron lowered his head. It's almost here, it's almost here." Harry didn't understand what was happening and could only turn his pleading eyes to Sherlock. Sherlock did not speak. Of course, he knew what Ron was thinking. In fact, he was also waiting for Ron to make a decision. At this moment, the White Queen turned her faceless face to Ron. This action immediately made Ron make up his mind. He suddenly raised his head. "Please, Sherlock." Sherlock raised his eyebrows. "Have you decided?" Seeing Ron nod, Sherlock said without hesitation, "Then act." At the same time, he said to Harry and Hermione, "You two stay where you are and don't move." The conversation between the two made Harry and Hermione confused and completely didn't understand what the two of them were doing. The answer was soon revealed. Ron walked to the edge of the chessboard to the side front. Check. Almost at the same time, the White Queen rushed over from the other side of the chessboard as she had done several times before. She raised her stone arm and punched Ron heavily on the head. Ron fell to the ground without any suspense, and then, like the other black pieces that had been eaten, was dragged up by the White Queen and thrown directly out of the chessboard. No! Harry was stunned, and Hermione couldn't help but scream. But she didn't leave her square. Sherlock's reminder was still in her ears, and reason prevailed at this moment. Now that Ron had made a choice, she must not be emotional and fall short. The next moment, Sherlock flew forward without any delay, and rushed to the White King while the White Queen was being lured away. Checkmate! The White King took off the crown on his head and threw it at Sherlock's feet. This game was finally won in advance. The white chess pieces bowed and retreated, making way so that they could walk smoothly to the door. Sherlock walked forward without hesitation. Harry and Hermione looked back at Ron one last time in sorrow, and then followed Sherlock through the door and walked forward along the next corridor. At this moment, even without Sherlock's explanation, the two had already understood what had just happened. The giant chess pieces cast by Professor McGonagall's transfiguration magic took time to move, and coupled with the action of eating the opponent's chess pieces, it sometimes took as long as a dozen seconds. Although the black chess now had an absolute advantage, if it could turn the process of checkmating the white chess in a dozen steps into 3 steps, it would obviously greatly improve efficiency. But the premise of doing so was to sacrifice a chess piece. It would have been fine if it wasn't the chess pieces they were playing. But now, looking back, the reality faced by the endgame just now was that if they wanted to win as soon as possible, they had to sacrifice either Harry's rook or Ron's knight. That's why Ron was so tangled. Sherlock would also confirm with him again after Ron made a decision. I have to say that Sherlock's performance just now was so rational that it was a bit cold-blooded. But that was precisely the most correct choice. It's just that understanding is understanding, and it is still somewhat difficult to accept. Hermione looked at Sherlock's silent appearance and couldn't help but trot 2 steps to his side. Sherlock, don't worry, Ron will be fine. Sherlock looked at her strangely. I'm not worried about him, it's just a punch. From the strength and his physical fitness analysis, he will wake up soon. Then why haven't you been talking? I'm thinking about which method I should use to deal with the troll arranged by Quirrell next. Sherlock said calmly. Hermione, ha! I should have known, how could this person feel guilty? Even the method just now was conceived by him and Ron together. I'm really worrying for nothing. But even Sherlock didn't expect that he didn't need to think of a way to deal with the troll arranged by Quirrell. Just as he pushed the door open and stepped into the next room. It stinks. However, the troll that emitted this smell was lying on the ground, unconscious. Chapter 106. The troll collapsed straight onto the ground, and an appalling stench instantly filled the air, like an invisible fog, making the surrounding air foul and unbearable. Harry and Hermione almost simultaneously and reflexively lifted the corners of their robes, tightly covering their noses, their faces filled with pain and disgust. Great, it looks like we don't have to fight this troll. However, before Harry could finish his words of relief, he and Hermione widened their eyes in surprise. Sherlock walked up to the troll, squatted down without hesitation, and began to examine it carefully. His brow furrowed slightly, his sharp eyes scanning back and forth over the troll's wounds like a precise surgical blade. There's a large swelling on the head. Judging by the wound and the blood clotting, the attacker should have left recently, and there's still time. Seeing Sherlock's calm demeanor, Harry and Hermione were stunned on the spot. How could he remain so composed when facing a troll at such close range? Hermione, standing some distance away from the troll, already had red-rimmed eyes, with tears uncontrollably welling up. Sherlock, you! As soon as Hermione spoke, a strong stench rushed into her nostrils. Her face turned pale instantly, and her stomach churned, almost bringing up her breakfast. Let's go! Sherlock stood up and stepped over the troll's massive body without changing his expression. Harry and Hermione, watching his back, felt their admiration reach an unprecedented peak at that moment. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Entering the next room, Harry and Hermione immediately gasped for breath, as if trying to expel all the foul air that had contaminated them. Harry seized the opportunity and curiously asked the question in his heart, Sherlock, how did you do it just now? Sherlock didn't answer immediately but began to observe. The new room was exceptionally empty, with only a slightly old table standing quietly in the center. On it were 7 bottles of various shapes, shimmering with a mysterious luster in the dim light. Compared to the previous rooms, this level seemed somewhat out of place. But precisely because of this, it made people feel a little worried. Too abnormal. Sherlock's gaze swept around the room, and after confirming that there were no other valuable clues, he walked straight towards the table. At the same time, he replied to Harry, "What do you mean, how did I do it?" Harry quickened his pace to catch up with Sherlock. "I was almost out of breath." "How did you endure that stench?" Sherlock walked to the table, picked up a roll of parchment next to the bottles, quickly scanned the words on it, and said without looking up, "Because that stench hasn't reached the limit of human tolerance yet." As soon as he finished speaking, Hermione cautiously crossed the threshold. Just then, a purple flame rose up behind them with a whoosh, like a ferocious dragon, instantly blocking the doorway. The doorway leading forward was covered in black flames, like a black barrier, trapping them tightly in the room. Harry and Hermione were startled. What is this?" Sherlock looked up slightly, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. "Professor Snape's trap." "Interesting." Then he lowered his head again, continuing to read the information on the parchment, while still answering Harry's previous question. "Humans have a certain degree of tolerance for odors. The troll's smell is, at most, unbearable, but it hasn't reached the point of being a human olfactory nemesis. Odors that truly reach that point can even cause physiological harm to the human body, such as hydrogen sulfide, methylmercaptan, cadaverine, and putrescine, etc. Besides, humans have a strong ability to adapt. As long as you get used to the smell, your sense of smell will become numb, and you'll get used to it after a while. This is common sense, my friends." Sherlock's words left Harry and Hermione dumbfounded. For a moment, the two didn't know how to respond. "What do you mean, common sense? This kind of common sense is clearly only known to you, right?" While the two were still in a state of shock, Sherlock had finished reading the contents of the parchment and couldn't help but chuckle. It really fits Professor Snape's style." After saying this, he picked out one of the 7 bottles. "Obviously, this bottle contains what we need." Before Harry and Hermione could react, Sherlock said again, "Now it seems that Ron's decision just now was correct. Quirrell left not long ago, he stayed here for about 15 minutes. After these words, Harry and Hermione were completely stunned. Under Sherlock's successive analyses, the two had completely lost track of his thought process. After a long while, Hermione finally reacted and quickly took the roll of parchment from Sherlock's hand to read. Harry, on the other hand, remained motionless. Since meeting Sherlock, he had found that solving problems with fists and wands was actually quite good. As for using his brain, as long as he was with Sherlock, it wasn't necessary, okay? So, he didn't plan to join in the fun with Hermione at all. He would do whatever Sherlock said. At this moment, Hermione also finished reading the contents of the parchment, and she let out a long sigh. "Wonderful. This isn't magic, it's logical reasoning. Many great wizards don't have the slightest ability for logical reasoning, and they're doomed to be trapped here forever." After saying this, she belatedly looked up at Sherlock in surprise. You've already figured it out." Judging from Sherlock's actions just now, it was as if he had just finished reading the information on the parchment and had already come to the answer. Although she knew that her friend possessed wisdom that was difficult for ordinary people to match, this speed was a bit too fast. "Give me a minute." Hermione looked at Sherlock somewhat unconvinced. Sherlock wasn't surprised and made a please gesture. Hermione read the information on the parchment twice more, walked back and forth in front of the bottles, muttering to herself, while pointing at this or that bottle. Harry, watching this scene, felt a little bored and couldn't help but ask. "Sherlock, although I think this is very stupid, I still want to ask you. I'm not surprised that you can quickly find the bottle we need, but how did you deduce the other information? Even if this level was set up by Professor Snape, how do you know that the note on the table was also left by him? And how did you deduce Quirrell's departure and the time he stayed?" Sherlock smiled slightly. "Professor Snape's handwriting is the easiest to recognize. As long as you observe carefully, you can see it from the deliberately restrained yet still difficult to hide scribbled strokes between the strokes. It's also obvious that someone has touched these bottles. This can be judged from the residual dust. This person is right-handed, and the traces of the dust being disturbed are still very fresh. The footprints on the ground show that the person was very nervous at the time, with messy steps and hurried movements. In addition, the traces he left on the bottles are enough for me to determine that he stayed here for about 15 minutes. Moreover, I can also deduce the person's height and weight from the depth and spacing of the footprints, which happens to match our Professor Quirrell, and at the same time confirms my deduction when I observed the blood writing on Halloween. Look, I haven't even used the Christmas gift you gave me. These are as simple as child's play. Harry looked at Sherlock admiringly. This is too incredible. Sherlock, you actually figured it all out in such a short time. Hearing his friend's sincere praise, a clear smile appeared on the corner of Sherlock's mouth. Ah, my dear Harry, these are just some detailed observations and simple logical deductions. As long as you pay attention to every detail, the truth will be as clear as daylight. After saying this, he looked towards Hermione. Harry also followed his gaze. Hermione, seeing the two looking over, took a deep breath and pointed to the small bottle that Sherlock had picked out. It can help us cross the black flames to reach the next room. Then she picked up the round, purple bottle. It can help us pass through the purple flames and return. Although she did get the correct answer within a minute, Hermione didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. Because Sherlock not only got the answer in less time than her but also deduced who wrote the note, who touched the bottles, and how long they stayed. The gap between the two was too great. So great that she didn't even have the desire to catch up. Hermione, you don't have to compete with Sherlock. Harry kindly advised, there are only a few geniuses like him in the world, even if you're a know-it-all. Thank you, if you can't comfort me, you don't have to say anything. Harry, oh. Okay, no one likes to hear the truth these days. Seeing that Harry stopped talking, Hermione stared at Sherlock with bright eyes. The problem is the potion in this bottle is only enough for one person to drink, so you want Harry to face Quirrell alone. Harry was startled at first, but when he saw that the potion in the small bottle was indeed less than a mouthful, as Hermione said, his gaze gradually became firm. Sherlock, how about this? You and Hermione drink the purple potion together, so you can go back and find Ron, and then grab 3 brooms from another room, cross the trapdoor, and ask the professors for help. Sherlock interrupted Harry unceremoniously, staring at him and saying, as for you, you'll continue forward and temporarily hold Quirrell back. Being interrupted by Sherlock and having his thoughts spoken out, Harry felt a little embarrassed. But he then insisted. Sherlock, this was originally a matter between me and him. You've already helped me a lot along the way. Even Dumbledore hopes I'll face him again. Don't worry, since I've escaped once by luck before, maybe I'll be able to turn danger into safety this time. Put away that rhetoric, my dear friend, I'm not Hermione. Hermione. Although she felt offended, she still had to rely on Sherlock to solve the current predicament, so Hermione suppressed the unhappiness in her heart and didn't refute. I remember once telling you that courage is the best spokesperson for stupidity. Sherlock said to Harry mercilessly, you think you're very brave now, but you're actually being stupid. But we have no choice now. Harry also wanted to face Voldemort with Sherlock. Every time he was with him, he would have a feeling that this game was stable. Hermione was also at a loss. Yes, there's nothing we can do. Sherlock chuckled, who said that? Hearing Sherlock's question, Harry and Hermione's eyes lit up instantly. You have a way. Chapter 107. In the expectant gazes of Harry and Hermione, Sherlock's lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled softly. Dear Harry, would you be so kind as to retrieve the Christmas gift Professor Snape sent? Hearing this, Harry's eyes lit up instantly. He hurriedly reached into his robes, his movements tinged with eagerness and care. Soon, he produced a small, crystal-clear bottle. Bathed in the dim, flickering light, the bottle refracted a dreamlike glow. It was filled with a shimmering golden liquid, its light dancing gently like fireflies on a summer night. Even at a glance, one could tell it was a high-quality item. Heavens, it's Felix Felicis! Hermione couldn't help but exclaim, her hands quickly covering her mouth, her eyes wide with shock and excitement. As a top student, she was well aware of the potion's value. The ingredients alone were all rare and high grade. The known components included ashwinder eggs, horseradish, squill bulbs, myrtlap, tincture of thyme, akami eggshell, and rue powder. Not to mention the brewing process was exceptionally complex, often taking up to 6 months. The brewer needed to be fully focused, eyes fixed on the cauldron, the stirring rod gently moving in a specific rhythm, every action allowing no room for error. The consequences of any mistake were unimaginable. It could trigger a cataclysmic explosion or create a bizarre and dangerous substance. Just thinking about it was frightening. The high cost and complex brewing process resulted in magical, almost dreamlike effects. It not only enhanced the user's abilities but also brought them good luck. In more detail, it allowed the user to enter a wonderful state, free from emotional control, for 12 hours after consumption. In extreme situations, the brain would be exceptionally clear, making accurate actions. It not only greatly improved all aspects of ability, making one feel that everything was going smoothly, as if an invisible hand was pushing them along in the dark. It also brought good luck, smooth sailing, and endless opportunities. As if the goddess of luck was always by their side, hence the name. Although this bottle of Felix Felicis seemed small, such a generous gift of high-level potion could probably only come from a few people in all of Hogwarts, like the potion's master, Snape. Mix them together, and we'll split it among the three of us. Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry's eyes immediately brightened. That's right, how had he not thought of that? With the magical effect of Felix Felicis, combined with the potion that could pass through flames, it would definitely be enough to help them enter the next room. Moreover, after drinking Felix Felicis, it would play an even greater role in what followed. After all, in the last room, they were very likely to fight Quirrell, or even Voldemort, again. Thinking of this, a hint of determination flashed in Harry's eyes as he clenched his fist tightly. Hermione also hadn't expected Sherlock to use this method to solve the problem. She bit her lip gently, her eyes full of hesitation. Originally, she wanted to say that this precious potion should be saved for more important moments in the future. But then she thought, they were facing Voldemort this time. Could there be a more important moment than this? Even for a magical potion like Felix Felicis, this was a high-stakes game. So she nodded, expressing her agreement, and stepped forward, reminding them with concern. Don't pour it all in, make sure we each have a small sip. Felix Felicis was a good thing, but excessive consumption also had its dangers. It could lead to dizziness, recklessness, and arrogance, and even make people too confident, losing their instinct for self-preservation. Having been reminded by Hermione, Harry nodded. He carefully picked up the bottle and slowly tilted it. The golden Felix Felicis flowed out slowly like a nimble stream. Finally, Harry poured out half the amount of Felix Felicis, and after mixing it with the potion in the small bottle, the three of them drank it separately. The potion mixed with Felix Felicis was like cold water, instantly penetrating their entire bodies. A coolness spread from their throats to their limbs, and their bodies instantly became light, as if they could fly. Then, the three of them walked towards the menacing black flames. Although the black flames made a crackling sound, constantly licking their bodies, they felt nothing. The next moment, they arrived in the last room. The furnishings in this room were even simpler than Snape's potion challenge. The entire room contained only a luxurious mirror. It was the mirror of Eris that Sherlock and Harry had seen during their nighttime stroll through Hogwarts. The final test was this mirror. Seeing this, Sherlock immediately understood why the old codger wouldn't tell him about his arrangements. Unlike Sherlock, Harry and Hermione focused more on the person standing in front of the mirror. Pale complexion, signature large turban. It was the Hogwarts defense against the dark arts professor, Quirinus Quirrell. Unlike usual, his eyes were no longer twitching as they normally did. Quirrell calmly looked at the three who had entered the room, eventually focusing his gaze on Harry. You've arrived. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. Although they had been reminded by Sherlock more than once, when Quirrell actually stood there, the two couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. Hello, Professor Quirrell, we meet again. Sherlock took half a step forward, carefully observing Quirrell, whom he was meeting again. Looks like you've recovered well. Hearing Sherlock mention this, Quirrell's face immediately turned ugly. He hadn't forgotten that on that night in the Forbidden Forest, it was this young wizard who gave him a sword. That sword made him rest until after Easter. Being stabbed by a first-year student was a complete disgrace for Quirrell. He took a deep breath. Holmes, I was just wondering if I would meet you here. And Potter, after all, it's always Snape who likes to hinder me. Sherlock did not comment on his statement. Looks like you haven't gotten the Philosopher's Stone yet? I really overestimated you. Why, you're not stuttering? Harry exclaimed suddenly. He was surprised to find that Quirrell had finished such a long speech very fluently. It was completely different from his usual stuttering performance. Seeing Harry's surprised look, the annoyance originally brought about by Sherlock's mockery was suppressed. Stutter? Ha 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 ha. Quirrell laughed loudly. This laughter was not his usual high-pitched, piercing tremor, but a chilling sneer. Potter, compared to your friend here, you are really far behind. But thinking about it, Snape is like a giant bat flying around, making himself annoying to everyone. With him there, who would suspect the poor, stuttering Professor Q Quirrell. Quirrell deliberately switched to his usual stammering manner at the end. Full of mockery. So, the person who wanted to kill me during the Quidditch match was you, but Professor Snape wanted to save me? He was also there as a referee in the second match for my sake. Harry stared straight at Quirrell. He was somewhat surprised to find that he didn't feel much fear when facing Quirrell. He wondered if it was the effect of Felix Felicis. Oh, looks like you're not too stupid. Seeing Harry's performance, Quirrell seemed a little surprised. He said coldly. He did want to make sure I didn't harm you anymore, but the other teachers all thought Snape wanted to stop the Gryffindor team from winning. I have to say, he succeeded. With him as the referee, I really couldn't do anything to you. And during the first Quidditch match, it was also because he kept chanting counter curses. Speaking of this, he paused. Potter, I can only say you were very lucky. If my clothes hadn't suddenly caught fire that day, I would have knocked you off the broom long ago, no matter how many counter curses Snape chanted. Speaking of this, he looked towards Hermione again. Meeting Quirrell's cold gaze, Hermione couldn't help but tremble in her heart. This professor, who was originally regarded as a joke by everyone, gave her an extremely dangerous feeling at this moment. She couldn't help but lean towards Sherlock's direction. Sherlock frowned and spat out 2 words, idiot. What did you say? Quirrell turned his head abruptly. If his hatred for Harry stemmed from his master's mission, then his hatred for Sherlock stemmed from Quirrell himself. Not only was he stabbed by Sherlock, but he was also mocked by him in such a contemptuous tone just now. Quirrell's annoyance could be imagined. However, he never expected that this was just the beginning. Quirrell, I really suspect that the Sorting Hat was secretly dozing off when you enrolled. Sherlock said with a look of disdain. What did you say? Quirrell's voice suddenly rose. Magic surged throughout the room, and even the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. Sherlock continued as if he hadn't heard anything. You were right just now, no one would suspect you, because you were originally just a self-proclaimed clever clown. If the flames hadn't reached your pale neck, you would still be staring at Harry and chanting spells. A wizard didn't even have the most basic awareness of his surroundings. I should really suggest that your master throw you into the classroom of logic and common sense, and relearn how to observe the world, so you don't make such a fool of yourself and make people laugh. To be honest, even Longbottom's pet toad is smarter than you. At least it can make sure it doesn't really get lost every time. Shut up. Quirrell was furious, veins popping out on his forehead. Sherlock continued as if he hadn't heard. Hat, you really opened my eyes, wearing that pale as paper face all day long, wrapped in that ridiculous turban, facing the clues in front of you, but you can only stare blankly. Your twitching eyes are probably only focused on showing fear, and haven't learned to read information from them at all. Your stuttering mouth probably can't utter a useful deduction at a critical moment. Clearly, you have Voldemort's support, and you are in Hogwarts, where magical knowledge gathers. The conditions are so favorable, but you have turned out to be such a miserable fox. No wonder you haven't gained anything so far, and have become a pitiful bug in this competition. Sherlock went all out, and finally ended with a pitying remark. The intelligence of the entire Ravenclaw has been lowered by you. Chapter 108. You, how dare you? Being utterly humiliated by Sherlock's scolding, Quirrell couldn't help but fly into a rage. He finally couldn't bear it any longer, raised his wand, and intended to let this hateful kid experience his power. Sherlock and Harry both felt a chill in their hearts upon seeing this. Just then, a hoarse voice sounded. Let me see him, talk to him face to face. This scene astonished Harry and Hermione beyond measure. Because this voice actually came from Quirrell. Only Sherlock raised an eyebrow slightly, and said oh softly. Quirrell trembled all over, but master, you haven't recovered yet. I still have this much strength. Quirrell was still hesitating, the voice suddenly turned stern, hurry up, I'm not so weak yet. This time, Quirrell no longer hesitated, he tremblingly raised his hand and untied the turban that had been wrapped around his head, which had always had a strong smell. When the turban was completely thrown on the ground, the three of Sherlock realized that Quirrell's head was very small. Although it wasn't like a troll, it was much smaller than imagined. Then, he slowly turned around on the spot. At this moment, Harry and Hermione almost cried out in surprise. But where Quirrell's back of the head should have been, there was actually a face. It was a hideous and terrifying face, the color as pale as chalk, and the scarlet eyes emitted a strange light. This face had no nose, only two slender nostrils like snakes. Without a doubt, he was the most powerful dark wizard in history, whose shadow had shrouded the magical world for more than 10 years, making wizards still afraid to mention his name. Voldemort. Sherlock frowned. Although he had already seen that there was something wrong with Quirrell, he didn't expect Voldemort to coexist with Quirrell in this way. How should I put it? It's just so degrading. Harry Potter, we finally meet. As soon as the other party spoke, his lips immediately became crooked, and the already ugly face became even more disgusting. Harry wanted to speak, but he found that he couldn't make a sound. He wanted to retreat, but found that his legs suddenly became disobedient. You are the savior of the magical world, defeating the Supreme Dark Lord, but why are you nervous? Harry still couldn't give an effective answer, the pressure Voldemort brought him was too great. He subconsciously looked to his side, but found that Hermione was tightly grabbing Sherlock's arm at this time. As for Sherlock, he looked as if he had expected it. He stared at the back of Quirrell's head and slowly said, "Are you finally willing to show your face, Voldemort?" As soon as Sherlock spoke, Harry immediately breathed a sigh of relief. His legs finally regained consciousness again. At this time, Voldemort's gaze had shifted to Sherlock. "It seems you guessed it long ago, didn't you? To dare to call my name directly, little guy. Facing this he who must not be named in the magical world, Sherlock did not have the slightest fear. He said calmly, "You once peered at Harry through Quirrell's eyes, and plus Quirrell's performance on Halloween night was too clumsy, making it difficult to ignore." Speaking of this, Quirrell's body trembled, and Voldemort's face also twisted violently. But he immediately laughed, "Sherlock Holmes. You're good, really good. When I still had power, few of those Death Eaters could compare to you. Sherlock waved his hand with a look of disgust. "Don't compare me with your group of brainless subordinates, to be honest, you really disappoint me." "What did you say?" Hearing Sherlock's words, Voldemort's voice suddenly became sharp. "Isn't it? The Supreme Dark Lord has actually degenerated to sticking to the back of someone else's head, being wrapped in a turban all day long. In this dark environment, it's no wonder you can't grow a nose and hair, and you've made yourself stink. Enough." At this moment, Voldemort couldn't laugh anymore. When Sherlock was spraying Quirrell just now, he didn't feel anything. But now that the brick hit him, he finally felt the pain. Sherlock's mouth is really too poisonous. He is clearly just an 11 or 12-year-old wizard, but he is no less sharp-tongued than the most sarcastic Death Eater under my command back then. "Potter, Holmes, we can talk." Voldemort ignored Hermione and said to Sherlock and Harry, "I can see that you have ambition. And you also have the ability. Since this is the case, why confine yourselves to a small school? We can completely cooperate." Sherlock smiled disdainfully, he was too lazy to refute this kind of low-level bewitchment. Harry roared out, "You killed my parents." Yes, it was indeed me who did it, but look what have I become." Voldemort said slowly in his sinister voice. "Now I only have shadows and steam. I can only have a form when I share a body with someone else." Harry laughed in extreme anger, "Is it my fault?" As time passed, Harry gradually found that his fear of Voldemort was slowly dissipating. His mind also began to become active, thinking about what method should be used to verify what Dumbledore said. Anyway, he definitely couldn't stand still and take a curse from Voldemort. At this time, Harry did not realize that Felix Felicis had begun to quietly play its role. Voldemort also did not realize this, and was still using language to bewitch the two. "As long as I get the elixir of life, I will be able to create a body of my own again. At that time, with my powerful magic, resurrecting your parents will not be a difficult thing. So why don't you help me?" Hearing Voldemort say that he could resurrect his parents, Harry couldn't help but pause. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Voldemort suddenly waved his wand, and the huge mirror of Erist flew up and landed in front of Harry. Caught off guard, Harry didn't know what Voldemort wanted to do, but he subconsciously glanced at the mirror. To his surprise, this time, the mirror did not reflect his family. Only a dazed Harry himself. But soon, the Harry in the mirror smiled. He reached into his pocket, took out a bright red stone, winked and put it back. According to Dumbledore's previous statement, this mirror can reflect the most desired things in a person's heart. Although Harry at this time did indeed desire to get the Philosopher's Stone, it was only to prevent Voldemort from getting it. As far as he himself was concerned, the greatest hope was to be reunited with his family. But why did the mirror have this kind of performance? Just as he was wondering, he suddenly felt something heavy really fall into his pocket. Harry's face suddenly sank. He immediately understood that the illusion reflected by the mirror had become reality. He really got the Philosopher's Stone just like that. Except for Harry himself, Sherlock and Voldemort realized what had happened in the first time. Voldemort was through his keen sense of magic. Sherlock deduced it through the nature of the Mirror of Erised, Dumbledore's arrangement, and Harry's facial expression changes. He instantly understood Dumbledore's intention. Humph, I knew that old fellow was going to play tricks. Although Voldemort was complaining about Dumbledore, his tone was full of excitement. Quick, hand over the Philosopher's Stone in your pocket. Don't even think about it. Although he didn't know why the Philosopher's Stone came to his pocket, Harry resolutely refused. Don't be stupid. Now that he had determined the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort began to coerce and lure even more directly. He looked at Harry with a fierce gaze. In order to save your own little life, join me, otherwise you will end up like your parents. They were begging me for mercy before they died. Parents are absolutely Harry's Achilles heel. Hearing Voldemort openly insult them like this, Harry's anger exploded. You're talking nonsense. How touching. He said in a hoarse voice, courage is a very valuable quality. I have always admired courageous people. Yes, your parents were indeed very brave back then. I first attacked your father, but he was unyielding and fought bravely with me. Your mother didn't have to die, but she desperately wanted to protect you. I had no choice but to send her to see your father too. Okay, give me the Philosopher's Stone, don't let your mother die in vain for you. Quirrell slowly took 2 steps back, making Voldemort gradually approach Harry, and that evil face once again revealed a hideous smile. His lips were twisted even more. Just then, a loud shout rang out, do it! Faster than the sound was a blasting curse. In fact, when Voldemort realized that Harry had obtained the Philosopher's Stone, he was already prepared to change from bewitchment to a strong attack. It's just that he didn't expect that someone's movements were faster than him. He was still babbling there, Sherlock had already struck first, and a blasting curse had already been thrown at him. It's a pity that although Quirrell was just ridiculed by Sherlock and unable to refute, he is not a liar in essence. Or rather, to be able to be seen by Voldemort as a carrier, his strength has already been affirmed. So even though Sherlock's spell came without warning, he still dodged it with a flash. However, at this moment, 2 more spells rushed towards him one after another. Expelliarmus! Petrificus Totalis! At the moment Sherlock shouted to do it, Harry and Hermione also shot at the same time. Harry endured the pain on his forehead and used his best disarming spell. Hermione's disarming spell was not skilled enough, so she simply threw out the leg-locking curse that Malfoy had used on Neville. In order to avenge Neville for Malfoy, she practiced this spell a lot, so the proficiency is quite high. Although the power is not great, if it can really lock Quirrell's legs tightly together, it will definitely be of great benefit to the current situation. It's a pity that Quirrell is the man that the Dark Lord has taken a fancy to after all. Just as Dumbledore once said to Sherlock, he is an excellent Ravenclaw. So he managed to add a defensive spell to himself before being hit by the 2 spells. In this way, although Harry and Hermione's disarming spell and leg-locking curse hit him, they only paused his movements for a moment and did not produce a substantial effect. Fortunately, taking advantage of this opportunity created by Harry and Hermione for himself, Sherlock also successfully rushed in front of Quirrell. Chapter 109. Before this battle began, Sherlock had already aligned his thoughts with Harry. He didn't expect to rely on magic in this battle. No matter how gifted the 3 first-year students were, they couldn't possibly be a match for a defense against the dark arts professor. Not to mention, Quirrell had Voldemort behind him. So, this battle was about drawing on historical experience and replicating the battle in the Forbidden Forest. Taking advantage of the opportunity that Harry and Hermione created for him, Sherlock drew his long sword without hesitation and stabbed it towards Quirrell. However, this time, a snake formed from black smoke appeared out of nowhere between them, directly wrapping around Sherlock's sword-wielding arm. Fool, the same trick won't work on me a second time. Quirrell laughed triumphantly. Ever since Sherlock stabbed him in the Forbidden Forest, he had specifically conducted an investigation. Knowing that Sherlock was a wizard who didn't follow the usual path, how could he not be prepared? Today, he would avenge the stab he received in the Forbidden Forest. Avada Kedavra. Having been scolded fiercely by Sherlock earlier, Quirrell didn't hesitate and directly used the killing curse on Sherlock. The originally small room was instantly illuminated by green light, and Quirrell's originally pale face was now even more ghastly. His face was full of grimace. At such close range, it was impossible for Sherlock to dodge. This annoying little wizard was doomed. Harry and Hermione were shocked, and they cast spells once again. However, it was useless. Quirrell had already prepared, and with the blessing of a defensive spell plus an iron skin curse, he directly bounced their spells back at them. The wand in Harry's hand flew straight out. Hermione's legs snapped together with a pop sound, and she lost her balance from her rushing forward state, directly falling to the ground, and the wand in her hand was thrown far away. At this moment, both of them, having lost their weapons, were in despair. Hermione even closed her eyes. She even had a thought in her mind, could the Felix Felicis that Snape gave Harry be fake? However, at the next moment, Quirrell's incredulous voice rang out. This is impossible. Hermione quickly raised her head and saw Sherlock holding a sword in his right hand and a shield in his left, striking a standard defensive pose. Quirrell was still holding his wand, pointing at Sherlock, but the shock on his face couldn't be concealed. She didn't understand what had happened at all. However, Harry saw the process clearly. When Sherlock rushed in front of Quirrell, his other hand had already put away his wand, replaced by a shield. Harry certainly recognized this shield. Its core material was the rock cake personally customized by Hagrid. In the battle in the Forbidden Forest, it had already proven its defensive capabilities by blocking the Cruciatus curse. Now, facing the killing curse, it still didn't disappoint. When the spell hit the shield, an explosion occurred directly at the point of contact between the spell and the shield, and green flames rose into the air. Under the effect of the strong shock wave, Sherlock and Quirrell both staggered back several steps. The black snake that had wrapped around Sherlock's arm also disappeared. Quirrell was stunned at this time. This was the killing curse, which ranked first among the 3 unforgivable curses. The death curse. Only one person in history had ever survived this curse, and that was Harry Potter. It was impossible for a second person to do it. Fool, there's something wrong with that shield of his. At this moment, Voldemort's hoarse voice rang out again. Quirrell was scolded by Voldemort and instantly realized. When the killing curse is successfully cast on a living person or other creature, the cursed person will die instantly and usually leave no trace. However, it can still be blocked by solid obstacles, such as walls and shields, and its success rate mainly depends on the solidity of the obstacle. Since the shield in Sherlock's hand could block the killing curse, it meant that it was solid enough. You're right, but there's no reward. In this short moment, Sherlock stepped forward again and swung his sword towards Quirrell. I said, the same trick won't work on me a second time. This time, what Quirrell summoned was vines. Unlike the black snake just now, after the vines wrapped around Sherlock's arm, they continued to extend towards his body. There was a tendency to tie up Sherlock's entire body if he didn't agree. At the same time, he raised his wand again and aimed it at Sherlock. This time, the killing curse would definitely hit Sherlock directly. At such close range, he didn't even have room to raise his shield. Is that so? Then how about this? Quirrell never expected that Sherlock's other hand, maintaining the posture of holding the shield, would smash it hard at Quirrell. Just as he had thought, there was no way to dodge in such a close situation. Not only did Sherlock have no way to dodge his spell, but he also had no way to dodge Sherlock's shield strike. Most wizards' bodies are not robust. Quirrell was even more so. After being parasitized by Voldemort, his vitality had to be used to support the latter, making his originally not strong body even weaker. Sherlock's shield hit Quirrell's face solidly. His body leaned back and fell backward on his knees. From Quirrell using the killing curse but being blocked by the shield, to him wanting to use the killing curse a second time but being knocked back by Sherlock's shield, the process was complicated to describe, but it was actually very quick. Harry didn't have time to pick up his wand. He remembered Sherlock's special training for him during this period, and he also witnessed Sherlock knocking back Quirrell with one punch, so he resolutely rushed up. Taking advantage of the moment when Quirrell was knocked out of his defense by Sherlock and his defenses were wide open, he also threw a punch. A serious punch. Quirrell never expected that Sherlock wasn't the only one who could box. Harry's punch hit Quirrell's face squarely, and the latter's mournful screams echoed throughout the room. For some reason, This sound made Harry feel particularly excited. He punched Voldemort in the face. The Dark Lord, whose name the entire magical world didn't even dare to mention, had been punched in the face by him. He could even feel that when this punch hit Voldemort, even the pain in the scar on his forehead had lessened a lot. Continue. Roger. Sherlock and Harry punched at the same time, just like they usually practiced, and their fists simultaneously hit Quirrell's back of the head hard, or rather, Voldemort's face. This time, Sherlock keenly noticed the anomaly. In terms of boxing, Harry obviously had talent, but he was still far behind himself. Judging from the two punches just now, it was mainly because Quirrell was too weak, and the Felix Felicis had worked, so Harry was able to hit him continuously. Even so, his fist should be heavier than Harry's. However, when Harry's first punch hit Quirrell, the wail he let out was far more miserable than the punch he had given him. This time, with the attack from both sides, the fist he swung was still heavier than Harry's. However, the places where Quirrell's body came into contact with Harry's fist instantly bubbled up, as if they had been scalded. Even before Quirrell screamed, Sherlock even heard a harsh crackling sound from Quirrell's skin. It took less than a second for Sherlock to understand. This was what Dumbledore wanted. The effect was so good. Harry, grab him. Understood. Although Harry didn't understand the reason, he had long developed the habit of following orders this year. So, without saying a word, he directly firmly grabbed Quirrell's arm with both hands. Ah! Quirrell immediately let out a burst of screams, "Master, my hand, me hand!" He tried desperately to shake Harry off, but Harry had received Sherlock's explicit instructions and refused to let go no matter what. Only at this moment did the scar on his forehead suddenly begin to throb violently. This couldn't help but make him a little confused. It clearly didn't hurt when he slapped Voldemort in the face just now. Not only that, but some images even emerged in his mind. A tall thin man with glasses and messy black hair was shouting loudly, trying to stop the enemy. A beautiful woman with deep red hair bitterly begged but helplessly fell down. As well as that miserable green light and arrogant laughter. The intense pain made him unable to control his body any longer. Although he had tried his best, he still vaguely felt Quirrell's arm breaking free from him. But then, he felt someone pick up his hand. Then he lost consciousness. Sherlock naturally noticed Harry's strange state. In order to prevent Quirrell from breaking free, he rushed forward in a lunge and directly pressed Quirrell to the ground with his knee. Originally, his weight was not enough to knock an adult to the ground. However, he had Harry. While knocking Quirrell down, Sherlock simply picked up Harry's hand and pressed it on the back of Quirrell's head, which was Voldemort's face. Ah! Screams rang out once again throughout the room. The sound was so miserable that even Hermione, who had just barely stood up, couldn't help but feel pity. Sherlock noticed, however, this time the screams and wails were a duet. Not only Quirrell, but also Voldemort. The power that Dumbledore had placed his hopes on was causing tons of damage to Voldemort himself. Finally, a puff of black smoke suddenly drilled out of Quirrell's head. It floated in the air, congealing into Voldemort's ugly face without hair or a nose. You, how dare you! The black smoke that drilled out of Quirrell's head floated into the air, forming Voldemort's ugly appearance, and his gaze at Sherlock was full of venom. At this moment, his resentment towards Sherlock finally surpassed Harry. In his opinion, if it weren't for Sherlock, he would probably have gotten the Philosopher's Stone long ago. Do you think that if it weren't for me, you would have gotten the Philosopher's Stone? Just then, Sherlock suddenly spoke, startling Voldemort. What's the situation? Can Hogwarts first-year new students already use legilimency now? Sherlock glanced at Quirrell on the ground, who was now unrecognizable, and even if he was saved, he would probably be a vegetable. I thought you were so ruthless. Sherlock withdrew his gaze and looked at Voldemort. The contempt in his eyes was the same as when he looked at Quirrell just now. Is that all? Chapter 110. Being humiliated in such a way, repeatedly, by a first-year student, Voldemort's anger was nearing its breaking point. He once thought that the Death Eater under his command named Severus Snape had a very sharp tongue. But now he discovered that this first-year student was even more scathing than him. You vile, filthy mudblood. Even when cursing, you can only use such seemingly vicious but actually weak words. Sherlock interrupted him directly, saying with a look of contempt, no wonder you've been reduced to sticking to the back of a simpleton's head who's just as incompetent as you. I suppose your parents didn't educate you properly when you were young. You wretch! Shut up, Be quiet! How dare you, how dare you! Voldemort roared hysterically. Watching Voldemort's impotent rage, Sherlock couldn't help but feel pleased. With his keen observational skills, he naturally saw that Voldemort was losing it. He just said it casually, and it actually hit the mark. Combining the knowledge he already possessed, plus Voldemort's behavior at this moment, a new deduction quickly formed in his mind. Oh, I see. No wonder Quirrell wrote revenge in German. I originally thought it was his own clumsy imitation, but now it seems he was also instructed by you. Looking at you, it's obvious you lacked maternal love since childhood. You were probably abandoned by your mother in an orphanage right after birth, right? How utterly boring. Hating your parents, hating society, hating everything around you. I don't think you've ever considered that you are the one in the wrong. Ah! Voldemort let out a heart-wrenching scream. Sherlock's eardrums were buzzing. He frowned, and without another word, swung his sword. Unfortunately, the sword passed directly through the black smoke, causing no damage to Voldemort. Sherlock wasn't surprised. After all, Voldemort had now escaped from Quirrell's body and was in this incorporeal form. It was originally difficult for physical weapons like swords to deal with him. But it didn't matter. He could not only box and fence, but he was also a wizard. Thunderbolt explosion. An exploding charm was thrown over, and the black smoke shook violently, and Voldemort's scream stopped. Sherlock clearly felt the other party's aura weakening. It's working. Sherlock's spirits lifted, and he raised his wand again. You very well, I'll remember you. At this time, Voldemort had also recovered from Sherlock's verbal attacks. Strangely, even though it was a black smoke's illusory form, his gaze was substantial, as if to pierce Sherlock. Shut up, you incompetent, raging, noseless, crooked-mouthed freak. Sherlock naturally ignored him and threw another curse. This time, facing Sherlock, Voldemort did not allow him to cast, but recited an obscure incantation at an extremely fast speed. As a result, Sherlock's spell missed, and Voldemort turned into black smoke again, passing through the door with the black flames at a rapid speed. Escaping. The black flames that had trapped several people before did not cause any damage to him. Only the unwilling voice still echoed in the room. Remember this, one day you will pay the price for this, it won't be long. Sherlock did not stop him, nor did he have the ability to stop him. He watched Voldemort's departing figure, speechless for a long time. After a moment, he suddenly chuckled, oh, this is not good. Generally speaking, when a villain says such lines, he will probably reappear sooner or later. Sherlock. At this time, Hermione came to Sherlock's side, hopping like a rabbit, looking at the latter with resentment. Couldn't you see me? Sherlock didn't care about Hermione's eyes, waved his wand, and released her leg locker curse. The latter quickly rubbed her legs. Today, her legs were first entangled by Devil's Snare, then she ran back and forth on the giant chessboard while playing the castle, and just now she was hit by her own leg locker curse, which really suffered a lot. She was about to speak when she heard Sherlock say first, Headmaster Dumbledore, how long are you going to watch before you come out? Hermione was shocked. What? Dumbledore is also here? As soon as Sherlock finished speaking, the nearby air rippled like water. The iconic half-moon glasses and silver-white beard were indeed Dumbledore. Dumbledore, who suddenly appeared, looked a little surprised. How did you know I was here? Knowing that Quirrell came to find the Philosopher's Stone, I don't think you would really go to the Ministry of Magic otherwise. I would really suspect that you were planning to let Harry thank you in his grave. Sherlock said calmly, but the words he spoke were not polite at all. That ancient spell was indeed effective against Voldemort. Are you satisfied now? Noticing that Sherlock's tone was unkind, Hermione tugged at his sleeve. After all, he is the headmaster, so be polite to him even if it's just on the surface. I thought you would ask me why I didn't stop Voldemort from leaving. Dumbledore said with a smile. No need, I already know the answer to this question. Dumbledore looked at Sherlock and asked with interest, oh, why don't you tell me? Sherlock frowned, but still explained. You said that even if a dark wizard of Voldemort's level dies, he may be resurrected. Rather than letting him resurrect in an unknown place, it is better to let him continue to maintain his current weak state. Sherlock, sometimes I really suspect that you secretly used legilimency on me. Dumbledore first sighed, and then took the initiative to explain. The prophecy said that only Harry can kill Voldemort. So you believe that prophecy so much? Sherlock stared at Dumbledore with piercing eyes. How would you know if you don't try? I think you should be very clear that only practice can test everything. Dear Sherlock, but this is the magical world, and true prophecies are worth my... Dumbledore was about to say more, but suddenly looked towards the door. But seeing the black flames dissipate, a man in a black robe and a woman in a green robe walked in quickly one after the other. McGonagall and Snape. Mr. Holmes, I received your owl post. Miss Granger, I said that if you get involved in this matter again, you will be given detention. Oh my, what on earth is going on? McGonagall, who was asking the question, saw Harry and Quirrell lying on the ground and couldn't help but exclaim. Snape did not speak with a gloomy face, but when he saw Harry lying unconscious on the ground, his gaze became even more gloomy in an instant. Sherlock took in the actions of the two. Then he felt that he should find something for Dumbledore to do. The matter is very simple. Voldemort has been possessing the back of Quirrell's head. He drank unicorn blood in the Forbidden Forest to prolong his life, and instructed Quirrell to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Sherlock made a concise summary, and then casually added, I suggested that Mr. Dumbledore directly take action, but he hoped that Harry would personally stop Quirrell and Voldemort. As soon as Sherlock finished speaking, Snape's and McGonagall's eyes changed immediately. Dumbledore. Snape almost squeezed these words out of his teeth. Obviously, he was about to angrily spray Dumbledore in the next moment. It is conceivable that the words spoken from Snape's mouth would never be pleasant. But this time someone erupted earlier than him. Albus. Compared to Snape, although McGonagall was using Dumbledore's name, she was like a mother lion protecting her cub at this moment, and her aura instantly overwhelmed Snape. What did you say to me at the time? You said that no one could enter Hogwarts. But now you not only let him enter the school, but also let Harry face him. Harry is a first-year wizard, how dare you? Dumbledore seemed very calm when facing Sherlock and even Snape. However, at this moment, facing the angry McGonagall, he seemed a little at a loss. Even if it was only for a moment, it was still keenly captured by Sherlock. Interesting. Facing the displeased McGonagall, Dumbledore directly began to change the subject. Minerva, Severus, our defense against the dark arts professor is in a bad situation now. Please send him to the hospital wing first. Noticing that Snape seemed to want to speak, Dumbledore added. Harry is fine, he is very good, but please send him and Miss Granger to the hospital wing by the way. They both need a good rest now. After completing this matter, please come to my office. Sherlock, you come with me first. After saying this, he waved his hand, and a red stone floated up from Harry and flew into his hand. Dumbledore turned his palm, and the Philosopher's Stone disappeared immediately. McGonagall snorted coldly and said nothing more, obviously giving Dumbledore face. Hearing that Harry was safe and sound, Snape didn't say anything more either. Being arranged clearly by the big shots, Hermione looked at Sherlock expectantly. She desperately conveyed information to the latter with her eyes, hoping he could say, Hermione is fine, she will come with me too. Unfortunately, until she left under Professor McGonagall's stern gaze, Sherlock still did not speak to keep her. The only thing worth celebrating is probably that Gryffindor was not deducted points this time. When there were only Sherlock and Dumbledore left in the room, Sherlock said, sending them away, what else do you want to say to me? Dumbledore showed a wry smile, Sherlock, am I really that obvious? Don't say such words that lower the IQ of the entire school. Sherlock's tone was a bit rude, and he said impatiently, you have tested me enough, and it is starting to feel boring. Okay. Dumbledore was not angry, he looked at the mirror of Eris that had just been thrown in front of Harry by Voldemort, and a deep color of remembrance appeared in his eyes. Chapter 111. Hogwarts, Underground Chamber. Dumbledore gazed deeply into the mirror of Eris, his expression complex. His eyes sometimes revealed a hint of tenderness and nostalgia, sometimes a touch of pain and entanglement, and sometimes regret and helplessness. Standing beside him, Sherlock, upon witnessing this scene, immediately associated it with Dumbledore's attitude towards prophecies. He blurted out, I can see that you have deep entanglements with a deceased acquaintance. Dumbledore. After a moment of distraction, he scrutinized Sherlock, as if trying to ascertain whether the other party had truly used legilimency on him. The very thought struck him as absurd. However, Sherlock was simply too astute. He took a deep breath, evaded Sherlock's statement, and steered the conversation towards Harry. Sherlock, I once told you that Harry is the boy who lived and was personally marked by Voldemort, correct? Sherlock stared at Dumbledore, enunciating each word. I don't understand why you have such a seemingly morbid obsession with this prophecy. Hogwarts, and even the entire magical world, believes that you cherish every student in the school, even including the misguided Quirrell. But in reality, you have a very ruthless side. To achieve your goals, you are willing to sacrifice many. If necessary, you might even sacrifice yourself. At this point, Sherlock suddenly smiled. Voldemort is known as the Dark Lord. I think he's far inferior to you, the White Lord. Hearing this, Dumbledore, who had been looking astonished, also smiled. I must admit, despite repeatedly raising my expectations of you, it is still far from enough. Now I am a little worried that you might go astray. Sherlock's smile faded. So, you've experienced something similar. The smile on Dumbledore's face instantly stiffened. Dumbledore could definitely be considered a veteran, having seen a great deal. People often think that he can see through people's hearts. In fact, that is just experience gained after too many vicissitudes. However, he had never seen anything like being able to see through someone simply through observation, without using legilimency. He couldn't help but feel a sense of illusion, that when facing Sherlock, he had no secrets to speak of. The longer he was with him, the more information was exposed. Dumbledore could imagine that if Sherlock were an adult, someone like him would definitely not be liked by others. Fortunately, Sherlock is currently only a 12-year-old boy, and the rejection from his peers is not yet so strong. It's Voldemort. Dumbledore sighed, still telling Sherlock the truth. Mainly because he felt that he really couldn't hide it any longer. I deeply regret not seeing through his true nature, which led to a disaster. However, we'll talk about this later. Let's go to the office first. I estimate Minerva and Severus will be arriving soon. Just as Dumbledore said, Sherlock and he had just arrived at the headmaster's office when McGonagall and Snape arrived. Professor McGonagall, upon entering the office, immediately drew her wand and tapped it on the desk a few times, her gaze sweeping across the walls of the office. I'm afraid I must ask you all to leave for a moment, we have some things to discuss. Some portraits left knowingly, while others mumbled, their movements somewhat sluggish. Such as former headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black. It's always like this, always like this. Are we that much of an eyesore? Professor McGonagall gave him a look, and the former headmaster sped away without another word. Soon, only empty picture frames remained on the walls. Albus, now we can talk properly. Professor McGonagall took the lead in sitting down. She used transfiguration to create 4 cups, staring intently at Dumbledore. I need an explanation. Why would you allow the Dark Lord to enter the school? Faced with Professor McGonagall's series of actions that could be described as taking over the host's duties, Dumbledore not only did not object but instead revealed an approving look. However, after hearing McGonagall's words, he calmly corrected her. My dear Professor, someone as sensible as you should be able to call him by his real name, right? All this Dark Lord nonsense is just rubbish. It's been 22 years, and I've been trying to persuade everyone to call him by his real name, Voldemort. McGonagall shivered, and Snape, sitting beside her, also raised an eyebrow. Sherlock, on the other hand, remained unmoved, appearing somewhat different. As the only student among the 4 present, he was originally the most out of place. At this time, Dumbledore waved his wand, filling his cup with lemonade, seemingly oblivious to this scene. If we continue to call the Dark Lord, everything will be a mess. I see no reason to be afraid of calling Voldemort by his real name. I know you're not afraid, as everyone knows, you're different. Professor McGonagall said, half annoyed and half praising, the Dark Lord. Oh, all right, Voldemort, the only person he fears is you. You flatter me too much, Dumbledore said calmly. Voldemort possesses powers that I will never have. That's because you're too noble, unwilling to use them. It seems you've said the same words before? What I mean is the last time I blushed like this was the last time. Professor Minerva, I think meaningless flattery is unnecessary. Snape suddenly spoke, saying coldly. The problem now is that our headmaster, Mr. Albus Dumbledore, knowingly allowed Quirrell, a follower of the Dark Lord, into the school. Snape was still relatively polite to Professor McGonagall, even using her first name in private. Sherlock took all of this in. Obviously, although McGonagall and Snape were both very dissatisfied with Dumbledore's decision to let Harry face Voldemort directly, After the brief separation just now, there were subtle differences in their attitudes. Snape remained stern and uncompromising. Although McGonagall came on strong, compared to the protective Mother Lion in the underground chamber just now, she had changed a lot. In addition, it was the first time Sherlock had heard Snape's name for Voldemort, the Dark Lord. This was a different title from the mysterious man. Implied respect. Is it pure awe of the strong? Or are there other reasons? In any case? Interesting. It seems that Snape has more secrets than originally expected. The next moment, McGonagall said, "Albus, I trust you, always have, so please tell me your reasons." This sentence was an even more obvious alignment, and her gaze seemed to be inadvertently looking at Snape. This time, Snape did not speak, but turned his head to the side. Coincidentally, he met Sherlock's teasing gaze. "Sherlock." "Snape." Fortunately, Dumbledore finally spoke at this time, interrupting this awkwardness. When Voldemort was at Hogwarts, he was a very outstanding student. He was promoted to the 7th grade with the best grades in every exam. At that time, he seemed polite and quiet, eager for knowledge, and almost everyone had a very good impression of him. "Does that include you, sir?" Sherlock suddenly interjected. McGonagall and Snape did not blame Sherlock for interrupting Dumbledore but also looked at him. Dumbledore was well aware of what the three were thinking and said with a wry smile. "I have to take a lot of responsibility for this. Before Voldemort entered Hogwarts, I found him, who was only 11 years old at the time, in an orphanage and told him that he could attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Sherlock revealed a look of understanding, and his deduction was indeed correct. Voldemort was a psychopath who lacked affection from childhood. "So, not only this time, but you also brought him to Hogwarts back then?" "It was a second time around." Dumbledore maintained his wry smile. "Yes, but he refused my accompaniment, chose to go to Diagon Alley alone, and was sorted into Slytherin at the sorting ceremony. His performance at school was just as I said back then, almost impeccable. After graduation, he applied to be the defense against the dark arts teacher." Hearing this, Snape's eyelids jumped. However, the then headmaster Armando Dippet declined him because he was young and inexperienced. "As far as I know, Headmaster Dippet actually favored the Dark Lord very much," Snape said coldly. "He shouldn't have refused." Sherlock immediately said, "So this matter was actually the result of Mr. Dumbledore's influence?" Dumbledore nodded. "You're right, Sherlock. In fact, Armando suggested that he come back in 2 years, but he didn't reappear until 10 years later. 10 years later, I, as headmaster, refused him again. Since then, the defense against the dark arts course has been cursed, and no professor's tenure has lasted more than a year. Speaking of which, it looks like we'll have to recruit a new professor again next year." Speaking of this, Dumbledore's voice became somewhat sad. "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you letting Quirrell into the school," Snape said coldly. Dumbledore slowly opened his mouth. "First, even after Quirrell entered Hogwarts, I wasn't sure about the relationship between Voldemort and Quirrell. Letting Quirrell into Hogwarts, on the contrary, allowed me to observe his every move and better understand Voldemort's plans and actions. Second, after the incident in the Forbidden Forest, our Mr. Sherlock, although he made the correct deduction, still didn't have substantial evidence. So I decided to make a pretense of leaving temporarily, to lure the snake out of its hole, testing Harry while also exposing Voldemort and Quirrell. Third, I have always believed that even if Quirrell is really influenced or controlled by Voldemort, he can be saved." Speaking of this, he gave Snape a deep look. Being looked at by Dumbledore with such a loving gaze, Snape only felt uncomfortable all over. Of course, he understood the other party's subtext. No one understands turning back to shore better than him. But then again, is Dumbledore looking down on people a bit, even using Quirrell to compare himself to? "I, Severus, am a good man, how can I be on par with such a person?" Chapter 112. Google searched can. Facing Dumbledore's fatherly gaze, Severus Snape retorted without any politeness. "I think you've forgotten one reason, that is, you always believe you can control the situation." Sherlock laughed when Snape said this. "I have to say, among all the professors at Hogwarts, this unpopular old bat is most to his liking. Dumbledore is too cunning, McGonagall too strict, Flitwick too clever, and Sprout too simple. Only Snape can approach both magic and science with a rigorous and serious attitude, and do his job well. He has his own set of behavioral logic, acting in his own way, never caring about other people's opinions of him. This can also be seen from the traps he set. Instead of having the passing wizards brew potions, he arranged a simpler and more brutal method. Idiots certainly can't do it, because this thing is like mathematics, if you don't know it, you just don't know it. Ordinary people will definitely scratch their heads and spend some effort. If Snape was nearby, he would definitely watch coldly and offer a taunt. Although I didn't expect you to truly understand the wonderfulness of the simmering pot with white smoke and a fragrant aroma, you are indeed the idiot I often encounter. Only a guy like Hermione with a clever little brain can make a judgment in a very short time. As for Sherlock, when he saw the first sentence on the parchment, danger lies before you, safety lies behind, two of us among will help you, he realized what Snape wanted to do. After reading the entire content, he directly judged the answer, and also deduced other things along the way. As simple as child's play. At this moment, Snape suddenly turned his head to look at Sherlock, his fierce gaze as if substantive. Holmes, what are you laughing at? I remembered something happy. What is it? Voldemort fled in panic. Snape. Severus, next we should consider the follow-up matters. Dumbledore opened his mouth at the right time, interrupting Snape who was accumulating power. Also let him painfully lost a chance to deduct points. Sherlock didn't feel surprised at all, not because he is the savior of the wizarding world, but because he is my friend. Oh, what a touching great friendship. Snape seems unable to change his habit of sarcasm, even when Sherlock said this, a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. Not only that, given your outstanding abilities, I hope you can provide some help when we need it. When Dumbledore said this, McGonagall and Snape looked at him in surprise. Is this a formal recognition of Sherlock's ability? Now that Sherlock's ability is beyond doubt, it is too much to make such a request to a first-year wizard. However, Sherlock's next words surprised them even more. If I really encounter interesting cases, I will participate even if you don't say it as long as you can provide me with enough convenience. Of course, there is no problem, I can also pay you some remuneration in my personal name. No need, as long as I can get pleasure from it, it is the best reward. Hearing this, Dumbledore laughed heartily. You are more like a hero than I thought, Sherlock. Please don't turn others into heroes, Mr. Dumbledore. Sherlock's pair of grey eyes stared at Dumbledore intently, and said word by word, heroes do not exist, even if they really exist, I am not among them. As soon as these words were spoken, McGonagall and Snape looked at each other, and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Dumbledore even discovered a problem. Every time he negotiates with Sherlock for a long time, he can't help but think of that deceased person. This time is no exception. That thought appeared in his mind again. Gellert, there is a genius here who can surpass you. But all in all, it is fortunate that Harry has a friend like Sherlock. There is one more thing. Before ending today's topic, Dumbledore reminded again, Harry must return to Privet Drive every summer, and stay for at least a month. That ancient spell needs to be maintained by the power of blood relatives, and Mrs. Disley is Harry's only relative in this world. Sherlock glanced at Snape. Holmes, put away your rude gaze. Even though Sherlock didn't say anything, Snape felt a sense of offense for no reason. Sherlock retracted his gaze and lightly tisk-ed. To be honest, if he hadn't been busy establishing a brand new worldview when he first started school, he could have figured out Snape's little things in his youth in just 1 week. After all, he is a character who can use flower language to express gratitude in the first potions class. Even without deliberately analyzing it, following Harry to Privet Drive during Christmas, he deduced the whole process. Of course, Harry's aunt tried her best to hide it, but it was useless in front of Sherlock. This matter eventually passed like this. At Professor McGonagall's request, Dumbledore must not eat sweets within a month. For someone like him, this punishment was already quite severe. It's worth mentioning that Sherlock had said something to Dumbledore that night in the Forbidden Forest when confronting Quirrell. If the wizarding world needed a first year to protect the Sorcerer's Stone, it would be better to destroy it directly. This was originally Sherlock's sarcasm, but unexpectedly, it came true. Harry, who had been unconscious for a whole day, woke up to find himself in the hospital. There were many sweets on the table beside him. These are gifts from your friends and admirers. Dumbledore's smiling face appeared in Harry's surprised vision. It's only the first day, I think in 2 days, there will be a small mountain here. After confirming from Dumbledore, who came to visit him, that Sherlock and Hermione were safe and sound, Harry couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that they're okay. He actually fainted at the time, how embarrassing. However, when he learned that the Sorcerer's Stone had been destroyed, he was stunned. Why? After asking the question, he immediately felt that his tone was a bit stiff, and quickly changed his words. What I mean is, sir, you spent so much effort to protect the Sorcerer's Stone from being taken away by Voldemort, why did you destroy it? Harry, I'm very glad that you can call him Voldemort instead of you-know-who or any other name. Dumbledore, when facing Harry, finally regained the elder's demeanor he had lost when facing Sherlock. Always use the correct name for things, the fear of a thing's name will strengthen the fear of the thing itself. Harry nodded, fear comes from the unknown, and the best way to eliminate fear is to face it. Dumbledore was even happier, you're right. Sherlock told me this. Harry said proudly. Okay, it seems that even if the person is not here, he can still have an influence. I've talked to Nicholas, and we both think this is the best way. You should know Nicholas, right? I know, Mr. Nicholas Flamel is your good friend, Harry said quickly, but in that case, won't he and his wife? They have stored some elixir of life, enough for them to settle things properly. But after these potions are used up, they will still die. Yes, they will die. Dumbledore said with some emotion, I know, for a young man like you, this seems a bit unbelievable. But for Nicholas and Pernell, death is actually like going to bed to rest after a long day. Speaking of which, your good friend Sherlock also gave such advice. Sherlock said that too. Harry couldn't help but be a little surprised. Yes, although his intention at the time was to tease me, his proposal did inspire me. When I told Nicholas about this, he also agreed very much. For someone with a very clear mind, death is just another great adventure. What about Quirrell? Voldemort, what happened to them? I have to say, you were well protected by your friends. Dumbledore hummed a little tune happily, looking at Harry with a smile and said. Neither Quirrell nor Voldemort were able to hurt you. It can be said that your performance this time far exceeded my expectations. Before I could take action, they had already fallen. Hearing this, a warm current surged in Harry's heart. Although Sherlock's personality is strange, and sometimes he gives people feelings of rudeness, arrogance, conceit, self-righteousness, etc. But once you can tolerate these shortcomings, then he is the most reliable partner in the world. This time, the Sorcerer's Stone incident made Harry believe even more that his encounter with Sherlock was destined. That feeling of as long as I'm with Sherlock, I'm not afraid of anything became even stronger. He took a deep breath and asked again, Sir, how exactly did I get the Sorcerer's Stone out of the Mirror of East? Ah, I'm glad you finally asked me about this. Just as Dumbledore himself said, he smiled very happily. This is one of my little tricks, involving the tacit understanding between you and me, which is very remarkable. Only the one who wants to find the Sorcerer's Stone but doesn't use it can truly obtain it. Harry thought for a moment before he understood what Dumbledore meant. All right, you've asked enough questions. If you want to know the detailed process of the whole thing, you might as well go find Miss Granger, I believe she will be happy to share it with you. Although Dumbledore had said that he had asked enough questions, Harry couldn't help but ask when he heard this. Why Hermione, not Sherlock? This question requires you to consider it yourself, I suggest you still enjoy these sweets. Dumbledore stood up and picked up a box of Bertie Bott's Every Flavor beans from the table. Ah! Bertie Bott's Every Flavor beans. When I was young, I was really unlucky and accidentally ate a bean that smelled stinky. From then on, I didn't like to eat beans very much. But I think choosing a toffee-flavored one is always foolproof, what do you say? Before Harry could react, a familiar voice rang out. I still suggest you change one. Chapter 113. The air around the Hogwarts School Hospital was filled with a faint scent of herbs. Madame Pomfrey, the head nurse, hurriedly led Sherlock, Hermione, and Ron to Harry's bedside. She greeted Headmaster Dumbledore first, then frowned at Sherlock, who was at the head, and said, Only 5 minutes. However, I suggest you go and find your bandage. I think you must have left it somewhere. Hearing Sherlock's words, Madame Pomfrey subconsciously looked down, her eyes widened instantly, and she exclaimed. Oh, Merlin's beard. Her hands fumbled over her body, then she turned and left. Because she moved so fast, her skirt stirred up a breeze. Dumbledore was no longer surprised that Sherlock could tell Madame Pomfrey had lost her bandage. Now, his surprise was more about Sherlock's attitude towards Madame Pomfrey. He stroked his long beard and said, "Sherlock, I never knew you were so polite. Before you made Harry face Voldemort, I was always very polite to you, sir." Sherlock raised his chin slightly, looking directly at Dumbledore with a calm and unyielding expression. The corners of Dumbledore's mouth twitched slightly, and the expression on his face froze for a moment. He felt like he was asking for a scolding. So he decisively decided to change the subject. His gaze returned to the candy box on the table, and Dumbledore picked up a toffee-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, saying, "You just said, you don't recommend that I eat this toffee-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. Just a personal feeling." Sherlock folded his arms and replied calmly, "Okay." Dumbledore was happy to take advice on such matters. He unhesitatingly put down the golden brown bean and took a greyish-looking bean from the box, throwing it into his mouth. Soon, his brow furrowed, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. "Ah, pepper." With Sherlock and the others' arrival, Dumbledore didn't stay any longer, ate the Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, and left. After Dumbledore left, Harry, Hermione, and Ron all looked at Sherlock with a mixture of surprise and admiration. "Sherlock, you're so brave," Ron blurted out after making sure Dumbledore had left, his face full of shock and admiration. "That's Dumbledore. The strongest person in the wizarding world. How dare you talk to him like that?" Sherlock hadn't originally planned to explain. However, when he noticed that Harry and Hermione hadn't spoken but their eyes showed agreement with Ron's words, he felt it was necessary to explain. He couldn't let his friends go down the wrong path. The truth often lies hidden behind layers of mist, and authority stands like a seemingly unshakable colossus on the path of public perception. When reason rings the alarm in your heart, never be silent for fear of authority. Only in this way can you expose falsehoods and defend the truth, instead of missing the opportunity to see the light through the clouds in blind worship. He paused and said, word by word, "My friends, never lose the courage to oppose authority." Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry and Hermione lowered their heads and pondered. "That's right, but it's meaningless." Ron spread his hands, a helpless smile on his face. "Anyway, only you can do that kind of thing." Obviously, he was giving up again. After saying this, Ron turned his attention to Harry, his eyes flashing with curiosity. "Do you know that the whole school is talking about this, so what exactly happened back then?" This was what he wanted to find out the most. Harry looked at Sherlock and Hermione. Because he didn't know what had happened after Quirrell broke free from his hands. Dumbledore had just told him to ask Hermione. Thinking of this, he simply asked back, "What happened to you afterwards?" I returned very smoothly," Ron said with a proud expression, his chest held high, his face filled with a smug smile. "As soon as I woke up, I found Professor McGonagall and Snape. Professor Snape had arrived together. Do you know, Professor Snape's eyes were even scarier than when he usually deducted points. He only said one sentence, 'Potter went, didn't he?' Then he rushed towards the next room. I wanted to go too, but Professor McGonagall forcibly sent me out of the room. She herself led the moving chess pieces to chase Professor Snape." Ron said with some regret, then he changed the subject. "Okay, stop talking about me, quickly tell me what happened after you passed the chessboard array. Everyone is saying all sorts of things, but these two guys refuse to say anything." Speaking of this, Ron glanced at Sherlock and Hermione resentfully. "It was an adventure for 4 people, but I didn't deserve to have my name mentioned." Harry couldn't help but smile, and told everything from beginning to end. Generally speaking, the heroic adventures that people imagine are often more thrilling than the real situation. Because these contents will unconsciously add the storyteller's artistic processing. However, this time the Philosopher's Stone incident was the opposite. The real story was even more bizarre than imagined. Not only Ron, who hadn't experienced all this, but even Sherlock and Hermione, who were personally involved, listened patiently. Whenever he talked about dangerous places, Ron would become nervous and unconsciously grab the railing of the bed. Especially when Harry talked about the face under Quirrell's turban, Ron screamed and shrank back, almost falling off the chair. "And then?" Ron asked quickly, his voice trembling slightly with nervousness and curiosity. "What happened to Quirrell? What happened to the Philosopher's Stone? What happened to the Dark Lord?" "Then I fainted," Harry said apologetically, a look of annoyance on his face. "When I woke up again, I was already here." As he spoke, he looked at Sherlock and Hermione again. Hermione, tell the story from then on. Sherlock suddenly said. Me? Hermione was stunned, pointed at herself, and a surprised expression appeared on her face. Seeing Sherlock nodding, and looking at Harry and Ron's expectant eyes, she sighed. Okay, I'll tell it. After Hermione finished telling the whole story from her perspective, Sherlock said approvingly. Hermione, you do have a talent for observation. Your description is very helpful to me and allows me to think about this event from another angle. Hermione, so should I be proud of that? Of course. Ron laughed. This is confirmation from Detective Sherlock. I think you can specialize as Sherlock's assistant and help him investigate cases. Hermione's eyes lit up immediately. But before she could speak, Sherlock said, we have to leave. Before the others could react to what was happening, Madame Pomfrey had strode in. There was a serious expression on her face. You've been here for almost 15 minutes, get out of here. Her voice was firm and unquestionable. Obviously, she had found the missing medical bandages. They were now draped over her arm. After walking out of the hospital, Ron shook his head and said, too bad, Madame Pomfrey said Harry has to rest in the hospital for a few more days. He suffered mental trauma and should rest for a few more days. But that way, he'll miss the last Quidditch match. Ron waved his hands excitedly. Without Harry as the seeker, we definitely won't be a match for Ravenclaw. Sherlock frowned slightly upon hearing this. He had to admit that the sport of Quidditch was too dependent on the seeker. An excellent seeker could drastically improve a team's strength. Just as Ron said, if Gryffindor didn't have Harry as the seeker, they wouldn't be a match for Ravenclaw in the final House Cup game this year. The duck that was about to be cooked flew away. However, Sherlock's brow then relaxed. Compared to Harry's health, not to mention one trophy, even 8 or 10 wouldn't matter to him. As for how to play the last game, let Wood, the captain, worry about it. Hermione wasn't very concerned about this either. She looked at Sherlock, and was about to say something, when a rough voice rang out. Hey! You three! The three turned their heads and saw Hagrid's tall figure came into view. Hi, Hagrid, what are you doing here? Ron stepped forward and greeted him with a smile. But unexpectedly, as soon as Hagrid saw the three of them, he burst into tears. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. He covered his face with his hands and cried, it was me who told that villain how to subdue Fluffy. It was me who told him. He knew everything, he just didn't know this, but I just had to tell him. Hermione and Ron looked in shock at Hagrid, who was trembling with grief and remorse, large tears seeping into his beard. Only Sherlock was very calm. He looked Hagrid up and down. You just went to the hospital, didn't see Harry, and were kicked out by Madame Pomfrey. You're right, that's exactly it. Hagrid's voice was even louder, and tears fell like beads from a broken string. You guys almost lost your lives. All for a dragon egg. I'll never drink again. I should be kicked out and be a muggle for the rest of my life. For Hagrid, this was the most severe punishment he could think of. His huge size was already noticeable, and now that he was crying so loudly, he attracted the attention of everyone nearby. Hey, Hagrid, don't be like this. Look, we're all fine, aren't we? Harry is also fine, he just needs to rest for a few more days. Ron and Hermione tried to coax and persuade him, but still couldn't stop Hagrid from crying. Until Sherlock spoke. Hagrid, you don't want Harry to be unable to leave the hospital, do you? Chapter 114. Hearing Sherlock's words, Hagrid stopped crying immediately. Although he didn't know what relationship there was between him continuing to cry and Harry not being able to leave the hospital sooner. But since Sherlock said so, there must be a reason. So not only did he stop crying, but he also said to Sherlock. Sherlock, can you come to my hut? I still want to ask you about the dragon egg. What? Dragon egg? I want to go too. Ron immediately became excited when he heard this topic. Sorry. Hagrid glanced at Ron and said embarrassedly. Well. Dumbledore said that this matter cannot be known to others. What? Ron was stunned when he heard Hagrid say this. How could this be? Ron looked at Hermione with resentment. Hagrid couldn't help but say, don't say that name. Sorry. Hermione apologized, but her face showed no remorse. What I mean is, since Dumbledore has already said so, it's naturally better for fewer people to know about this matter. Although Ron was unhappy, he had to admit that Hermione's words made sense. In the end, only Sherlock followed Hagrid to his golden house. "Thank you, Sherlock." Hagrid first found a huge towel to wash his face, then poured Sherlock a cup of strong tea, and then told Sherlock the whereabouts of the dragon egg. Before the dragon egg hatched, Dumbledore gave it to someone else. According to Dumbledore, that person might be the most suitable person in the world to take care of it. Who is it? Seeing that Hagrid didn't refute this statement, Sherlock became interested. Newt Scamander. Hagrid paused, just about to explain further, when he heard Sherlock say. Newt Artemis Fido Scamander, a famous British magi-zoologist, traveller, travel writer, well-known figure in the magical world, and also the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. For Sherlock, this was useful knowledge. After all, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them was on the book list before the start of school, and he had used some of its content when facing the troll. So after Hagrid said the name, Sherlock searched his memory palace for 3 seconds and quickly came up with the answer. "Hey, well said, Sherlock. I didn't expect you to know so much." Hagrid slapped the table and said excitedly. "But I prefer to call it Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Do you know, when you're in your 3rd year, if you take care of magical creatures, you'll use it as a textbook. Speaking of which, Professor Kettleben used to be very reckless, but now he's much more stable. However, I think it might be because he only has 1 arm and half a leg left. As Hagrid spoke, he began to introduce the magical creatures endlessly. It was obvious that he really loved them. He knew the habits of various magical creatures off the top of his head, and he was beaming and excited as he spoke. Sherlock just watched him show off quietly. He finally waited until he was thirsty and picked up a cup of strong tea before asking. "So, can you tell me the real purpose of you calling me here?" Pfft! Hagrid immediately spat out a mouthful of tea. He looked at Sherlock in shock. How did you know?" "Hagrid, I already knew that you were looking for me for more than just the dragon egg when you said that at the hospital door. As for the reason..." Sherlock sighed and said helplessly, "Your thoughts are written all over your face. If it weren't for Voldemort and the Philosopher's Stone, even Hermione Ron would be able to tell." "Is it really that obvious?" Hagrid still looked incredulous. Sherlock was too lazy to answer this time. Okay. Looking at Sherlock's appearance, Hagrid then took a deep breath. "Actually, I'm looking for you this time because I have a friend." Hearing this opening remark, Sherlock's eyes showed a strange color. But on second thought, Hagrid wasn't Ron, and with his personality, he wouldn't make up a friend out of thin air. Sure enough, he heard Hagrid continue. "Sherlock, do you remember the Greek guy who sold me Fluffy? Baskerville?" Again, it only took 3 seconds for Sherlock to find the information he needed from his memory palace. "You still remember him, that's great. He suddenly found me some time ago. I originally wanted to find Dumbledore, but now that this kind of thing has happened, I'm really embarrassed to bother him, so I immediately thought of you. Halloween, Christmas, Easter, didn't you do a great job?" "Thank you for your praise, Hagrid." Sherlock put his hands together to support his chin. "So what happened to your friend?" "Oh, I think it's better for him to tell you himself." Sherlock raised his eyebrows slightly. "He's also at Hogwarts." "No, you know, with Dumbledore around, Hogwarts doesn't easily allow outsiders to enter." Sherlock smiled. Hagrid's face flushed red. Anyway, I think we can find him in Hogsmeade. If you agree, we can go there now." Hogsmeade, the abbreviation of Hogsmeade Village. This is the only village in the UK that is entirely made up of wizards. Although it is not large, it has everything, and the scenery is picturesque. According to relevant regulations, Hogwarts students above the 3rd grade can travel here on weekends after obtaining permission from their parents or other guardians. Therefore, most students below the 3rd grade do not know the situation of this village. However, since he mentioned it when chatting with Hagrid last time, Sherlock consulted the information after returning, so he had a certain understanding of this place. Hearing Hagrid say this, Sherlock stood up without hesitation. "Let's go." As for what 3rd grade or above, guardian permission, weekend. He didn't take these limiting conditions to heart at all. Even without this matter, it wouldn't be difficult for him to go to Hogsmeade if he really wanted to. It's just that there was no need to explore Hogsmeade since he hadn't even explored Hogwarts clearly. But now that there was a new situation, it was different. As for Hagrid, he didn't realize that there was anything wrong with taking Sherlock there. No sooner said than done. Although Hagrid couldn't hide words in his heart, he also had advantages. That is, he is quick and decisive, resolute and vigorous, and has strong execution. This was exactly the type Sherlock needed. The train station where the Hogwarts Express stopped was located near Hogsmeade, so the distance between the two was not far. With Hagrid leading the way, the two quickly arrived here. The village was not large, and there were many shops and bars on both sides of the street. Hagrid didn't waste time, greeting people on both sides of the street while leading Sherlock straight to the Three Broomsticks bar. This was where he got Fluffy. There was a shapely, beautiful woman tending to a group of noisy wizards at the bar. That's Madame Rosmerta, she's very popular with the little ones. Hagrid pointed to her and said, I'm going to order some butterbeer, what about you? Alcohol will affect the sensitivity of the brain. Sherlock said calmly. Then I'll get you a lemonade, don't worry, they're not as sweet as the ones at Dumbledore's. Hagrid winked at Sherlock, leading him to the back of the room, and sat down at a small table by the window. Hey, Madame Rosmerta, long time no see. Hagrid came to the bar and greeted Madame Rosmerta and several nearby wizards skillfully. Give me a butterbeer, a lemonade by the way, is that Greek guy here? Hagrid returned from the bar with 2 glasses of frothy hot butterbeer and a plain lemonade. Behind him followed an ordinary-looking strong man. Hello, Mr. Holmes, I am Hadras Baskerville, it's a pleasure to meet you. The ordinary strong man whom Hagrid called the Greek guy shook Sherlock's hand enthusiastically. It's great to have your help. I've heard Mr. Hagrid mention your deeds more than once, and I admire your wonderful ability to perceive people's hearts without magic very much. After the enthusiastic praise, Baskerville frowned and his expression became melancholy. It's just that what I'm about to say is so bizarre that even the Ministry of Magic probably wouldn't believe it. Sherlock put his hands together to support his chin, leaned back slightly, and his eyes flashed with long-lost excitement. It doesn't matter, I'm all ears. First, please allow me to introduce myself. I am a translator, Hagrid should have told you. No, he didn't. Hagrid touched his head a little embarrassedly, he really didn't explain this. It doesn't matter, then I'll just tell you. Although Baskerville was a little surprised, he still smiled and began to state to Sherlock. Mr. Holmes, you may not believe it, but I can translate all languages, or rather, almost all common languages. I have served as a temporary translator for many international magical organizations, and I have also provided guide services to wealthy people from the Eastern magical world with my understanding of Eastern culture. However, because I was born in Greece and have a Greek name, my main job is still translating Greek. Over the years, I have been the leading Greek translator in Scotland, and my name has long been known to various institutions. When foreign wizards encounter difficulties, or when tourists arrive here, they often ask me to be their translator. Therefore, on an afternoon 2 weeks ago, when a wizard named John Smith came to my house and asked me to go out with him, I didn't find it strange at all. But I never expected that such a seemingly ordinary thing would put me in an incredibly dangerous situation. Chapter 115. Hogsmeade, a corner of the Three Broomsticks pub. Hadras Baskerville, the Greek translator who sold the giant 3-headed dog Fluffy to Hagrid, was carefully recounting his bizarre experience to Sherlock and Hagrid. The Mr. John Smith who hired me told me that he had a Greek friend visiting him. But he himself couldn't speak any foreign languages besides his native tongue, so he needed to hire a translator proficient in Greek. Mr. Smith seemed very anxious when he was speaking. He even had the portkey ready. Mr. Holmes, you should know that in this day and age, almost all wizarding families are connected to the Flow network. Mr. Smith clearly said that he had a friend visiting his house, but he wanted to use a portkey instead of the more convenient Flow powder. Of course, portkeys have the advantage of being able to transport multiple people at once, but there were only 2 of us at the moment, so even using Flow powder wouldn't take too long. This couldn't help but make me feel a little strange. However, because his attire was very expensive and fashionable, and he was very generous, giving me 5 silver sickles as a tip as soon as we met, I didn't think much about it at the time. Oh, Holy Mary, if I had another chance, I swear I would never have left with him. Speaking to here, he picked up his butterbeer and took a big gulp, his eyes full of terror. And then, seeing that the Greek guy who sold Fluffy to him had stopped at the most crucial moment, Hagrid couldn't help but urge him on. Sherlock didn't speak, but leaned forward slightly, indicating that he was becoming more and more interested in the matter. Sorry, I was a little thirsty just now, I'll continue. Arriving at his house via portkey, I discovered that even though it was daytime, all the curtains were drawn, as if deliberately preventing me from seeing outside. Just as I was surprised, the voice of Smith, who had hired me, rang out beside me. "I'm very sorry for blocking your view, Mr. Baskerville. I really don't intend to let you know where you are. If you can find your way back, it might be inconvenient for me." I think you should be able to imagine how surprised I was by his words. "Mr. Hagrid, Mr. Holmes, don't look at me like this, I'm actually very timid." Saying this, he explained a little embarrassedly, then took another sip of butterbeer, before continuing in Hagrid's anxious gaze. I knew that I was definitely not his opponent. Moreover, he had already taken out his wand, and was looking at me with a sinister gaze. Oh, I swear, I have never seen such a terrifying gaze in my life. This is really an overstepping of boundaries, Mr. Smith. I was already terrified at the time, and could only stammer, "You should know that what you are doing is very rude. To be precise, this is not only a little rude, but also illegal, but I don't care." Hearing him say this, I trembled even more violently. "Don't worry, I will compensate you, but I must warn you, Mr. Baskerville, as long as you try to tell this matter, it will be dangerous for you. I remind you to pay attention, no one knows where you are right now. At the same time, no matter where you go, you will not be able to escape my grasp." His words were calm, but his tone was harsh, doing everything possible to intimidate. I admit that I was indeed frightened. I didn't know if the other party was a dark wizard, but I firmly believed that if I dared to refuse, I would definitely be cursed to death on the spot. At that time, all I could think about was completing this matter as soon as possible, and then quickly leaving this place, far away from this terrifying fellow. As for the reward, I didn't even dare to think about it. I asked him what he needed me to do, and he told me that I only needed to ask the Greek friend visiting him a few questions, and get a response from him. After saying this, he led me into another room. Compared to the first room, this room was much smaller, with only a small window high up on one wall. However, the most striking thing was the chair in the middle of the room, on which sat a tall young man. I felt that he should have been a very strong person originally, but at that time he looked listless and exhausted. When that person saw me, his eyes turned red, and he roared desperately, but couldn't utter any sound. I guessed that he must have been subjected to a tongue-tying curse. At this point, how could I not understand? He didn't have any friends at all. He had clearly used some illegal means to kidnap a poor man who could only speak Greek. But since things had already come to this, there was nothing I could do, and I could only let him manipulate me. Afterwards, I began to communicate with that person in Greek using text, according to Smith's request. "Are you prepared to sign the document?" "No." "Is there no room for negotiation?" "Don't even think about it." "Then do you know what the consequences will be?" "I don't care about anything." The above questions and answers were just some snippets of our strange conversation, and I had to repeatedly ask him whether he would compromise and sign a document. He gave the same angry answer again and again. Until finally, Smith seemed to be a little impatient. He rudely ended my conversation with the young man, and then stared at me and said, "All right, Mr. Baskerville, you see that I didn't treat you like an outsider, that's why I invited you to participate in private matters. You should know that I originally had a Greek-speaking friend who helped me with the negotiations at the beginning of this matter. Unfortunately, he returned to the East due to urgent matters, otherwise I wouldn't have bothered you. I really needed to find someone to replace him, and I heard that your translation skills are very high, that's why I called you over. Now it seems, you and I are both very lucky." I couldn't say anything, and could only nod to express my understanding. "Here are 5 galleons, I hope this is enough as a thank you. But please remember, if you tell this matter to others, even if you only tell one living person, then may God have mercy on your soul." He pointed his wand at me and said these words fiercely. Afterwards, he used a porte-clés to send me back home, and then left amidst a series of bizarre laughter. If it weren't for the 5 gold galleons and silver sickles still in my hand, I would even have suspected that everything I had experienced was just a nightmare. Even now, I still can't forget his eyes, which were iron blue and grey, flashing with cold, vicious, and cruel light. Please forgive me for not being able to describe to you how much I loathed and terrified this person named Smith. But I dare to swear that the scene of him pointing his wand at me will be unforgettable for the rest of my life. Speaking to here, Baskerville once again picked up his butterbeer, and drank the remaining portion in one gulp, then slammed the glass heavily on the table. He let out a long sigh. Even Hagrid could see that after saying all these words, the Greek guy's mental state had obviously improved a lot. Hagrid, please get our translator another butterbeer. As for you, Mr. Baskerville, why not continue to talk about your experiences after that? As soon as Sherlock said this, Baskerville's heart trembled violently. He suddenly turned his head, looking at Hagrid with a surprised expression. Hagrid shrugged at him, and gestured towards Sherlock's direction with his mouth. Although he didn't speak, the meaning was very clear. Look, this is the magic of our Mr. Holmes. Please forgive my recklessness, Mr. Holmes, it's just... Just what? I don't understand. Baskerville looked at Sherlock, and said as if he had made up his mind. Why would you know that I went again afterwards, and more than once? The edge of your robe is stained with yew wood shavings, and the cuffs have some verdigris stains, which look very much like traces of metal oxidation. Based on these, it's easy to see that you've earned extra money more than once, and the most recent one should have been within the past 3 days. Sherlock leaned back, saying lazily. By the way, when you mentioned that you were coerced into translating, your right index finger repeatedly pressed on the edge of this wooden table, leaving indentations of varying depths on the coaster. According to my research, this action implies subconscious self-defense. So I deduced that you might have initially accepted the commission voluntarily, and then encountered some situations that made you regret it. This point, combined with your description just now, has been preliminarily confirmed. Mr. John Smith indeed gave a lot. Baskerville once again looked at Hagrid with a shocked expression, the latter blinked at him, and after finishing his glass of beer, walked towards the bar. This time he had to get 2 glasses of butterbeer. By the time Hagrid returned, Baskerville had already begun a new round of case presentation to Sherlock. Hagrid quickly put down the beer and entered a listening state. After finding me for the first time, that person named John Smith found me twice more. Once was a week ago, and once... Oh, Mr. Holmes, you are truly remarkable. As you predicted, he came to see me again 2 days ago in the afternoon. Each time, he used a key to bring me into his house, where he would speak in Greek with the kidnapped man. Oh, Holy Mary, I must say, the poor fellow's condition was worse each time. Just as you said, despite the high payment, I couldn't bear it any longer and finally resolved to help him. When I discovered that the man named Smith really couldn't speak a word of Greek, a bold idea suddenly came to me. Chapter 116. When talking about having a bold idea, the Greek translator couldn't help but show a hint of pride on his face. Every time I asked a question, I added a question of my own. At first, I only asked some unimportant questions, mainly because I was worried about being seen through by that guy. It wasn't until I realized he didn't react at all that I dared to ask more probing questions. I won't talk about those tentative questions anymore, I'll just say the useful information. Your stubbornness won't do you any good. Who are you? I don't care. I came to England to expand my business, and I'm unfamiliar with this place. Your fate is entirely up to you. How long have you been here? Whatever, 3 weeks. This property will never belong to you. How are they torturing you? I will never let it fall into the hands of a villain like you. They don't give me food, they put curses on me, trying to make me submit. If you sign, you will be free. Where is this mansion? I will never sign. I don't know. Don't you think about your family at all? What's your name? My family will never let me submit to you, Musgrave. As long as you sign, I guarantee you safe passage. Where do you come from? Do you think I'll still believe you, Athens? Mr. Holmes, this is the process of our second conversation. Like last time, Smith stopped everything, gave me another 5 galleons, and sent me back to my home with a port-caillet. It was after that time that I felt that I could no longer help him do evil. However, I don't trust the Ministry of Magic. I heard from Hagrid about the case you handled before Christmas, and their performance was really disappointing. It just so happened that Mr. Hagrid said that he was Professor Dumbledore's most trusted person, so I thought of asking him for help. When I told him about this matter, he told me some of your deeds, and I learned that in addition to the cases on Halloween and Christmas, you also solved a case on Easter. Hearing Baskerville's words, Sherlock was not surprised at all. Because Hagrid is that kind of person. Fortunately, Hagrid hasn't met Baskerville during this time, so he doesn't have time to talk. Otherwise, not to mention Halloween, Christmas, and Easter, even the Philosopher's Stone and Quirrell's affairs would definitely be revealed. So this also shows from the side that Dumbledore didn't intend to keep it secret when he let Hagrid participate. Baskerville took another big gulp of butterbeer as usual, and then talked about the third time he was called to translate 2 days ago. The process was actually similar to the previous 2 times. He still came to John Smith's house through the portcullis and communicated with the young Athenian who claimed to be Musgrave. This time, Musgrave's face was even worse, and he had many wounds on his body. It can be seen that his situation is getting worse and worse. Fortunately, this time Baskerville extracted more information through the previous method. In short, it is a tragic story of a newly emerging rich man in Athens. Although the Musgrave family is not well known in England, it can be regarded as a prominent ancient family in the Greek wizarding world, and its history can even be traced back to the Middle Ages. The family members are gifted and have made outstanding achievements in many fields, especially in the research and application of ancient magic. They have a unique magical inheritance, and many precious magical books and mysterious magical rituals are passed down in the family. These inheritances are not only the accumulation of knowledge, but also the symbol of power. It can be said that it is precisely because of these that the Musgrave family has always occupied an important position in the Greek wizarding world. Most of the members of this family are upright, upholding reverence for magic and adherence to justice. Young Musgrave, as the representative of the younger generation of the family, originally came to England to expand the magical business territory. Who knew that because of the language barrier, he would encounter such treatment? However, it was precisely because of his attitude of resolutely refusing to compromise with the kidnappers despite suffering all kinds of torture that Baskerville was deeply touched and decided to help him. On the other hand, he was also worried that Smith would cross the river and tear down the bridge, killing the donkey after it had done its work. Of course, everything about Musgrave and his family comes from Musgrave's own description, and it is impossible to verify whether the content is true. Are you sure? Why do you remember the time so clearly? Because the first time, I originally had another appointment at 4 o'clock, but because he gave too much, I turned it down. As for the second and third times, it was because I paid special attention to the time I thought it might be useful. Well done, Mr. Translator. Sherlock praised, and continued to ask, after you arrived at his house, you found that all the curtains were drawn, right? Yes. Is it always like this? Every time, but I found that the traces of sunlight in the gaps of the curtains were a bit strange. They formed equidistant light spots. Can you draw it? This may be very important to the case. Yes, I have been deliberately observing since the second time. You know, as a translator who knows the languages of various countries, a good memory is the most basic requirement. Thank you very much. Regarding the guy who claims to be John Smith, besides your description just now, are there any other characteristics? I only remember that he was wearing dragon hide gloves on his right hand. Very good. Regarding Musgrave, do you have anything else to say? I think he is a very upright person. Facing the coercion of that villain, he has always refused to submit to him. I dare to guarantee that if it were me, I would definitely not be able to hold on for so long. One last question, what is the portcullis he used? It's a bronze Romanian longhorn dragon statue. After listening to this bizarre and tortuous story, Sherlock sat silently for a while. After a while, he looked at Baskerville again. Have you asked the Greek side? This morning I asked my friends, and the current news is that they don't know anything. Then I suggest contacting Athens directly, A&D. Hagrid, this matter is very unusual, I need your help. No problem. Hagrid patted his chest, just tell me what to do. I am very interested in this case and will do everything possible to find out the truth, but, Sherlock stared at the kind-hearted Greek man, Mr. Baskerville, if I were you, I would definitely be extra vigilant during this period. Why? Baskerville asked subconsciously. Judging from the series of actions such as using the portcullis as a means of transportation, sealing the curtains, and threatening and intimidating, this is definitely a cautious and brutal person. You learned about Mr. Musgrave's whereabouts through the Greek side, and he won't be able to hide the fact that you came to us for long, he will definitely know that you betrayed him. Don't worry, mate. Hagrid slapped Baskerville on the shoulder, making him shake. I can introduce you to some powerful guys. Mr. Hagrid, thank you for your kindness, but my friends may not be as smart as Mr. Holmes, but if it's just to protect me, there will definitely be no problem. Looking at his confident appearance, Sherlock didn't say much, just asked him to leave some wood chips and verdigris rust. After repeatedly urging him to pay attention to his personal safety, the two sides said goodbye. According to Baskerville, it feels much better to tell everything. He has to go home quickly, and he can finally have a good night's sleep tonight. How is it, Sherlock? On the way back to Hogwarts from Hogsmeade, Hagrid couldn't help but ask. I need to look up some information. If all goes well, I will be able to get the answer tomorrow. Hagrid couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. Do you already have hope of solving it so quickly? Hagrid, I don't know how to describe it to you. Sherlock pondered and said, but to be honest, now that I know so much, it would be strange if I still can't figure out the rest of the questions. Hearing Sherlock's words, Hagrid couldn't help but be even more confused. But he has one advantage. That is, he won't bother to think about things he can't understand, he just needs to listen to what the smart people say. When Sherlock returned to Hogwarts Castle, Hermione and Ron immediately surrounded him. You're finally back, tell us what you did today. Someone said they saw you and Hagrid appear in Hogsmeade, is that true? Yes. Sherlock nodded, and then briefly told the two what happened today. There is no need to keep it secret, even if he doesn't say it, as long as the two ask Hagrid, they can find out clearly. What? Professor Dumbledore actually gave that dragon egg to Mr. Scamander. Bloody hell! He's definitely the best person to take care of it. What? You actually went to Hogsmeade with Hagrid? Bloody hell! That's a place we can't go until we're in third year. What? Some outsider asked you to investigate. Bloody hell! You have to take me with you this time. Ron, shut up. Hermione, annoyed by Ron's barrage of exclamations, turned to Sherlock and asked, this matter won't be dangerous, will it? Should we tell Mr. Dumbledore? Or Professor McGonagall? Sherlock shook his head. Don't worry, Hagrid will protect me. But... Hermione recalled Hagrid's actions and felt that this person didn't seem very smart. Sherlock said seriously, although it seems like he was born after taking Veritaserum, his combat power is beyond doubt. Chapter 117. But Hagrid was expelled from school before, and they don't allow him to use magic. Hermione pondered for a long time, finally finding a suitable reason. Even without using magic, Hagrid's combat power is much stronger than you think, Hermione. Sherlock didn't lie. That night in the Forbidden Forest, although Hagrid didn't make a move, he had already witnessed Hagrid's combat stance. In addition, as a half-giant, Hagrid inherited a natural resistance to most magical attacks from his mother's giant bloodline, so in a one-on-one situation, even the professors at Hogwarts might not be his match. Except for a few dueling masters. Seeing Sherlock's firm words, Hermione didn't insist anymore. However, hearing that he might have to go off campus with Hagrid to investigate the case, and therefore couldn't bring Hermione and Ron along, both of them felt very regretful. What a great opportunity this was! It was such a pity. Hey, Holmes, so you're here. Just as they were lamenting, a hearty voice came. Immediately after, a moderately strong man appeared in the trio's sight. Oliver Wood, a fifth-year Gryffindor student, the Quidditch team captain, a big boy who loves Quidditch very much. He strode up to Sherlock. I've been looking for you everywhere. Sherlock's gaze swept over Wood, and then he said in his surprised gaze. No. What? What no? Wood was about to speak when he was confused by Sherlock's sudden no. Not only Wood but Hermione and Ron also looked at Sherlock in surprise, not understanding what he meant by suddenly saying this. Aren't you here to ask me to replace Harry as the Seeker? My answer is no. Why not? Wait, I haven't said anything yet. Wood stared at Sherlock with wide eyes. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, also revealing surprised expressions. Hermione even remembered what Sherlock had once said to her. Each time, you have to remain silent for a quarter of an hour before suddenly revealing a friend's thoughts. This trick is really superficial. Now it seemed that Sherlock hadn't been wrong at all, he didn't need that long at all. Sherlock's performance continued. In my opinion, this matter is a bit too obvious. Your cuffs are stained with dust and grass clippings, the sweat stains on your collar haven't dried yet, and the soles of your shoes are stained with the red sand unique to the Quidditch pitch. Clearly, you just returned from a romp in that kind of environment at the Quidditch pitch. Perhaps you didn't notice it yourself, but when you just walked towards me, your brow was furrowed, your lips were pursed, your eyes were full of worry, and you were subconsciously wringing your hands while walking. These are all typical manifestations of anxiety. Also, I saw a crumpled piece of parchment corner in your left pocket, with jagged cracks on the edges from frequent folding. and the exposed part has several crosses marked on it. Based on this, I made a double deduction: you are not satisfied with today's tactical arrangements and training results. As for the reason for coming to me, it's nothing more than wanting me to replace Harry in the competition in order to change your current terrible situation. I'm sorry, my answer is no. Wood. Compared to Wood's shocked face, Hermione and Ron's expressions were much better. After all, they had seen it many times. After a brief shock, Wood immediately asked anxiously, why? Compared to why Sherlock knew his question, he cared more about the answer to this question. Because I have more important things to do. Sherlock looked at Wood and said calmly, also, Mr. Wood, you are too anxious. Then I will tell you that even if I could participate in the competition, Gryffindor's probability of failure is still as high as 80%. Ravenclaw is not a weak team. Okay, I was too impulsive. Looking at Wood's dejected departure, Ron felt a little unbearable. Sherlock, can't you really help? It's only a day or two, that case shouldn't be that urgent. I already said just now that even if I participate, it still won't change the result of failure. Also, I don't think this case can afford to be delayed for a day or two. As soon as Hermione heard this, her eyes immediately became sharp. You mean? The truth is often written in two languages: one is the killer's carefully arranged lies, and the other is the silent cry of the dead. Sherlock's words made Hermione and Ron both fall silent. I'll help you. After a moment, Hermione spoke, saying firmly. Sherlock, didn't you say I have talent? Although I can't move with you this time, I can definitely help you in other aspects. Ron didn't want to be outdone. Me too. The next day, after lunch in the afternoon, just as Hagrid was hesitating whether to have an owl send a letter to Sherlock, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. After he opened the door, he was surprised to see Sherlock. Sherlock? It's you? Come in quickly, I was just thinking about whether to look for you. Welcoming Sherlock into his hut and pouring him a cup of strong tea, Hagrid asked with concern. How is it, do you already have some leads? Sort of, I went back yesterday and did some work, but there are some things I still need to ask you about. Me? Hagrid pointed at himself in surprise, looking incredulous. Don't joke around, Sherlock, you don't need to ask me questions. You know, my head isn't very bright. Before Hagrid could finish speaking, Sherlock interrupted him. I think you often go to Nocturne Alley, right? Of course, I'm planning to go there recently to find a medicine to drive away slugs. They're about to ruin the school's cabbages. Hagrid's characteristic of being candid began to take effect once again. Sherlock only started the conversation, and he blurted out everything he knew. After speaking, he rubbed his fan-like hands with lingering interest, staring at Sherlock with bright eyes, as if asking, what else do you want to know? He completely forgot to ask Sherlock where he knew about Nocturne Alley and how he could tell that he often went to Nocturne Alley. Hagrid didn't ask, and Sherlock naturally wouldn't explain. He took out something and placed it on the table. The newest novel is first published on 6/9 Book Bar. This is the yew-wood debris left on Baskerville yesterday. From the cutting angle, it shows a 15-degree angled grain. This is a unique technique of the Romanian dragon sanctuary craftsman, which corresponds to the Romanian dragon statue used as a portrait. In addition, the debris is also mixed with some other substances. Professor Sprout said they are Icelandic lichen spores. What? Hagrid wasn't interested in Romanian craftsmen or 15-degree angles. But hearing the words Icelandic lichen spores, he immediately examined it carefully. Merlin's smelly socks. It really is them. This stuff is a rare product in England. Professor Sprout said so too. She also told me that I could find them in Nocturne Alley. Hagrid touched his head, as if he was thinking, and after a moment, he said hesitantly, I seem to have a bit of an impression, but I can't remember the specifics. Seeing Sherlock staring at him, he seemed a little embarrassed. It's okay, I'll go over there right away, it won't take much time to figure it out. Seeing Hagrid about to stand up, Sherlock placed his hand on his knee. No rush. Normally, he should put his hand on his shoulder, but he couldn't reach. Look at this again. Sherlock said, taking out another piece of parchment. This was drawn by our translator. His memory is indeed very good. I consulted a lot of information and found that its arrangement is very close to the Summer Ophiuchus constellation position. We may be able to find the location where that Greek tycoon is imprisoned based on it. Hey, Sherlock! You're a genius! As soon as Sherlock finished speaking, Hagrid couldn't help but exclaim sincerely. However, Sherlock wasn't happy at all. After all, he had always thought that astronomy was useless. When looking for clues yesterday, he didn't consider this aspect at all. In this situation, he naturally took many detours, and as a result, the learned Hermione discovered this clue. This also meant that from now on, his attitude towards this course had to change. Astronomy is really useful for solving cases. Sherlock, can I go to Nocturne Alley now? Not I, it's we. What, you're going to? Obviously. No, that's not a good place. Once others see a Hogwarts student there, it won't be a good thing for you. Hagrid shook his head repeatedly, patting his chest. Just tell me what I should do, and then I can go alone. If my deduction is correct, then this Mr. Musgrave is very likely to be imprisoned there. If you rely on yourself alone, are you sure you can find clues without attracting the attention of others? I'm not sure. Hagrid was a little guilty. He was too self-aware. But it's not a good thing for people to see you there after all. It's okay, I can disguise myself. Galloping Gorgons. Could it be that you've even prepared the polyjuice potion? Hagrid looked at Sherlock with an incredulous expression. That's a high-grade potions class content. Hagrid, disguise isn't just about relying on polyjuice potion. As Sherlock spoke, he gave Hagrid a meaningful smile. A quarter of an hour later, when Hagrid looked at Sherlock disguised as a wizard, he was so surprised that he could hardly speak. Gluttonous gargoyle spouts water. It's unbelievable, you can do this without using polyjuice potion. Chapter 118. This is truly amazing. Hagrid circled around Sherlock, clicking his tongue in wonder. Sherlock's performance had already shattered his understanding. To be able to disguise oneself as another person without using polyjuice potion? This was simply too unmagical. Just by adding a wig and beard, and changing his height and skin color, Hagrid almost couldn't recognize Sherlock without careful observation. Sherlock's movements and demeanor at this moment were completely different from his usual self, showing no hint that he was a first-year student at a magic school. After marveling for a while, Hagrid brought a flower pot to Sherlock's face, preparing to have Sherlock try it, when he suddenly seemed to remember something and asked. Have you ever used Fluo powder before? No. Then I should go first. Hearing Sherlock's answer, Hagrid immediately retracted his hand. Although you're very clever, since you've never used it before, I still need to give you a demonstration first. As Hagrid spoke, he pinched a bit of sparkling powder from the flower pot and walked to the fireplace. He didn't throw the powder directly into the flames, but patiently said to Sherlock. Remember, you need to walk into the fire like this. First, close your eyes, because you'll get soot in them. Then, clamp your arms to your sides to prevent falling out of another fireplace. Finally, clearly pronounce the name of your destination. After saying this, Hagrid threw the powder into the flames. With a whoosh, the flames instantly turned emerald green, rising as high as Hagrid. He walked straight into the fire, shouted Nocturne Alley in a loud voice, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Sherlock couldn't help but smile slightly. Interesting. As his understanding of the magical world deepened, there were indeed more and more interesting things. Sherlock glanced around Hagrid's hut, grabbed a pinch of Fluo powder, threw it into the fire like Hagrid, and then stepped into it. He didn't speak immediately, because the instantly rising flames brought a gust of hot wind. Opening his mouth at this time would easily lead to inhaling a mouthful of hot, sooty dust. His own discomfort was a small matter, but if he mispronounced a word after choking, he might end up in the wrong place. After all, Hagrid had said that he needed to clearly pronounce the name of the destination. Nocturne Alley. After calmly speaking, Sherlock instantly felt himself being sucked into a huge vortex. His body rotated at high speed, the whistling sound was deafening, and his arms collided with hard objects continuously. He didn't close his eyes, so he could see the swirling green flames and a series of fireplaces flashing past quickly, and he could even see the rooms outside through the fireplaces. After half a minute, this spinning sensation stopped. When he felt the premonition of falling face first onto the ground, Sherlock steadied his center of gravity in advance, and finally stood firmly on the cold stone floor. Without a doubt, the destination was still a stone fireplace. Hey, Sherlock! Hagrid reached out and pulled Sherlock out. You don't look like a wizard using Fluo powder for the first time at all. Hagrid said gruffly, vigorously brushing the soot off Sherlock's body. the heavy-handed force almost shoving him back into the fireplace. Sherlock subtly dodged to the side. What should a wizard using fluo powder for the first time look like? Hearing Sherlock's question, Hagrid was stunned for a moment, then grinned sheepishly. I guess, they should be dizzy from the fall, bruised, and covered in soot, ha ha ha. Sherlock sighed and looked around. He found that this was a spacious and dimly lit wizarding shop. It was different from the shops he had seen in Diagon Alley. The atmosphere here was obviously a bit eerie. A glass case contained a withered human hand, a stack of blood-stained cards, and a stagnant glass eyeball. Several hideous masks hung on the wall, their expressions extremely lifelike, all looking down condescendingly. The counter was filled with all kinds of skulls, which Sherlock, with his common sense, immediately recognized as being from human bodies. This couldn't help but arouse his considerable interest in this place. In this way, it seemed that Nocturne Alley was more suitable for him than Diagon Alley. This is Borgin and Burke's, an antique shop in Nocturne Alley. Seeing Sherlock's gaze, Hagrid voluntarily explained, people can buy a lot of things here, such as the slug repellent I want. And poison candles, giant spiders, dead man's fingers, shrunken heads, these dark magic items. When he said this, a look of horror suddenly appeared on Hagrid's face. I shouldn't have told you this. He blurted out, forget what I said. Sherlock, forget them. Calm down, Hagrid. Sherlock patted Hagrid's knee and said helplessly, even if you didn't say it, I could have seen it myself. Hagrid then realized it seemed that was really the case. Ah, Mr. Hagrid, long time no see. Just then, a man appeared behind the counter. Besides being hunched over, his most prominent feature was his greasy hair, which immediately reminded Sherlock of Professor Snape. As for his appearance, the less said the better. Hey, Mr. Borgin. Hagrid slapped the other man's shoulder, making his already short body even shorter. Mr. Borgin shuddered, and it was easy to see from his appearance that he was a little angry but dared not speak. Although that was the case, once Mr. Borgin started talking, he immediately gave people a smooth-talking feeling, just like his hair. Welcome, Mr. Hagrid, it's a pleasure to see you again. I wonder what I can do for you. I need some slug repellent. Hagrid said in a deep voice, while retracting his large hand, which made Mr. Borgin feel a sense of relief. No problem. It's just slugs. I must show you the potent potion that just came in today, the price is very fair. Then he began to haggle with Hagrid. Although Hagrid was rich, he was particularly skilled at bargaining. Even though Mr. Borgin was an obvious profiteer, he still couldn't take too much advantage of Hagrid, which couldn't help but make him a little frustrated. Once Hagrid happily got the repellent, Mr. Borgin asked again, Mr. Hagrid, do you need anything else? I think. Hagrid opened his mouth, preparing to tell the other man that he was here to investigate a case, when Sherlock's voice rang out in time. What is this? Hagrid quickly reached out and covered his mouth. How dangerous, he almost blurted it out. Really, why can't I control this mouth? If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have even wanted to slap himself hard. Fortunately, Mr. Borgin didn't notice any of this. He saw Sherlock pointing at the withered human hand on the cushion in the glass case, and immediately exclaimed, dropping Hagrid to come to Sherlock's front. You have a good eye, sir. This is the hand of glory, as long as you put a candle in it, only the person holding it can see the light. It's the best friend of thieves and robbers. Sherlock revealed a thoughtful look, named the hand of glory, but it's the best friend of thieves and robbers. That's right. Isn't it interesting? You're really lucky, you came across this rare item as soon as you arrived. Mr. Borgin said here, and looked at Sherlock again. Looking at his young and unfamiliar face, he tentatively asked, actually, I wanted to ask just now, I wonder who this gentleman is. Sigerson, Hagrid's friend. Sherlock looked at Mr. Borgin with a smile that was not a smile. What, does spending money at Borgin and Burke's require registering your name? Ah, of course not, it's just that I think Mr. Sigerson looks a little unfamiliar, so I just asked. Mr. Borgin said quickly, for fear of losing this business. Hagrid, it seems that the place you recommended isn't very good. Sherlock turned to look at Hagrid, and said to him in a disappointed tone, you told me before that at Borgin and Burke's, there's nothing people can't think of, and nothing they dare not sell here. Ah! Hagrid looked at Sherlock with a bewildered expression. When did I say that? Why don't I even know myself? On the other hand, Mr. Borgin immediately puffed out his chest proudly when he heard this, Mr. Hagrid is not wrong at all, there's only what people can't think of, and nothing we dare not sell here. Humph, but now it seems that it's just empty talk, just a mere hand of glory, and you even want to find out the buyer's name, it's really disappointing. Ah! Hagrid, it seems that you're going to lose to me this time. Speaking of which, you shouldn't have gambled with me. This time you're going to lose a full 5 galleons to me. Ah! Hagrid continued to look bewildered. When did I gamble with you? Why don't I even know myself? Mr. Borgin, who had originally felt regret for losing a business, was immediately attracted by the huge bet of 5 galleons upon hearing this sentence. Oh, Mr. Sigerson, if I may be so bold, what sort of wager did you make with Mr. Hagrid? Humph, Hagrid told me that the shopkeepers of Nocturne Alley are all knowledgeable and can discern the origin of mere light spots. How could such a thing be possible? As Sherlock spoke, he casually tossed the Summer Ophiuchus constellation chart, which had been recorrected and drawn by Hermione, onto the counter. Just as he tossed it onto the counter, Sherlock seemed to regret it and tried to take it back. Ah, I'm really something, why did I show you this? However, someone else moved faster than him. Mr. Borgin pressed down on the constellation chart. Wait, just a moment. His eyes were greedy as he licked his lips. Mr. Sigerson, you just said, if someone could recognize where it came from, you would lose 5 galleons to Mr. Hagrid. Yes, so what? Sherlock said with a displeased expression, but that's none of your business, Hagrid, let's go. I can recognize it. What did you say? Sherlock stopped trying to retrieve the constellation chart, and looked up at Mr. Borgin. That perfectly timed hint of surprise almost made Mr. Borgin cry out in excitement. I can recognize it, he said, trying his best to suppress the excitement in his heart, staring at Sherlock. I know where it comes from. Chapter 119. Nocturne Alley, Borgin and Burke's shop. The greasy-haired Mr. Borgin was excited, and even his hunched body straightened up a bit. He pointed to the star chart and said to Sherlock. I said I can recognize where it is. TCH, I don't believe it. Mr. Sigerson, Borgin and Burke's is the largest shop in Nocturne Alley, and Mr. Borgin is the owner most familiar with this place. Even your friend Hagrid knows this, but you refuse to believe me. Humph, you can never make me believe your words. Then are you willing to bet with me too? Haha, that's just letting you lose money, because I know I'm right. Sherlock said with a stubborn look, but I'm still willing to take out half a galleon to bet with you, just to teach you not to be stubborn. Upon hearing that the bet was as much as half a galleon, a smile flashed across Mr. Borgin's face, and he pointed his finger. Mr. Sigerson, this is the Summer Ophiuchus star chart. I know very well that the dome of the Parthenon black market has it painted on it. Really? I don't believe it. Even though Mr. Borgin had already said the answer, Sherlock still looked at the other party suspiciously. You wouldn't be colluding with Hagrid to deceive me, would you? I've never heard of Nocturne Alley having any black market. Hagrid waved his hands repeatedly. I didn't. Haha, that's because it's only open 1 day a week, and only at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Mr. Burke smiled unusually happily, with wrinkles piled up on his face. Even Mr. Hagrid, a regular customer of Nocturne Alley, may not know. I really don't know. Hagrid muttered. It doesn't matter, Mr. Hagrid, I've already earned you 5 galleons. Mr. Burke looked at Hagrid and said, then turned to Sherlock, Mr. Sigerson, it seems you are too confident. Stop talking nonsense there. Sherlock looked unconvinced. You say it's a black market, then it's a black market? What proof do you have? He slammed the counter loudly, looking completely like he didn't want to admit defeat and was angry out of shame. Ha ha ha, Mr. Sigerson, otherwise why did I say you were lucky just now? Today happens to be the day the Parthenon black market is open. What? Sherlock was shocked. Is it such a coincidence? It really is such a coincidence. Let me see. It's already past 4 o'clock. Mr. Borgin said with a smile, last week the black market was open on Friday, but this week it's Monday. I heard that the group of Nordic guys have been doing some kind of transaction recently. In short, you can easily verify what I just said. Take us there immediately. Hearing this, Sherlock immediately put away the star chart. I still don't believe it. If it's really the same as what's drawn on this chart, I'll give you half a galleon right away. With pleasure. Mr. Borgin was overjoyed. He could get half a galleon just by taking a trip. Why not? He could now see that this young wizard who called himself Sigerson had a mine at home, and he couldn't hold his breath when he encountered things. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to make friends with Hagrid, otherwise a newcomer like this swaggering into Knockturn Alley, the dark wizards would never let him go so easily. It's just, why isn't such a person his friend? In the window of a shop across from it, some shrunken human heads were eerily displayed. 2 shops away, a large cage was filled with huge black spiders. In a dark doorway nearby, 2 ragged wizards were whispering. But when they saw Hagrid's huge size, they immediately took their eyes back. Confirmed the look in their eyes, they were people they couldn't afford to mess with. Mr. Borgin led Sherlock and Hagrid westward to a corner and stopped at a shop selling poisonous candles. A piece of old wooden street sign hung in front of the shop, with Knockturn Alley written on it. Sherlock took a few more glances. Simple homophonic text, Knockturn Alley, Conctum Alley, comes from nocturnally. It does conform to the real environment, forming a sharp contrast with the bright Diagon Alley. Just go south. Mr. Borgin pointed to the front, led the 2 around the corner and walked 3 more shops, finally stopping in front of a dead end. Knockturn Alley was originally a dark place, and this place seemed particularly dark. If it weren't for the tall Hagrid by his side, Sherlock would never have come here alone now. In front of them and to their right were low shops connected together, and Mr. Borgin's face once again piled up with a smile. This is the Parthenon Black Market, an industry created by a group of guys from Northern Europe. Look over there, Mr. Sigerson, you can see it as soon as you look up. Following the direction Mr. Borgin pointed, Sherlock and Hagrid indeed saw the Ophiuchus pattern painted on the dome. Not only Ophiuchus, but also Serpens, which is connected to it. How about it, Mr. Sigerson? Do you have anything to say now? Seeing this scene, Sherlock immediately lowered his head in frustration, revealing a very annoyed look. He reluctantly counted out 8 silver sickles from his arms, and handed them to Mr. Borgin with a kind of indescribable, profound aversion. Take the money I gave you and disappear from my sight immediately. Mr. Borgin was stunned. Sir, didn't we agree on half a galleon? 1 galleon equals 17 sickles equals 493 nuts. Strictly speaking, half a galleon should be 8.5 silver sickles. Damn it, did you still want me to round it up for you? Looking at Sherlock's furious appearance, Mr. Borgin's only remaining suspicion disappeared completely. He immediately took the good and stopped. Okay, Mr. Hagrid, Mr. Sigerson, if there is anything like this next time, be sure to come to Borgin and Burke's. Go away, I feel unlucky just seeing you. You made me lose 5.5 galleons for nothing. Sherlock waved his hand impatiently, then turned to Hagrid and said, let's go, now that we're here, let's just go take a look. If you see anything suitable, I'll just offset the bet for you. Mr. Borgin, who was leaving, couldn't help but chuckle secretly when he heard Sherlock and Hagrid's conversation. Calling it a black market is just those guys trying to put on a good show. Although they do have some special goods that he doesn't have, but the price, hee. Once this guy suffers a few losses, he will know that Borgin and Burke's is the best choice. Confirming that Borgin had completely left, Sherlock withdrew his gaze and snorted coldly. Look, Hagrid, it's very difficult to get secrets directly from this kind of person. I dare say that even if I put 100 galleons in front of him, he would be suspicious and wouldn't reveal the truth to us like he did just now. Dealing with this kind of guy, betting is the most cost-effective way. It's much more convenient than us coming to find clues with great fanfare, and it won't arouse suspicion. After saying this, he found Hagrid looking at him with a blank expression. Sherlock sighed and simply stated his judgment. Hagrid, I think we're nearing the end of the investigation. What? So fast? This time Hagrid understood, and he widened his eyes in surprise. This is also beyond my expectations. Sherlock's face was solemn. I didn't expect that the black market's opening time this week would be on Monday, so we must speed up our actions, otherwise our translator friend may be in danger. What did you say? Hagrid's eyes widened like copper bells. Without a doubt, the guy who calls himself Smith chooses to use the Porte-Cayette at 4 o'clock in the afternoon every time, just to use the flow of people when the black market is open to cover up the magical fluctuations of the Porte-Cayette. The equidistant light spots formed by the light passing through the curtain gap in Musgrave's room do indeed come from the Ophiuchus star chart here. In addition, the Icelandic lichen spores mixed in the yew wood chips and the Nordic background of the black market are combined, which is enough to show that the location of Musgrave's imprisonment is here. But since the black market is already open today, then Smith must have taken the translator away again. Damn it, this is my negligence. His friends obviously can't protect him very well. If I'm right, after today's translation work, our translator friend may be killed for leaking the news. Sherlock's face had become very serious when he said this. Hagrid's eyes couldn't widen any further. What should we do now? We have to find the place where he is imprisoned. I've got it. Sherlock didn't stand still when he was talking to Hagrid, but moved forward quickly and looked up from time to time. Occasionally, people who noticed them also turned their eyes away when they saw Hagrid. Confirmed the look in their eyes, they were people they couldn't afford to mess with. Fortunately, his destination was actually a distance away from the real trading location of the black market. Sherlock stopped in front of a room. Judging from the arrangement of the light spots, the place where Musgrave is imprisoned should be here. This looks like a warehouse, Hagrid said, looking around. Sherlock nodded. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Smith wanted to use the crowd of the black market to cover up the magical traces brought by the Portkayat, but at the same time, he was worried about these people discovering his secret, so he simply did this. It also makes sense. Hagrid looked at Sherlock hesitantly. Should we open it? Do it, this is the place. Hagrid took a deep breath, exerted a little force with both hands, and pushed the warehouse door open. Chapter 120. Before opening the warehouse door, Hagrid was ready to rescue the person. However, when the door was pushed open, the result was surprising. There were no prisoners. No one was imprisoned. The entire warehouse was empty. Sherlock, this. Hagrid turned to look at Sherlock, his brain unable to process it for a moment. Humph, a boring disguise. Sherlock's gaze swept across the entire warehouse, and he immediately understood. You block those guys outside first, let me take a look first. No problem, leave it to me. Hagrid patted his chest and guaranteed loudly. The reason Sherlock said this was because someone was already rushing towards them. Hagrid is indeed a tough person to deal with, there is no doubt about that. However, Sherlock and Hagrid's behavior of directly rushing into the back of the black market and rummaging through the warehouse was indeed excessive. To put it bluntly, it was like riding on the other party's head and defecating. Even if the warehouse was indeed empty, it was still an intolerable thing. So, when things progressed to this point, the managers of the black market could no longer sit still and hurriedly rushed over with people. Mr. Hagrid from Hogwarts, we have no intention of being your enemy, but what do you mean by this now? As the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, Rubeus Hagrid can be said to be famous in both Diagon Alley and Knockturn Alley. Of course, another important reason is that almost the entire wizarding world knows that Hagrid is Dumbledore's most trusted person. Although this is what Hagrid himself said, Dumbledore has never denied it. And Hagrid has indeed done things for Dumbledore more than once. This is very scary. Even if the dark wizards of Knockturn Alley are despicable, shameless, cruel, and treacherous, and many of them are on the Ministry of Magic's wanted list. But even if they were given 10 times the courage, they would never dare to offend Dumbledore, no, the former White Lord. Moreover, Hagrid's own combat ability is not bad at all. After carefully inspecting the structure of the warehouse, he took out the copper kettle he had prepared and poured the water on the ground. Fortunately, there is enough water prepared, it seems I still have to learn some practical spells. Logically speaking, the water-making spell is the best choice at this time. Among the first-year courses, Charms is his strength, with a leading level far ahead of other students. That's why he was able to use the Summoning Charm, which only upper-year students can master, when protecting the Philosopher's Stone. But now it seems that he still needs to work harder. After waiting patiently for a while, Sherlock discovered that the trickling water was beginning to gather towards the southeast corner of the warehouse. He observed carefully and indeed found subtle cracks in the wall there. Sherlock had no more doubts and directly drew out his wand. Alohomora. With the unlocking charm, the secret door slowly opened, and the room hidden behind it immediately came into view. The commotion he created naturally attracted the attention of the black market wizards outside the warehouse. There's actually a secret door here. What? How come I don't know? Quickly get out of the way, we want to go in. Seeing the eager appearance of the crowd, Hagrid directly drew an arrow from his waist, placed it on the stone bow, aimed at the crowd, and shouted. No one is allowed to move. Hagrid was originally tall and sturdy, just standing there he was a head taller than everyone else, and at this time this action had a very good deterrent effect. A group of wizards looked at each other. Although everyone held wands in their hands, no one dared to take the lead. But standing still in place like this was not an option either. Finally, a bolder person tentatively cast a leg locker curse at Hagrid. This is considered a relatively mild offensive spell, the effect of which is to immediately paralyze the lower limbs of the cursed person, making them unable to move. That way, they could bypass Hagrid and enter the warehouse without hurting anyone. However, this spell had no effect on Hagrid at all. Not only that, but his behavior also angered Hagrid. Without saying a word, Hagrid directly shot an arrow at him. Whoosh! With a scream, the man took an arrow to the knee and immediately fell to the ground. The black market wizards who saw this scene were all shocked and shouted. Hagrid, you are relying on your strength to protect your friend here, aren't you? If everyone rushes up, Mr. Hagrid can't possibly kill all the people in the black market. When your strength is exhausted, you will be just as doomed. Hagrid couldn't help but be furious when he heard this. Are you scaring me? Just as he finished speaking, he heard Sherlock's urgent voice coming, Hagrid. Hagrid, who was originally confronting the black market people, immediately left them and rushed to Sherlock's side, his eyes full of urgency. Sherlock, are you all right? I'm fine, Sherlock pointed forward, save people. While Hagrid was dealing with the people from the Parthenon black market with his own strength, Sherlock had successfully opened the secret door. Without a doubt, this small room hidden behind the secret door was the place originally used to imprison Musgrave. It's just that Smith didn't deliberately hide it at the time, so Baskerville didn't know the relationship between the warehouse and the two. Hagrid looked in the direction Sherlock pointed and immediately saw a person curled up against the wall, judging from his clothes. It was actually the Greek interpreter. Damn it! Hagrid immediately took a stride into the room, picked him up, and returned to the warehouse. At this time, the people from the black market also took the opportunity to enter the warehouse, and they all showed surprised looks when they saw the situation in front of them. It was because the person Hagrid brought out had cyanotic lips, a swollen and congested face, and protruding eyes. If it weren't for the familiar clothes and the black beard, Hagrid would almost not have recognized him as Baskerville. He's been poisoned. At this time, Hagrid couldn't care about the fact that they had broken into the warehouse. Seeing Baskerville in this state, he was anxious and roared at the crowd. Does anyone know how to detoxify? A group of wizards looked at each other. Damn it, the effect of this poison is very strong, I have to take him to. Hagrid looked around, ready to carry Baskerville on his back and leave with Sherlock. Saving people is the most important thing, investigating the case can be put on hold for now. I'll do it. Just then, a bald head emerged from the crowd. Due to the existence of the Potter family's strong hair growth potion, marketing personnel have put out the slogan "The Wizarding World does not allow bald people." However, one of the raw materials is too rare, which makes the finished product more and more expensive, and not everyone can afford them. So it is excusable to have one or two bald people occasionally. The bald wizard spread out his palm, and in his palm was a substance that looked like a stone. Great! It's a bezoar. Hagrid was overjoyed when he saw this, took the bezoar and crushed it with a little force, then stuffed it into Baskerville's mouth. The effect was immediate. After a violent cough, the Greek interpreter's poisoning symptoms gradually subsided, but a bruise from being beaten could still be seen on one eye. Thank goodness, that guy didn't use the unforgivable curses. Seeing this scene, Hagrid couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. As everyone knows, so far only Harry Potter has survived being hit by the killing curse. Hagrid didn't think Baskerville had the ability of a savior either. Seeing that Baskerville was out of danger, Sherlock asked Hagrid to notify the Hogwarts professors to come and support him, while continuing to block them, not to interfere with his investigation of the scene. As things have developed to this point, relying on him and Hagrid alone, their strength already seems a bit weak. Didn't these people just say that Hagrid was acting recklessly because of Dumbledore's trust? Then just let them see it. Sure enough, upon hearing that the Hogwarts professors were coming, the people who were originally planning to enter the prison cell with Sherlock immediately stopped talking. Just kidding, no matter which professor from Hogwarts came, they were not someone they could provoke. It would be better if Dumbledore came. Although he is strong and has the title of White Lord among dark wizards. But over the years, he has rarely fought with people. With his demeanor and status, he probably wouldn't lower himself to their level. But if Snape or McGonagall came, once it was known that they had bullied someone from Hogwarts, they would be in big trouble. While waiting for Baskerville to recover and the Hogwarts professors to arrive, Sherlock entered the prison cell again. Before long, he got what he wanted. It just so happened that Baskerville had also recovered his energy at this time. Although the poison may cause him to spend some time in the hospital in the following period, the bezoar successfully pulled him back from the brink of death. However, he was in poor condition at the moment and could only briefly tell Sherlock and Hagrid the process. Just this afternoon, Smith found him for the fourth time. As soon as he entered the house, the other party had a fierce battle with Baskerville's protecting friends. Perhaps it was because of underestimation, perhaps because of insufficient strength, perhaps because the opponent was prepared. In short, after a fierce fight, the three friends who protected Baskerville were all knocked down by Smith. He then used their lives as a threat, holding Baskerville hostage and leaving with him again. 3 against 1 and still got countered, what a shame. When the onlookers heard this, someone couldn't help but sneer. Shut up! Sherlock turned his head and said coldly. Without saying a word, Hagrid immediately glared over in the direction of Sherlock's gaze. The wizard who was originally planning to retort immediately shut his mouth obediently. Sherlock understood Baskerville very well. The strength shown by Smith produced an almost irresistible power on this poor man who knew several languages. Moreover, he was kind by nature and had to help even strangers he didn't know, let alone the friends who came to protect him. The result was that he was quickly kidnapped to Knockturn Alley, serving as an interpreter in the fourth meeting. Chapter 121. Compared to the previous 3 meetings, the last one was particularly dramatic. Smith had Baskerville directly threaten the imprisoned Musgrave, saying that if he didn't sign the agreement this time, he would be killed immediately. Unfortunately, Mr. Musgrave remained steadfastly unyielding. No matter how much he tortured him, it was no use. He really wasn't afraid of death. Smith had no choice but to temporarily put him aside and turn to reprimand Baskerville severely. Just as Sherlock had said, Smith eventually discovered that Baskerville had been seeking information from the Greek side and seeking help from Hagrid. That's why Smith had made preparations early when he went to find Baskerville today. Smith had absolutely no scruples about using a tool like the Greek translator. Perhaps he had decided to leave after finishing this job. He didn't use magic, but used the most primitive method to beat Baskerville severely. Baskerville was beaten unconscious and didn't regain consciousness until Sherlock and Hagrid found him. Sherlock frowned upon hearing this. It's consistent with my deduction. Hagrid's crashing through the door alerted him, so he simply took the poor Athenian and ran away. After saying this, he looked at the crowd who had just been confronting Hagrid. You didn't know about this at all. This was also the reason why he had allowed these people to listen in when he was questioning Baskerville just now. Because some clues still needed to be verified from them. Unfortunately, after he asked this question, everyone in the room remained silent. Although the Parthenon black market is not large in scale, it is, after all, a rather hidden place in Knockturn Alley. Think about it, even a regular of Knockturn Alley like Hagrid had to rely on Borgin and Burke's guidance to find it. But it was precisely this kind of place that was infiltrated right under their noses. In the end, it was the people from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry who came to their door that allowed them to realize it. Disgraceful. How embarrassing. The black market wizards looked at each other, and after a moment of awkward silence, a wizard with long red hair finally spoke. Speaking of which, I do have an impression of that person, more than a month ago. Shut up. However, he was interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth. The person who stopped him had a face full of, and it was clear at a glance that he was by no means a kind person. Among the people who had just confronted Hagrid, he was also one of the leaders. He looked at Sherlock and said with a fake smile, Sir, this is our own business, so we won't trouble you from Hogwarts to intervene. Of course, out of respect for Professor Dumbledore, I can guarantee your safe departure. Hellowen was now in a dilemma. Although he didn't know who Sherlock was, he didn't want to offend Hagrid, who represented Hogwarts. Moreover, the Hogwarts professors would be arriving soon. But the problem was that he was not the only one who had the say in the Parthenon black market. Sherlock and Hagrid bringing people straight into the warehouse had already caused him to lose face. Hagrid's attitude was tough, not allowing them to enter the room behind the secret door. If they didn't enter, they didn't enter. It would be the same to look after they left. But now, there was the matter of John Smith and Baskerville. In his opinion, this was already a compromise. If anyone else dared to do this, he would squeeze every drop of oil from them, otherwise he would be unworthy of being a Viking. However, he never expected that even this level of offense would still cause strong dissatisfaction in Hagrid. Hearing Hellowen say this, Hagrid immediately glared. How dare he? I, Rubeus Hagrid, am here. If Sherlock still can't get the information he wants to know, then wouldn't I have come here for nothing? Just as he was preparing to teach this guy a lesson, someone acted faster than him. I advise you to tell me everything you know. As a sharp voice spoke, there was another series of crackling sounds, and then a figure appeared in front of everyone. The suddenly appearing figure was so short that everyone present, except for Baskerville who was already lying on the ground, had to lower their heads to see him. Sherlock was also a little surprised. He originally thought that the person who came here would be McGonagall or Sprout. The former, as the head of Gryffindor and deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, it would be natural for her to come and clean up the mess after he had caused this trouble. The latter was because she had shown great interest in this case when he asked her for relevant clues yesterday. But he didn't expect that the person who finally came here would be Phileas Flitwick. As soon as I heard that you were investigating a case, I volunteered to come over. Flitwick looked around for a while before finding Sherlock behind Hagrid, and then gave him a smile. Obviously, Professor Flitwick was very satisfied that Sherlock was able to disguise himself to this extent without using Polyjuice Potion. I wanted to see how you did it last time. You wouldn't mind, would you? Of course not. Although Professor Flitwick's arrival was somewhat unexpected to Sherlock, it didn't make much of a difference to him who came. After greeting Sherlock, Flitwick turned to the person who had just spoken again, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp. You just said, this is your own business and doesn't require Hogwarts to intervene. Hellowen didn't recognize Flitwick. Even so, he realized that the other party was not easy to deal with. Seemed like a big shot he couldn't afford to offend. Just as he met the gloating gazes of several partners behind him, he decided to say some harsh words first before admitting defeat. You're right, but, ouch. Without any warning, he fell head over heels before he could finish his sentence. The newest and most complete novels are at 69 SHUBA. Professor Flitwick waved his wand lightly and said casually, I don't like what you said. Let someone else talk to me. When Hellowen realized that he couldn't even see how the other party had made a move, he simply lay on the ground and began to give up. Tired, let's destroy it, whatever. Unfortunately, he realized it, but the others didn't. Seeing Hellowen fall on the spot, Harold Martin, another black market manager who was originally at odds with him, immediately felt that the opportunity had come. He glanced at Professor Flitwick, who was about the same size as him, and took a step forward while secretly raising his vigilance. That's outrageous. Even if you're a professor at Hogwarts, you can't, ouch. Even though he had been prepared before speaking, it was still useless in the face of Flitwick, an expert in charms. As Professor Flitwick waved his wand, he immediately fell to the ground like Hellowen. Next. Flitwick's gaze swept across the faces of the other black market wizards calmly. It was clearly an upward gaze, but it made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Too scary. Is this the strength of a Hogwarts professor? Completely unable to fight back. At this moment, the wizard who had answered Sherlock's question at the beginning raised his hand. Flitwick glanced over, and the man, fearing that he would follow in the footsteps of the previous few, hurriedly shouted. Professor! Professor, don't do anything, you used to teach me, Professor Flitwick. Hearing him call out his name, Professor Flitwick paused, then walked up to him. The wizard immediately squatted down without saying a word. This familiar scene immediately awakened Professor Flitwick's memories. He kept tapping the other party's head with his wand, and said in a tone of hating iron for not becoming steel. You still know that I taught you? Is this what I taught you? And, why are you mixed up in this kind of place? Being scolded like a grandson by his former teacher, Morgause was also very wronged. Professor, I didn't get a single certificate in the OWL exams. Morgause's words directly silenced Professor Flitwick. There are a total of 12 certificates in the OWL exams, and this guy didn't even get one. He's still a Ravenclaw student, which is too outrageous. But now, there's no point in saying anything more. All right, tell me everything you know. Seeing Professor Flitwick's seemingly annoyed look, Morgause secretly breathed a sigh of relief and began to tell the facts in detail. Chapter 122. John Smith was a wizard from Northern Europe. According to his own introduction, he had worked in the magical finance field in Europe in his early years and accumulated rich experience. 2 months ago, he came to England specifically to make a big deal. Because of his Northern European background, he mingled into the Paddington black market in Knockturn Alley. Although the name Paddington sounds like it has something to do with Greece, it was actually created by Northern Europeans. The scale of the black market is not very large, but after years of accumulation, it can be considered to have some substance. Smith would appear every time the black market opened. However, his desire to buy was not strong. In the past 2 months, he had only bought one antique. Of course, this is not uncommon. After all, there are people who have been watching for more than half a year without making a single transaction. Besides Morgause, several other people in the black market also knew Smith. But the entire black market had not noticed that Smith had actually used this short period of time to turn the warehouse into his personal base. No one had ever seen Baskerville, the Greek, let alone Musgrave, the Athenian. Even the secret door and prison cell behind the warehouse were unknown. Until today. Sherlock thought for a moment and shook his head. The clues have been cut off. Unless we can catch up with the other party, we may be able to get more information. Professor Flitwick then walked into the prison cell behind the secret door. After walking around, he said with some regret. There are no particularly obvious magical traces. I think he still used a porte-clés to leave. Yes, from the moment we broke in, it was almost impossible to catch him. Flitwick couldn't help but feel a little regretful when he heard this. He originally thought he could see with his own eyes how Sherlock solved the case. Now that things had reached this point, Flitwick, Sherlock, Hagrid, and Baskerville no longer had any reason to stay here. Seeing that Professor Flitwick was about to leave, Morgause stretched out his right arm, his palm with 5 fingers spread open, and called out. Professor. Professor Flitwick paused and couldn't help but soften his heart when he saw his former student looking at him expectantly. He took out a quill and scribbled a few lines on a piece of parchment, then rolled it up and threw it. The roll of paper immediately floated over to Morgause. Seeing this superb levitation charm, the latter couldn't help but recall the situation when he was learning in class. He reached out and grabbed the parchment tightly. Although you once went astray, you are still a Hogwarts student after all. Professor Flitwick looked at Morgause and said, word by word. Take this letter to the Unicorn Sanctuary in Norway. The person in charge there is my student, and he will take care of you. Professor. At this moment, Morgause, who was greatly shocked, couldn't help but burst into tears. As a student who failed to get his certificate, he could only end up running errands for others in Knockturn Alley after leaving Hogwarts. Later, he gradually became better and came to the Paddington black market, which was slightly more organized. He never expected that because of a case, he would have the honor to meet the professor who once taught him charms. He never expected that this professor would actually consider their past relationship and arrange a way out for him. Although Norway is far away from here, it is a job introduced by the 4 heads of House of Hogwarts. More importantly, magical creature sanctuaries like this always need some grassroots staff. Some of the auxiliary work there, such as assisting in observing the living habits of magical creatures and maintaining the basic facilities of the sanctuary, is less dependent on grades. They focus more on physical strength and adaptability to the natural environment, which is just right for him. This can definitely be called a timely help. Morgause bowed deeply to Professor Flitwick, wiped the tears from his face, and then strode towards the outside of Knockturn Alley. From today onwards, he can finally tell his family about his job with his head held high. Great kindness is not spoken. From now on, if Professor Flitwick needs anything, he will do his best. Seeing Professor Flitwick helping his former student, the bald wizard who had taken out a dung bomb to save Baskerville's life was also moved. Seeing that Sherlock and his party were about to leave, he stretched out his right arm, his palm with 5 fingers spread open, and called out. Professor, wait a minute. Flitwick stopped and turned around to look at the other party with a frown. Morgause just now was my former student and provided some information for this case. So it's understandable that he stopped me, but who are you? Seeing this, Hagrid quickly told Flitwick that the other party had just used a dung bomb to save the Greek. Hearing this, the expression on Flitwick's face softened. But even so, he didn't plan to introduce another job to the other party. This gentleman, you just saved my life, and I will not be ungrateful. Baskerville opened his mouth at the right time. If I'm not mistaken, you shouldn't be naturally bald, right? That's right. Hearing Baskerville's words, the bald wizard's heart moved. You mean? I will pay you a reward, including a bottle of hair growth potion produced by the Potter family. The bald wizard immediately showed a look of ecstasy when he heard this. Baldness is the great enemy of men. Especially when there is a way to prevent it. If it weren't for the lack of money, who would be willing to be bald? After leaving the contact information to the bald head, Sherlock and the others finally left the black market. They walked north along Nocturne Alley. Soon after, the towering gate of Gringotts Wizarding Bank appeared in front of them. The environment instantly became brighter. Professor, you and Sherlock should go back to school first. I'm going to St. Mungo's. He still needs a period of recuperation. Hagrid pointed to Baskerville, who was so weak that he looked like he was about to faint with a yawn. He had been supporting him all the way, otherwise the other party would have collapsed to the ground. No problem. Flitwick nodded, the Ministry of Magic has already intervened in this matter. I hope they can find that poor fellow as soon as possible. Hagrid clenched his fists hard, that nasty Smith, if I see him. Seeing Hagrid like this, Professor Flitwick shook his head. Hagrid, that's obviously a fake name. What? Hagrid immediately showed a surprised expression when he heard this. Professor, can you solve cases like Sherlock too? Professor Flitwick chuckled, I can't solve cases, it's just the name John Smith. He thought for a while, but finally gave up explaining to Hagrid. Anyway, you just need to know that it's a fake name. Okay, Professor. Hagrid was still the same as before, not thinking about things he couldn't understand. At Hogwarts, Ravenclaw represents wisdom. As the head of Ravenclaw, Flitwick is obviously the wisdom of Hogwarts. Since he said it was a fake name, then it is a fake name. Not only the name, but even his Northern European identity background is also problematic, Sherlock said as he took out something that looked like an ornament from his arms. Mr. Translator, please take a look at this first, and then leave with Hagrid. This was a small Viking battle axe ornament with several letters engraved on the axe handle. This is ancient runic writing. Baskerville took it and looked at it twice, and couldn't help but blurt out, Smith, it's Smith's name. As everyone knows, Vikings are also known as Norse pirates. They harassed the European coast and the British Isles from the 8th to the 11th centuries. Their footprints stretched from the European continent to the vast Arctic territory, and even Europe called this period the Viking Age. Mr. Holmes, where did you find this? Next to the secret door, Sherlock pointed to the Viking battle axe ornament and asked, have you seen it before? Never seen it. Hearing Baskerville's affirmative answer, Sherlock couldn't help but frown. That's terrible. Mr. Holmes, what did you say? It's nothing, it's just that a small inference has been disrupted. This ornament. Baskerville hesitated for a moment, and then said, it's normal to engrave runic letters on ornaments, but it seems to be misspelled. The correct spelling should be smear. Aha! I'm glad I wasn't wrong. Sherlock's frown immediately relaxed when he heard this sentence. Then, Mr. Translator, please take care of your health. About this case. It's over. Sherlock said, it's already the best result that we were able to save you. Let the Ministry of Magic take care of the rest. As for that Mr. Musgrave, I believe Athens must already know the news. Such a magical family with a foundation throughout Greece and the Ministry of Magic working together will definitely be able to find him. Hearing Sherlock say this, Hagrid didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Professor Flitwick showed a hint of surprise. After Hagrid and Baskerville left, Flitwick looked at Sherlock. Want to go home? It's not far from your home here. If you want to go home, I can pick you up again tomorrow. No need, let's just go back to school. Summer vacation is coming soon, and there will be a long time to stay at home, so there's no rush for these 1 or 2 days. Since Sherlock said so, Flitwick didn't say anything more. The two of them used flow powder in Diagon Alley to return to Hogwarts again. This is my office. Walking out of the fireplace, Flitwick took the initiative to explain to Sherlock. 8th floor of the West Tower, 13th room from the right. Sherlock blurted out. Professor Flitwick was stunned at first, and then laughed happily. Chapter 123. Hogwarts, Ravenclaw head of house office. Professor Flitwick couldn't help but praise when Sherlock accurately stated the specific location of his office. Holmes, you are truly outstanding. I'm increasingly feeling that you should have come to Ravenclaw. Sherlock lowered his head and glanced at him, saying nothing. Speaking of which, if the Sorting Hat hadn't insisted back then, I might still be in Gryffindor now. Professor Flitwick seemed lost in memories of the past, and after a period of silence, he said with emotion. Of course, there's nothing wrong with Gryffindor, but Ravenclaw allows me to have a broader scope. Sherlock. What's with that expression? Professor Flitwick glared at him. Professor McGonagall almost came to Ravenclaw as well even today. I often discuss this with her. If we had been more insistent or hesitant back then, perhaps she would be the one speaking to you in this office today, instead of me. All right, enough about that, quickly tell me what else you found besides that ornament. Sherlock wasn't surprised that Professor Flitwick could see through this. Although most wizards aren't good at deduction, Professor Flitwick was clearly an exception. Professor, take a look at this first. As Sherlock spoke, he took out a fragment of parchment and placed it on the table, which was also one of his finds in that cell. Flitwick took out his wand and tapped the fragment of parchment. The color of the parchment's edge immediately deepened, then gradually separated into two layers. Flitwick's expression immediately became serious. There are two kinds of ink on the edge of the parchment, the surface layer is ordinary ink, and the interlayer contains venom. In other words, even if Musgrave had signed that agreement, he would have died. Yes, it's a slow-acting poison made from a mixture of flobberworm mucus and lobalug venom. The poisoned person would probably die within 3 to 5 days, and it would be difficult to detect. Truly ruthless. So, you really don't plan to continue investigating just like you told Hagrid and that Greek? Professor Flitwick stared intently at Sherlock. I know the Ministry of Magic better than you do. I've already heard about Miss Abbott's matter from Pomona. If she hadn't intervened, they would have preferred to let it slide. They haven't made any progress over the years. Humph, fudge that fellow. Hearing Professor Flitwick say this, Sherlock also felt somewhat helpless. He once naively thought that departments like the Ministry of Magic should be better than Scotland Yard. Later, he realized that the magical world also had its own Scotland Yard. The translator's two friends are not a problem. If the translator hadn't been kidnapped, we would have had more time, and that fellow pretending to be Smith wouldn't have been able to escape. Having said this, Flitwick understood Sherlock's meaning. He sighed and reached out to pat Sherlock's shoulder. Seeing that Sherlock didn't have the awareness to squat down, he could only pat Sherlock's knee. Holmes, not everything will develop as you imagine. After all, you can't guarantee that you'll be in a Felix Felicis-induced state at every moment. The world is like this, even if we've considered all aspects, sometimes we just lack a little bit of luck. I think you've also realized that, according to common sense, the culprit could have used the unforgivable curses to control that Athenian to obey his orders, thereby achieving his goal, but he didn't do that. I can think of many reasons. Perhaps the caster's magic was insufficient, perhaps that Athenian's willpower was strong, or perhaps that ancient family has some special means. In any case, from the current situation, as long as that poor Athenian doesn't yield for a day, he can save his life for a day, and the possibility of being rescued will be greater. Professor Flitwick's words sounded very reasonable, but Sherlock was also very clear that this was just correct nonsense. Given Smith's demonstrated alertness and cunning, the possibility of catching him was slim. Moreover, the Ministry of Magic was in charge of this task. Fortunately, Sherlock only took 1 day to deduce the location of the imprisonment, thereby rescuing the Greek translator in time. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Sherlock then told Professor Flitwick the course of this matter, which satisfied his curiosity. Next, it would depend on how much energy the two countries' ministries of magic could unleash together. This process could take 10 days and a half months, or 3 to 5 years, or even longer. In short, if there were no accidents, even though the Greek translator case still had some mysteries, it could be considered to have come to an end. The next morning, the final match of this season's Quidditch officially began. Gryffindor vs Ravenclaw. No one favored Gryffindor. Putting aside other factors, they had one less player than their opponents, so there was no way they could beat them. But even so, Gryffindor was still unwilling to admit defeat. Encouraged by Captain Oliver Wood, the entire team entered the field in a solemn atmosphere, ready to face a crushing defeat. Lose the game, but don't lose face. At breakfast, the entire Gryffindor area was filled with a tragic atmosphere. Fortunately, not long ago, the Lion King and the Savior had stopped Quirrell and protected the Philosopher's Stone. Otherwise, the little lions probably wouldn't have been in the mood to eat. After breakfast, let's go to the Quidditch pitch and cheer for them together. Ron said to Sherlock and Hermione, his words muffled as he stuffed a meat pie into his mouth. They both nodded at the same time. Just then, the owls flew into the hall as usual. When Sherlock saw Watson flapping his wings and flying towards him, his eyes lit up. Hermione fed Watson a piece of toast, and Sherlock took the note from Watson's leg and opened it. Seeing that Sherlock didn't stop them, Hermione and Ron leaned in from the left and right. Person found, come quick life F. The letter was indeed simple and clear, but it was a bit confusing. Ron, what person? Found what? Hermione, where are you going? And who is FF? FF is obviously Professor Flitwick. Sherlock folded the note and put it in his pocket, then stood up. Phileas Flitwick. He only answered this one question, because that was enough for Hermione to connect the dots. Hermione stood up as well. There's progress on the case again? Are you going now? That's right. Sherlock paused, hesitating for a moment. Cheer for Gryffindor for me. After saying that, he hurried towards Flitwick's office without hesitation. 8th floor of the West Tower, the 13th room counting from the right. Hermione jogged after him for 2 steps, but stopped quickly because she realized it was useless for her to follow. Looking back at Ron, she found him still standing there, looking dazed. She couldn't help but sigh, let's go cheer for Gryffindor. When Sherlock found Professor Flitwick, the latter was already prepared. As soon as Professor Flitwick saw Sherlock, he said to him directly, the Ministry of Magic has found the Athenian. Sherlock couldn't help but frown, so fast. Professor Flitwick's face was heavy. It's a corpse. Sherlock was stunned. He guessed that Professor Flitwick was looking for him because there was progress in the case, but he didn't expect it to be this result. However, he quickly regained his composure and began to think about the possible impact of this matter. Where? Seeing Sherlock recover from the shock so quickly, a hint of approval flashed in Professor Flitwick's eyes. I'll take you there now using apparition. Apparition is a magical way to travel, consisting of 2 parts, disapparition and apparition. Separately, disapparition is leaving a place, and apparition is appearing in a place. These 2 processes, plus the spinning in place before disapparition, constitute the entire apparition process, disappearing from one place and reappearing in another. In short, apparition is a form of remote teleportation. In the magical world, it is the fastest way to reach a destination, even faster than flow powder or port keys. As for other means of transportation such as flying brooms, they are not worth mentioning. Because of this, apparition requires a high degree of proficiency from the caster and is only taught to wizards and witches over the age of 17. At the same time, as the distance of apparition increases, its difficulty also increases. Intercontinental apparition, for example, can only be used by highly skilled wizards. Otherwise, it may lead to splitting, serious injury, or even a catastrophic result like being torn apart by 5 horses. Because apparition is not allowed on the grounds of Hogwarts, Flitwick first took Sherlock to Hogsmeade. Holmes, be careful to control yourself. With Flitwick's magical attainments, taking someone with him to apparate was not a problem at all. But before performing apparition, he still solemnly told him the precautions. The first time will be very uncomfortable, just bear with it. Sherlock nodded. The next moment, Professor Flitwick had Sherlock grab his arm and cast the spell. Sherlock's surroundings instantly turned pitch black. He felt intense pressure from all directions, his chest as if it were tightly bound by several iron hoops, almost suffocating him. His eyeballs were squeezed back into his head, his eardrums were pressed deep into his skull, and his limbs seemed to be stuffed into his torso. Sherlock knew this was an illusion. On the one hand, he firmly grasped Flitwick's arm, trying to maintain his balance as much as possible. On the other hand, he seized this hard-won opportunity to carefully experience this feeling. After feeling that his whole body was being squeezed, he felt that his whole person was spinning, as if transformed into a semi-solid and semi-liquid form, squeezed into a thick rubber tube like toothpaste. Relatively speaking, this felt worse than using fluid powder. However, because he had been mentally prepared for it, the physical discomfort did not make Sherlock too nervous. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the invisible tube suddenly cracked, and Sherlock felt the pressure around him suddenly disappear. "We're here." As Flitwick's voice sounded from beside him, Sherlock's eyes regained their brightness. The first thing that caught his eye was a patch of green. Chapter 124. Just as Sherlock was readjusting to his body and hadn't yet regained his vision, the unique, fresh scent of grass wafted into his nose. When he fully recovered his sight, a patch of green grass met his eyes, swaying gently in the breeze. Not far from them stood a wizard, and further away, a person lay on the ground. Large patches of blood had already stained the green grass beneath him a dark red. Looking around, this seemed to be the hillside of a small mountain. Sherlock retracted his gaze, understanding that this person had notified Professor Flitwick. Sure enough, the other party's next actions immediately proved this point. After hearing the distinctive, ear-piercing pop sound of apparition, the wizard turned his head back nervously. When he saw that the person who had arrived was Flitwick, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurried towards them. "You've finally arrived." Walking up to Flitwick, he immediately crouched down. "Dear Professor Flitwick, I didn't expect you to contact me proactively. I'm truly flattered." Professor Flitwick reached out and patted the other person's shoulder, turning to introduce Sherlock. "This is one of my former students. He works in the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." "It's the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad," the other party clarified, then extended his hand towards Sherlock. "Hello, I'm Arnold Peasgood, a graduate of Hogwarts Ravenclaw. It's a pleasure to meet you." Sherlock Holmes. Watching the other party crouch down and stretch out his hand towards him, Sherlock silently reached out and shook it. "Do all of Flitwick's students have to squat down when they see him again after graduation? Is this some strange Ravenclaw custom?" "Ah, I once heard Mr. Abbott mention your deeds. You were able to discern the flaws in the report just by reviewing it. Truly remarkable." Peasgood remained in a squatting position, looking up as he spoke. "Now that you've arrived, why don't we go take a look over there first?" Seeing Flitwick and Sherlock nod, he finally sighed in relief and stood up. After all, he wasn't Asian and couldn't squat on the ground for long periods. Not far from them lay the body of a tall man on the ground. Sherlock followed Peasgood closer, squatted down, and began to examine it carefully. Peasgood then began to explain. "This morning, the Ministry detected an unusual surge of magical energy in this area. Because this area is inhabited by Muggles, my colleagues rushed over immediately. We initially thought that a wizard might be using magic in front of Muggles, but we didn't expect to find this. After identification, it was discovered that the deceased was a member of the Musgrave family from yesterday's case. This was quickly confirmed. We've already consulted with the Greek Ministry of Magic, and they sent over the information yesterday. Professor Flitwick also mentioned this matter to me yesterday. So, after learning the news, I proactively applied for overtime to come and handle the scene. What I want to say is, whatever you want to do, you need to be quick. I can't delay this matter for too long," Peasgood stated, while curiously watching Sherlock's movements. Although he had already learned something about Sherlock from Mr. Abbott and Professor Flitwick, he was still surprised to see it in person. It was hard to imagine that a wizard who was only 12 years old would be circling around a body, looking here and there. Not only was there no fear, but his expression was focused, and his demeanor was experienced. Watching him carefully observe with a magnifying glass, it was as if it wasn't the first time he had done something like this. "What's going on? Are all the Gryffindor wizards this brave now? Or am I just out of touch with the times?" Peasgood had finished saying everything he could, but Sherlock was still busy around the body. When he saw Sherlock flipping the body over, seemingly intending to examine the grass underneath it, Peasgood finally couldn't help but remind him. "Mr. Holmes, you need to be quicker, or my other colleagues will arrive." As soon as he finished speaking, Sherlock stood up and began to speak rapidly. Looking at the environment, the surrounding grass is in a messy, chaotic direction, with obvious signs of being trampled, and left by two people. The deceased's clothes are disheveled, and a button is torn off from the collar, indicating that there was an argument and scuffle with someone before death. His hands are clenched into fists, and his fingernails are filled with dirt and grass clippings, left behind from gripping the ground forcefully during the struggle. His facial expression is twisted, his eyes are wide open, filled with fear, as if he saw something terrifying or experienced great pain before death. There are multiple external injuries on his body, but the fatal wound is in the chest area, a deep puncture wound. The clothing around the wound is soaked with blood, and the blood has dried and turned dark red. Judging from the shape of the wound, the murder weapon should be a sharp blade. As for the cause of death, Sherlock paused. Is poisoning? Poisoning? Peasgood revealed a surprised look. Isn't it a knife wound? You just said that the one in the chest was the fatal wound. That wound is indeed a fatal wound, but he didn't die from it. But we've already found the murder weapon, Peasgood said, taking out a dagger and trying hard to argue. Although wizards often use magic to fight, there are precedents for killing with knives. Seeing the other party holding the murder weapon directly in his hand, Sherlock's mouth twitched. Forget it, there's no point in talking science to these wizards. He didn't take the dagger, just glanced at it and said, "You're right, these wounds were all caused by this dagger." "Then how did you?" "It's actually very simple." Sherlock squatted down again, pointing out the relevant situation to the two while explaining. "As I said just now, the deceased's messy clothes and the trampled marks left in the nearby grass can all indicate that he had a fierce conflict with someone before his death. If it was really a knife in the chest, during the deceased's struggle, the blood should have spurted out due to the beating of the heart and the violent movements of the body. In that case, the distribution of blood stains under the deceased would be irregular and have a clear direction." Sherlock gestured with his hand, then pointed to the blood stains on the ground. "But as you can see, the pool of blood in front of you is spreading out in a perfect circle, obviously seeping out slowly when the deceased was still." Professor Flitwick and Pegood were silent. They had never seen this method of analyzing cases before. When wizards handle cases, they often use a simple and crude three-piece set. First, the flashback charm, then legilimency, and if that doesn't work, there's the Dementor. Every time they hear that they are going to be locked up in Azkaban, the prisoners often confess everything. But after all, both of them were from Ravenclaw, so after spending some thought, they finally understood Sherlock's statement. "Even so, how can you tell that it was poisoning?" "It's even simpler: purple lips, skin showing a strange bluish-black color, and a faint stench emanating from the surface of the body. But I can only deduce that it is a fast-acting poison, and I can't determine the specific type." "Sounds like Devil's Snare, or a Chrominchula and Rune Spore." Pegood sighed, "I will report this matter and have them verify it further." Sherlock nodded and said, "The temperature of the corpse is lower than the nearby grass, exceeding the normal range. I used a magic magnifying glass to detect the residue of the spell. It should be the freezing charm." Pegood thought for a while and said, "Maybe the murderer was eager to leave, so the traces of the spell couldn't be completely eliminated." Flitwick also nodded, this was the most likely possibility. Sherlock stood up and sighed regretfully. "Crime of passion. Not intentional?" Pegood asked curiously. "No motive." Sherlock explained, he had already successfully taken people away and was looking forward to waiting for the deceased to sign the property transfer contract. There was no reason to do it so quickly. Whether it's the criminal or the deceased, from the moment they left Nocturne Alley yesterday, they already knew that the British Ministry of Magic and the Greek Ministry of Magic would definitely track them, especially the Greek Ministry of Magic. The deceased obviously realized this, so when the two came here, he was unwilling to continue to submit and began to struggle, refusing to continue moving forward. This was unbearable for Smith, so the two had a strong conflict in this area. Compared to using spells, this kidnapper seems to prefer to use more primitive methods to vent his anger. This can be seen from the previous encounter of our Greek friend and the fresh wounds on the deceased. Also, judging from the direction of the footprints on the grass, the deceased had acted towards the hillside. I think the deceased said something that was enough to make Smith lose his mind, which led to Smith finally losing his patience and taking a deadly hand. Maybe something similar to "Even if I starve to death, die outside, jump down from here, I will never continue to follow you" and the like. Once he strikes, it is too late to regret it. In this case, he can only leave in a hurry after disguising the scene. After listening to Sherlock's analysis, Pegood was stunned. This ability is simply more magical than the flashback charm. With Sherlock's description, he seemed to have witnessed everything that happened here not long ago. "Excuse me, are people in the Muggle world all like you?" If this is the case, then the Muggle world has long left the Wizarding world far behind. "Arnold, did you lose your mind after going to the Ministry of Magic? You can understand it with a little thought. How can there be people like Holmes everywhere?" Being scolded by the teacher, Pegood also woke up. "That's right, there should only be one person like Sherlock." Chapter 125. After listening to Sherlock's analysis of the cause of death, Pistagood pondered for a moment and accepted the explanation. But then he remembered something and said with a distressed look, "But even if we know the other party is faking the scene, it still doesn't help us find the murderer." Sherlock shook his head. "No, it should be said that it is still somewhat useful." Pistagood looked at Sherlock in surprise, and Professor Flitwick also showed a curious look. Sherlock said in a calm tone, "My ability to investigate the scene is not bad. I have observed every detail here. For example, now, I can provide some clues to you and the Greek Ministry of Magic." He paced back and forth in place, and after only a moment, he blurted out, The murderer's original height was around 6 feet, male, not very strong, ambidextrous, using an 8-inch wand. From a wealthy family, well educated since childhood, suffered unfair treatment in his youth, and has a serious desire for revenge. Usually strict with himself, arrogant, likes to inflict pain, and has no fixed abode, with an injury on his right hand. I can only speculate these things now, which should be helpful to you. As Sherlock spoke, Pistigud became more and more surprised, and when he finished speaking, he widened his eyes and looked incredible. How is it possible? How did you deduce these things? Observation, analysis, sorting, deconstruction. Sherlock explained at twice the normal speaking speed. Judging from the footprints left by the murderer on the grass, the stride is large and the footprints are deep, which is in line with the walking habits of men. Based on the length of the footprints and the pressure distribution, the height can be roughly estimated to be 6 feet. I won't explain the specific method. The body is not strong, because when he was faking the wound and arranging the scene, his movements seemed more delicate than strong. For example, the traces of blood smearing are relatively gentle, and there is no splashing caused by excessive force. If it were a strong man of ordinary strength, the range and strength of the movements would be greater. Of course, it can also be understood that he is meticulous and able to control himself. However, judging from the fact that dealing with a person who has been tortured for a long time will still cause the other party to fight and struggle, rather than subdue him all at once, I am more willing to believe the former. As for the dominant hand, it can be seen from the traces left on the deceased's body in different directions. Take the smearing of blood as an example. There are different directional traces from left to right and from right to left, indicating that the murderer's hands can skillfully complete fine movements. The length of the wand is calculated based on the intensity and range of the residual magical fluctuations detected. Of course, this is not accurate, but don't forget that our translator friend has seen him more than once. Combining these deductions with the translator's description and verifying them with each other, it is not difficult to draw the conclusions I said. Mr. Holmes, have you forgotten something? Looking at Sherlock's confident look and Professor Flitwick's admiring gaze, Pistigud couldn't help but want to question him. You're right, that's why I said original height. Polyjuice potion can only change the appearance, but it cannot change a person's habits. As for the difference caused by the change in body shape, I have already taken it into account. Pistigud couldn't help but be stunned. This is also possible? Professor Flitwick nodded thoughtfully. What about family background and education? Despite the tight time, he can still think of arranging the scene, faking clues, and misleading latecomers. The technique of faking wounds is relatively precise and meticulous. There are no messy traces left at the scene due to panic or nervousness. Everything is arranged in an orderly manner, which requires good psychological quality and a calm mind. Combining this with the translator's several meetings with him, he is generous, looks gorgeous, and can still be calm even when intimidating, which is a characteristic usually possessed by people who grew up in a wealthy environment and received a good education. But it is this kind of person who has done this series of events, and even when faking the scene of death, he still unconsciously made retaliatory and vengeful behaviors. The wounds here, and here can all be seen. He is obviously a wizard, but he prefers to use more primitive methods rather than magic to torture others. So I guess he suffered a lot of unfair treatment or torture in his youth, and has a serious desire for revenge. People who do this kind of thing often know very well that compared to using spells to inflict pain from a distance, the feeling of flesh-to-flesh contact is obviously more stimulating. Not to mention why you know this feeling. Pistigud's mouth twitched and his eyelids kept jumping. What you said is completely without evidence, just your speculation. I didn't say I had evidence, did I? Facing Pistigud's surprised gaze, Sherlock sighed. This is just the most reasonable speculation at this stage. I suggest you focus on this direction when looking for someone. Pistigud. What you said makes so much sense that I am speechless. However, it is certain that the murderer has an injury on his right hand. Because there are obvious setbacks in the parts of several deceased's wounds, and the muscles are adhered, which indicates that he will shake when making fine movements. Oh, yes, the translator who was rescued by us also said that he was wearing dragon skin gloves on his right hand, which also corresponds to my deduction. Pistigud still had a lot to say, but at this moment, Professor Flitwick's expression changed. I detected a surge of magical power. It should be someone from the Ministry of Magic. I don't want to meet them, Holmes. Is there anything else? No, everything that needs to be said has been said. Sherlock shook his head and looked at Piskorski. Also, Please don't tell anyone else about my deduction, just say it was your own thinking. Ah, why? Do as Holmes says. After Professor Flitwick finished speaking, he disappeared with Sherlock. As soon as the two disappeared, a rustling sound was heard, followed by 7 or 8 people appearing on the grass. The person in the lead, wearing a green bowler hat, was none other than the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Seeing this, Piskorski's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the higher-ups attached great importance to this matter. Cornelius Fudge's eyes swept across the scene, revealing a clear look of disgust. What's the situation now? A burly man beside him immediately replied, It has been confirmed that the deceased is a member of the Athene Masgrave family, killed by John James with a knife. I don't think so, Dolores. I think he died of poisoning. Piskorski, you're just responsible for erasing the memories of those muggles, don't question an Auror's decision. I'm not questioning it casually, I have sufficient evidence. Piskorski took a few steps on the grass and then began to explain in the surprised eyes of a group of Ministry of Magic officials. First of all, if the deceased was really stabbed in the chest, in the process of struggling, the blood should be sprayed out due to the beating of the heart and the violent movements of the body. While Piskorski was analyzing the reasoning process for the Ministry of Magic officials, Flitwick had already returned to Hogsmeade with Sherlock. Because the apparition point was right at the entrance of the Three Broomsticks pub, the two did not return to Hogwarts immediately, but went directly into the pub. Professor Flitwick was very familiar with Madame Rosmerta, and the two exchanged greetings cordially. A sherry trifle with soda and ice and a snail. Okay, Professor. Professor Flitwick made an inexplicable exclamation, then smacked his lips. Today is not the weekend, and there are no Hogwarts students in Hogsmeade. So the popular Madame Rosmerta was not so busy. She glanced at Sherlock next to Professor Flitwick. The same lemonade as last time? Last time, she had already learned from Hagrid that Sherlock was a first-year student. Unexpectedly, Sherlock came again in just a few days, and with Professor Flitwick. Such irregular things happened again and again, which inevitably made her a little curious. Unfortunately, Professor Flitwick and Sherlock were not Hagrid, and would not reveal their intentions. This inevitably made her a little regretful. A few minutes later, Sherlock, holding a large glass of frothy hot butterbeer, and Professor Flitwick, holding his complicated drink, came to a small table and sat down side by side. Holmes, what do you think? The death of the Athenian was completely an accident. Sherlock took a small sip and said calmly, From the current situation, even if the British and Greek ministries of magic join forces, it will be difficult to catch the murderer. For him, the Athenian was both hope and a burden. The burden is gone, and it will be easier to run. Professor Flitwick sighed, Fortunately, we saved that Greek, otherwise Hagrid would be very sad. As an elder, Professor Flitwick can be regarded as experienced and seen a lot. Seeing that Sherlock's mood was not high, he reached out and patted him on the shoulder. After all, the magical world is different from the Muggle world. It is very remarkable to combine the skills of the Muggle world with magical knowledge. Although your learning ability is very strong, after all, you come from a Muggle family. Even if you don't talk about learning magic, accepting this world is a huge project for you in itself. But, you are only a first-year student now, and you are already good enough. Not to mention me, even Professor Dumbledore may not have performed as well as you at your age. Speaking of this, Professor Flitwick couldn't help but chuckle. That summoning charm was just too beautiful. Do you know, Sherlock, when I designed the level, I didn't even think that you would use this method to solve it. As a charms professor, Flitwick was obviously excited when talking about charms. I think you can still improve in this area, such as the movements when casting spells. Alas, if you had been assigned to Ravenclaw in the first place. Sherlock and Professor Flitwick talked for a long time in the Three Broomsticks pub, until they left after drinking 3 large glasses of beer. Of course, he understood Professor Flitwick's intentions. As of now, this case can be regarded as over. However, not only was the murderer not caught, but even his true identity is still unknown. Only Hagrid doesn't understand why John Smith is a fake name at first glance. But as Professor Flitwick said, he is young and weak now, and his understanding of the magical world is limited. In this case, it is already very good to be able to do this. But Sherlock was not satisfied. The lesson this case taught him is learning, you still have to learn. Including astronomy, which was previously put aside, must be picked up again. Because it's really useful for solving cases. No one can stop me from learning. Not even Voldemort. Chapter 126. Madame Pomfrey was a very special person. She possessed absolute authority in the school infirmary, and once she made up her mind, even Headmaster Dumbledore would be kicked out by her. Because of this, Harry was forced to stay in the school hospital for 3 days. During this time, many people wanted to see him, but they were all stopped by Madame Pomfrey. Mainly because the first people to arrive were the Weasley twins. They were too noisy and severely impacted the hospital environment. Not only that, but the gift they gave Harry also made Madame Pomfrey very unhappy. A toilet seat. This was obviously meant as a joke for Harry, but Madame Pomfrey only thought they were being ridiculous. She not only kicked the Weasley twins out but also confiscated the gift on the grounds that it was unhygienic. Thanks to them, Madame Pomfrey didn't allow anyone else to visit Harry after that. After all, in everyone's eyes, this matter mainly depended on the Lion King and the Savior. As Percy, who belonged to Gryffindor with Harry, he held Harry's hand tightly from the moment he entered the door and was reluctant to let go for a long time. The time was so long that if Harry were a female, this behavior would have been defined as harassment. After finally letting go, he first severely criticized his twin brother's prank. Then, he highly praised Sherlock and Harry's heroic actions. Finally, he inquired in detail about Ron's role in the whole thing. When he learned that Ron had cooperated with Sherlock to win the chess game and had taken the initiative to sacrifice himself, he couldn't help but praise. Good job, worthy of being from the Weasley family, you didn't lose face. Hufflepuff also sent their male prefect, Gabriel Truman. He brought Harry sincere blessings and a lot of delicious food. Unfortunately, more than half of it was confiscated by Madame Pomfrey. The reason was that some of the substances contained in them exceeded the standard and were not conducive to Harry's recovery, so they would be returned to him after he was discharged from the hospital. Even so, this small part still made Harry deeply feel Hufflepuff's sincerity. It was so delicious. To Harry's surprise, Slytherin also sent someone. Gemma Farley, when this female prefect, who had confronted Percy on the Quidditch field, appeared in front of him, Harry, who was wiping his glasses, trembled. The glasses in his hand suddenly slipped and fell to the ground, and a corner of the lens was chipped off. You seem surprised, Mr. Potter. Gemma Farley was tall and slender with delicate features. She smiled slightly at Harry. I know, because of the one who must not be named, many people have prejudice against Slytherin. But I hope that you, the savior of the wizarding world, will not look at it with colored glasses. Just as the Sorting Hat said, Slytherin is as excellent as other houses. As she spoke, she bent down to pick up Harry's glasses, tapped them with her wand, and returned them to him as good as new. Gemma Farley's elegant demeanor and remarkable conversation made Harry a little surprised. In addition, this female prefect was also very beautiful, which made Harry blush when he took the glasses. Thank you. You're welcome. I hope my actions can change your view of Slytherin. Harry was about to speak when a not-so-polite voice came from the door. Farley, what are you doing here? The two turned their heads and saw Ravenclaw's prefect, Penelope Clearwater, and Cho Chang walking over together. Clearwater, Gemma Farley stood up, I was just telling Potter that the 4 houses of Hogwarts are equally excellent, you shouldn't object, right? Penelope glanced at her old rival, who was no less attractive than herself in every aspect, and snorted softly. The 4 houses are indeed equally excellent, but the students are not necessarily the same. Hearing Penelope's words, Gemma Farley smiled faintly, did not refute, but turned to Harry. Wish you a speedy recovery, Mr. Potter. After speaking, she nodded slightly to Penelope and Cho Chang beside her and left calmly. Compared to Gabriel Truman and Gemma Farley, Penelope's attitude was very casual. After all, Sherlock had helped Cho Chang find the 7-color eyeshadow during Easter. Harry was closest to Sherlock, so he was naturally more familiar with them. At this time, Penelope pulled Cho Chang to sit on the bedside without being invited. Her short boots gently kicked the copper corners of the bed. Noticing that Harry was staring intently at the direction Gemma Farley was leaving, she couldn't help but reveal a sly smile. She's gone, stop looking. Being said so by Penelope, Harry suddenly came back to his senses. He immediately retracted his gaze, his face flushed, and he quickly explained, I didn't. No need to explain, although I hate those guys with snake-shaped silver buckles, Farley is indeed like a mooncalf who has sneaked into the snake pit. It's a pity that in the Slytherin dungeon now, such moonlight is becoming increasingly scarce. Penelope raised her head slightly, a hint of emotion on her face, and sighed softly. After feeling emotional, she looked at Harry with a smile that was not a smile. But I originally thought she was only attractive to older boys. I didn't expect our savior to be fascinated by her in the first year. You have good taste. Prefect Clearwater, I didn't. Harry's voice became weaker and weaker, and even he himself felt that it was a bit pale to explain at this time. It's understandable. Such older sisters have always been very attractive to little boys like you. Penelope said, raising the corners of her mouth, revealing a confident smile. But I'm not bad either, big sister. Would you like to consider me? As she spoke, she stood up and gracefully twirled in front of Harry, her skirt swaying lightly with her movements. Harry was even more embarrassed. However, after a furtive glance, he had to admit that she had a point. In terms of appearance alone, Penelope Clearwater and Gemma Farley each had their own merits. The only difference was in their temperament, and it was really hard to say who was better. I. Harry was about to speak, but he was interrupted by Cho Chang's gentle voice. Prefect Penelope, I think Mr. Potter is just surprised by Prefect Farley's arrival. Cho Chang's voice was soft and soothing, like a babbling stream in the mountains, and her gaze towards Harry carried a faint smile. After all, the relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin has always been tense. Dear Cho, what are you worried about? Penelope sat down again, looking at Cho Chang with interest. I'm just teasing our cute little savior, you know, I already have a boyfriend. Cho Chang's ears turned slightly red, and she didn't answer Penelope. Instead, she turned to Harry again. Mr. Potter, your and Mr. Holmes's deeds have already spread throughout the school. We deeply admire your courage. Her smile was warm and sincere, which slightly relaxed Harry's originally tense mood. Hey, you stole the words I was going to say. Penelope pouted in mock dissatisfaction, but still had a smile on her face. However, she immediately changed the subject. It's just that compared to Slytherin, our relationship with Gryffindor is more tense now, right? Ah! Harry couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard this. What was she talking about? How could Gryffindor's relationship with Ravenclaw be worse than with Slytherin? Looks like you don't know yet. Penelope was also a little surprised. Her eyes widened slightly. Didn't those guys who came to see you tell you? Tell me what? Harry looked at the two of them with a dazed expression, feeling even more confused. Those detestable fellows. Penelope clenched her fists in frustration, and then told Harry something that shocked him. That very morning, the final Quidditch match of the season had officially kicked off. Gryffindor, with one player missing, had faced off against Ravenclaw head-on. As a result, Gryffindor was brutally crushed in the air. The huge point difference directly broke Gryffindor's team's record from the 1692 match, making it their worst defeat in 300 years. Hearing this news, Harry opened his mouth in surprise, his throat as if something was stuck in it. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Seeing his appearance, Cho Chang lowered her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes casting a shadow on her cheeks, and said softly, I'm sorry, Potter. Seeing Cho Chang looking even sadder than he was, Harry suddenly woke up and quickly waved his hands. This has nothing to do with you. It's all my fault. It's because I couldn't participate that Gryffindor lost so badly. Wood must be heartbroken. He always thought we had a sure win. His voice was full of self-blame and regret. Sherlock had already led him through one obstacle after another, so how could he fall at the last moment? If he could have participated in this match, this wouldn't have happened. Potter, you are such a kind person. Cho Chang's eyes were full of admiration and respect. She looked at Harry seriously and said, even at this time, you still take the blame on yourself. It was my fault in the first place. No, you stopped Quirrell, saved the Sorcerer's Stone, and protected the entire Hogwarts. This is more important than Quidditch. That was all Sherlock's credit. I only helped him with a small, insignificant favor. Harry scratched his head embarrassedly, a shy smile on his face. That feeling of I scored 102 points with Chamberlain came again. Sherlock is certainly excellent, but you also deserve credit. Seeing that Cho Chang and Harry were getting along more and more congenially, Penelope, who gradually found herself unable to interject, simply walked outside to wait for her. She leaned against the wall of the corridor, casually playing with her wand while aimlessly looking at the scenery outside the window. That Percy didn't even tell Harry about the inter-house match. Humph! The tip of her wand scratched tiny sparks on the windowsill, scaring away a small bird that flew past the window. 10 minutes later, Cho Chang finally came out, and she asked apologetically, "Penelope, when did you leave? I saw you chatting happily with the savior, so I didn't want to disturb you." Penelope joked, a mischievous smile on her lips, "In a few more years, will you consider dating him?" What are you thinking? Cho Chang's face instantly turned red, like the sunset in the sky. She lowered her head, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. Actually, putting aside his identity as the savior, Harry is just like everyone else, an ordinary little boy. You're already calling him Harry, and you're still explaining. Okay, don't explain. Explaining is just covering up. Let's hurry up and get ready. The end-of-year banquet is about to begin. Penelope interrupted Cho Chang, took her arm, and pulled her quickly towards the dormitory, leaving behind a string of cheerful laughter echoing in the corridor. Chapter 127. Harry was indeed very happy chatting with Cho Chang. Due to his upbringing, he hadn't actually had much contact with friends. Because no one at school wanted to play with him, after all, no one wanted to offend Dudley and his gang. Not to mention the female classmates, he hadn't had much contact with them since coming to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. So Cho Chang was actually Harry's first female friend besides Hermione. In this situation, he unconsciously began to compare the two. He found that Cho Chang was not only beautiful but also had a pleasant voice. More importantly, she also shared his hobbies. From their conversation just now, Harry learned that she loved Quidditch and was a fan of the Tuts Hill Tornadoes. In addition, she would be joining the Ravenclaw team next year as an official Quidditch player. Even her position was the same as his, Seeker. Although she didn't play in today's Gryffindor vs. Ravenclaw match, she still participated in the entire game as a substitute player. This was also the reason she apologized just now. Harry naturally didn't care about this kind of thing, friendship first, competition second. Even if Gryffindor lost to Ravenclaw, it wouldn't affect their friendship. In short, Harry and Cho Chang became more and more congenial as they talked, and the more they chatted, the happier they became. By the time Madame Pomfrey chased Cho Chang away, they were both somewhat reluctant to part. Harry also learned a little-known fact from Cho Chang: in the distant eastern country, people's habit is to put the surname before the given name. So the correct way to call her name should be Chang Cho. But it wasn't a big problem. Because their address to each other had changed from Potter and Chang to Harry and Cho. After Cho Chang left, Harry couldn't help but feel a little lost. Just then, Madame Pomfrey told him good news: Professor Dumbledore said you are allowed to attend the banquet. Great! Harry was so happy that he almost jumped out of bed. It was too boring to stay in the hospital all the time. However, although she agreed to let Harry attend the banquet, Madame Pomfrey obviously didn't quite agree with Dumbledore's suggestion. I don't think he realizes the potential dangers of the banquet. Harry didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Voldemort had escaped, and Quirrell had also been killed. He really didn't think there would be any potential danger at the banquet. Of course, in this situation, he was smart enough not to say anything. As long as he could leave the hospital, he wouldn't mind Madame Pomfrey asking him to clean the entire hospital. However, before leaving, Madame Pomfrey stopped him and insisted on giving him another physical examination. It was for this reason that when he arrived at the Great Hall, it was already full of people. Because it was the last day of the school year, the atmosphere in the Great Hall was particularly cheerful. Affected by the environment, Harry's pace also became much lighter. It was just that because he was the savior of the magical world, and he was also late, as soon as he walked into the Great Hall, he naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. The entire Great Hall suddenly quieted down for a moment, and then returned to normal as if nothing had happened. But everyone's eyes were all focused on Harry at this moment. Because the eyes of those who were tiptoeing to look at him were blocked by Sherlock. He always felt that only when he was next to Sherlock would he receive less attention. Your expression tells me that you had a pleasant chat with the Ravenclaw girl just now. Sherlock had stayed at the Three Broomsticks with Professor Flitwick a little longer, so he had also just arrived, and also enjoyed the attention of the whole school. But unlike Harry, the attention of others had no effect on him. Seeing Harry at this time, after looking him up and down, he teased, "I thought you were used to this kind of gaze in the past year." "Oh, Sherlock, please spare me," Harry said softly. "Clearly the person who defeated Voldemort was you, I really don't know why they are looking at me like this. Originally, Harry didn't have much of a concept of saying Voldemort's name. After receiving guidance from Sherlock and Dumbledore, he had no psychological burden about it. No, my dear friend. Sherlock looked at Harry and said seriously, you know, this is the only point I agree with Dumbledore. This time, if it weren't for you, Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, would not have been easily defeated. What he said was also the truth. The protective magic left by Harry's mother was simply a powerful killing weapon for Voldemort. But Harry wanted to say something more, but Hermione, who was sitting on the other side of Sherlock, couldn't help but say, please, even if you two want to discuss it, can you pay attention to the occasion? Sherlock was indifferent, and Harry followed Hermione's gaze and immediately saw Ron's lifeless expression. He admired and felt sorry for Sherlock and Harry's behavior of mentioning Voldemort at every turn. He admired their courage and felt sorry that these two guys didn't care about his feelings at all. However, since Hermione had said so, the kind-hearted Harry would naturally not mention this topic again, and instead began to ask Sherlock how he could tell who he had been with before. Seeing that Sherlock and Harry finally stopped discussing Voldemort, Ron couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He secretly gave Hermione a thumbs up, and then said angrily, look at Malfoy's appearance, I really want to punch him in the nose. The reason why Ron said this was because he was unhappy with the Slytherin students. Dumbledore obviously knew the principle that blocking is worse than channeling, so after concealing the content about Voldemort, he intentionally released a processed message. The Lion King and the Savior led others to pass through several levels set up by Hogwarts professors in succession, and at the final level defeated a defense against the dark arts professor who was usually well disguised, successfully preventing the other party's conspiracy to steal the Philosopher's Stone. This was the truth circulating among teachers and students. This kind of thing sounded very consistent with Gryffindor's temperament. Sherlock and Harry also received gifts from countless admirers. But Slytherin still won the House Cup for the 7th consecutive year. Of course, in the thousands of years of Hogwarts history, it is not uncommon for a house to win the House Cup for several consecutive years, although it is not common. However, today is the end-of-year banquet, and the most important theme is the House Cup. Not to mention that at this moment, the entire Great Hall is decorated with green and silver, representing Slytherin, and a huge banner with a Slytherin snake is hung on the wall behind the main table. In such an environment, it is difficult not to think of this matter. I suggest you better not do that. Hearing Ron's words, Sherlock glanced in that direction, then retracted his gaze. He won't be laughing soon. What did you say? Hearing Sherlock say this, Ron couldn't help but exclaim. Because he was too excited, his voice inevitably became louder. The nearby students didn't say anything. After all, Ron was also the other person who followed the Lion King and the Savior to defeat the evil professor, so they had to give him some face. But his behavior aroused Percy's dissatisfaction. Ronald, you need to pay attention to the occasion. Percy put on the airs of an older brother and prefect, and said with a serious face. Now is the end-of-year banquet. The 7th-year students are about to graduate, and Mr. Dumbledore is coming soon. I don't want Gryffindor, which is already at the bottom, to be caught by Professor Snape and have a few more points deducted because of you. But Percy, Sherlock said Malfoy won't be laughing soon. So what? Wait, what did you say? As soon as Percy heard this, he immediately turned his gaze to Sherlock. As a prefect, his information channels were originally wider than ordinary students. It can be said that, except for Harry, Hermione, Ron, and a few others, he was the person who knew Sherlock's strength the best among the students. These prefects, regardless of whether their relationship is good or bad, always exchange information with each other. Last Christmas, if the Weasley twins hadn't dragged him away with the reason that you must stay with your family today, he would have originally been sitting with the prefects of the other 3 houses. Because of this, he also knew very well about Sherlock's acceptance of commissions from other houses. Moreover, just recently, he had received a vague hint from Professor McGonagall. Sherlock's abilities have been formally recognized by the school. In this case, Sherlock's words were very valuable for reference. Thinking of this, Percy's voice couldn't help but tremble. Holmes, do you mean? It can't be blamed for his gaffe. Ever since Percy entered the school, Slytherin had been the House Cup champion. He went from 1st grade to 5th grade, and had grown from a newbie to the Gryffindor prefect, but Slytherin was still the champion. Today's occasion made him recall the fear of being dominated by the Snake House again. But listening to Sherlock's meaning, things seemed to have a turning point. It's actually very simple, you'll understand if you think about it a little. Sherlock said calmly, what happened recently hasn't been counted in. That's right. Percy immediately reacted. Able to pass through the levels set up by the professors in succession, face a professor alone at the final moment, and successfully prevent the other party's conspiracy. Although the people who did all this were the Lion King and the Savior. But no matter what, they were also first-year students. Just thinking about this kind of thing already felt very amazing, but now they had actually completed it. If this doesn't add points, it's simply outrageous. Chapter 128. Really, how could I not have thought of that, Holmes? You are too perceptive. Hearing Sherlock's words, Percy was so excited that he trembled. Even finding a girlfriend hadn't made him as happy as he was now. Sherlock sighed, there's nothing to be proud of, it's just making inferences based on existing facts. As the school year ended, the Gryffindor students had become accustomed to Sherlock's way of speaking. Although some people initially thought that someone with his eccentric personality should go to Ravenclaw. However, after experiencing one incident after another, the title of Lion King had long been deeply rooted in their hearts. Since he was the Lion King, it was normal for him to have a bit of a temper. Having figured everything out, Percy immediately returned to his usual calm and composed demeanor. After returning to his seat, he even began to advise others. Don't worry, don't pay attention to them, because they are happy too soon. But when others asked him the reason, he deliberately said inscrutably, time will answer all your doubts. Looking at him like this, Ron couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. The headmaster's presence goes without saying, as he arrived late, the original noise gradually subsided. When everyone had quieted down, Dumbledore immediately stood up. Time really waits for no one, another year has passed. He looked very happy, and his smile was obviously brighter than at the opening ceremony last September. But this time, he didn't just drop a sentence of unclear meaning and let everyone start eating like he did at the beginning of the school year, but said loudly to everyone. Before you enjoy these delicacies, I must trouble you to listen to an old man's tiresome speech. At this moment, the little wizards who were no longer freshmen couldn't help but widen their eyes. What's going on? Could it be that Mr. Dumbledore has also fallen? This is clearly no different from the opening remarks before the headmaster's long speech in Muggle schools. Before they could react, Dumbledore had already begun to speak. Ah, what a wonderful year this has been. I think your little brains must be richer than in the past. Of course, there is still the entire summer vacation waiting for you, so that you can digest those things well before the next semester starts, and free up space in your brains. Especially the 7th-year students who are about to graduate, leave school and enter society, and become wizards in the true sense of the word. As an elder who has taught you for 7 years, I would like to give you some advice. As Dumbledore began to talk endlessly and at length, the students couldn't help but feel drowsy. The first-year students from Muggle families couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that the headmaster had indeed fallen. Only the upperclassmen, especially the 7th-year students, listened carefully. Because they knew very well that once they left school, they would not have the opportunity to listen to Dumbledore's lectures even if they wanted to. For most ordinary people, the school's professors are already the people with the highest status they can come into contact with in their lives. But in the eyes of the lower grades, what Dumbledore said was all correct nonsense. Even so, they listened patiently. Because everyone knew that there was still a highlight after these nonsense words. Now, as far as I know, what we are going to do now is the award ceremony for the House Cup. Finally, as soon as Dumbledore mentioned the House Cup, everyone immediately woke up. Especially the Slytherin snakes, all looked around with a domineering look as if no one else mattered. Except for a few people such as Prefect Gemma Farley who behaved fairly elegantly, the others almost wrote "all of you here are trash" on their faces. Sherlock took all of this into his eyes and couldn't help but shake his head secretly. He was no longer the freshman who knew little about the magical world when he first entered school. After a whole year of study, he now knew very well that Slytherin should not be like this now. Just as Professor McGonagall and the Sorting Hat said at the sorting ceremony, although each house has its own unique qualities, there is essentially no distinction between high and low, and everyone is equally excellent. Based on Sherlock's understanding of Hogwarts history, the real Slytherin should be like this. If you don't have the ability, they will naturally look down on you, but they will not bully the weak, but will completely ignore you. If you have strength, they will give you respect and try to make friends with you, even at great cost. The methods may be rough, the heart may be cruel, and the motives may be impure, but it will never be like it is now. Relying on the fact that they are the so-called pure bloods to look down on others, each of them has an inexplicable sense of superiority, and they often spew venomous words, bully others, and bully the weak. Because of this, he became more and more disappointed. But only a short century. How did Slytherin become like this? He really wanted to say to Dumbledore and Snape. How can Hogwarts be run well with this group of insects? If this continues, Hogwarts will become a laughingstock in the magical world. But on second thought, he was just a newbie in the first grade, so let Dumbledore and Snape worry about this kind of thing. At this time, Dumbledore, who had finished speaking at the graduation ceremony, continued to follow the procedures according to the script he wrote. To date, the specific scores of each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, 299 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, 369 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, 421 points. 1st place, Slytherin, 495 points. After announcing the existing scores, the students of the four houses had different expressions. Some were smug, some were dejected, some were calm, and some didn't care. The reason why the scores of the four houses show this result is not to say that the level of the other three houses except Slytherin is so bad. It is easiest to understand why Gryffindor is at the bottom. The little lion's ability to earn points in class is actually quite satisfactory, not very bad. Moreover, a super newcomer came this year and directly won the scoring champion of the season. But the key to the problem is that compared to their scoring ability, their ability to lose points is stronger, much stronger. There is only one scoring champion, but there is a group of losing champions. Not to mention that Sherlock also led the Little Lions in a group fight with the Little Snakes in the Quidditch match, happily receiving a deduction and detention package. Positive and negative offset, it is not surprising that the score is at the bottom. The Hufflepuff students do not compete. In class or other occasions, even if there is an opportunity to score points in front of them, they will not compete with other houses. Unless they are directly named by the professors. It's worth mentioning that half of these 369 points were taken down by one person. His name is Cedric Diggory, a tall and handsome third-year wizard. Simply terrifying. The situation of Ravenclaw students is quite special. Although they can get a lot of points from the professors in class, they are often limited to the questions they are interested in. They turn a blind eye to content they are not interested in, completely ignoring it. Of course, like Hufflepuff, when they are really called upon by the professor to answer questions, they can still give the correct answer. While possessing scoring abilities similar to Gryffindor, they rarely get points deducted for violating discipline, so taking second place is only natural. Slytherin's current ranking is as easy to understand as Gryffindor's. They have the strongest Quidditch team, and the students tend to strictly abide by the school rules at least on the surface. Most importantly, compared to the other three houses, they prefer to scheme, and can intentionally or unintentionally seize many points. This alone is stronger than the other three houses. So, it's not surprising that they are in the top ranks. Of course, besides the above reasons, there is also a very important variable. The head of Slytherin, the contemporary Serpent King, Professor Severus Snape. The newest novels are first published here. There's no need to say more about this, those who understand, understand. At this moment, a thunderous cheer and uneven stomping erupted from the Slytherin table. The corners of Snape's mouth also curved into a smile. As a true Slytherin, he still values honor very much. Look at that look is disgusting. Ron pointed in the direction of Slytherin, his expression as disgusted as if he had eaten a booger-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. The people nearby followed his gaze and saw Draco Malfoy vigorously banging the table with a wine glass. "Hey, Percy, isn't the time you mentioned almost here? I can't help but want to punch his pretty little face," Fred Weasley said. "One punch isn't enough, we definitely need to punch him with both hands," George Weasley chimed in. Percy naturally disliked Malfoy, or rather, he disliked the entire Slytherin house. Soon, just bear with it a little longer." On the surface, he seemed as steady as an old dog, but in reality, he was panicking. He couldn't help but glance at Sherlock again, secretly saying in his heart, "Sherlock, you must not let me down." As if hearing Percy's thoughts, Dumbledore spoke once again, yes, everyone has performed well this year, but..." His gaze swept around, eventually settling on the direction of Gryffindor. The few things that have happened recently must also be taken into account. The hall became silent in an instant. The originally unrestrained Slytherin's smiles froze, vaguely feeling that things were not good. Gemma Farley looked at Sherlock and Harry, a thought-provoking expression flashing across her face. Penelope Clearwater and Cho Chang exchanged glances, both revealing surprised looks. Professor Snape frowned and looked at Dumbledore. "I have some final points to award, let me see." Dumbledore paused, and under everyone's gaze, slowly said, "Mr. Ron Weasley." When his name was called, Ron's face turned red in an instant, almost indistinguishable from his hair. He not only joined forces with another classmate to win the most brilliant game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, but also stepped forward at a critical moment, sacrificing himself to buy valuable time for his companions. "For this, I award Gryffindor 50 points. Wow!" The cheers of the little lions almost lifted the enchanted ceiling, and even the stars above seemed to tremble slightly. "Finally waiting for you." Percy stood up abruptly and shouted loudly at the other prefects. "Did you see that? That's my brother, you know. My brother, little Ronnie, my youngest brother." He successfully passed Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard array. The Weasley twins rolled their eyes together. "It's little Ronnie when there's something to gain, Ronald when there's nothing, he's really figured it out. Of course, after all, he is the prefect brother after all." Although they spoke mockingly, the twins' faces were beaming, and they felt honored like Percy. Harry watched Ron's dazed look and couldn't help but ask Sherlock. "Sherlock, do you think Mr. Dumbledore will also give us?" "Obviously." Sherlock looked at Dumbledore, who had everything under control, and said calmly, "Tonight, glory belongs to Gryffindor." Harry immediately breathed a long sigh of relief. Since even Sherlock said so, the situation was settled. Dumbledore pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to quiet down, and announced the second name. "Miss Hermione Granger." Unlike Ron, whose face was flushed, Hermione immediately lowered her head and buried her face in her arms when her name was called. She calmly performed logical reasoning in the face of flames, demonstrating superior wisdom. "I will award Gryffindor 50 points." The little lions once again let out earth-shattering cheers, many people shouting Hermione Granger's name, including those who were once dissatisfied with her lecturing. Harry nudged Sherlock with his elbow and pointed to Hermione. "She must be crying secretly." Sherlock glanced at her and then looked away. People's joys and sorrows are not connected, he only felt they were noisy now. However, even Sherlock didn't know that Hermione wasn't crying at this moment. In Hermione's opinion, although she did indeed calmly reason as Dumbledore said and got the correct answer, the person who completed this task first was Sherlock. Even though she chose the potion to return to the previous room, it was not used at all. Faced with the dilemma of only a small bottle of potion left, it was Sherlock who found a solution to the problem, leading them safely through the flames to the last room. But now Dumbledore attributed all of this to her, which really made her feel ashamed. However, in order to allow Gryffindor to get these 50 points, she could only acquiesce. Because of this, she felt even more embarrassed. She always felt as if she had lost something important. The third item, Sherlock Holmes. Chapter 129. When Dumbledore clearly announced the name Sherlock Holmes in a loud voice, the entire hall seemed to be frozen by an invisible magic. The originally lively and noisy atmosphere vanished in an instant, as if a silencing charm had been cast. Without Dumbledore needing to emphasize, the celebrating actions of the people came to an abrupt halt. All eyes focused on Dumbledore, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Dumbledore straightened his back and said in a passionate tone, "He successfully made up for the mistakes I personally made before with his extraordinary reasoning ability. He fought side by side with other students to fight against Professor Quirrell. Now it seems, it may no longer be appropriate to call him that. In short, under the guidance of classmate Sherlock, the Philosopher's Stone was safe and sound, and the evil person received due punishment. Let us add 50 points to this brave little Lion King together." Cheers, screams, and applause intertwined, and the hall was once again submerged in a surge of sound. Sherlock turned his head to Snape at the first moment. Sure enough, this professor was glaring at Dumbledore fiercely at this moment, as if he would transform into a poisonous snake and bite him in the next moment. Unfortunately, he couldn't bite. Compared to Snape's anger, the cheers in the hall could be said to be deafening. Lion King Sherlock. Since Dumbledore affirmed it so much, this is equivalent to the official recognition of this glorious title. In addition, the superposition of 3 consecutive 50 points made the Gryffindor little lions excited and blood boiled, and many people even shouted their voices hoarse, but they still enjoyed it. In this situation, some little lions had already secretly taken paper and pens to calculate the result. 299 plus 50 plus 50 plus 50 equals 449 points. Gryffindor's score rose sharply like a rocket, and suddenly jumped to second place, only 46 points behind Slytherin, which ranked first. Although it seemed that there was still a distance, the little lions were not flustered at all, but full of confidence and expectation. At this moment, everyone's eyes in the audience seemed to be attracted by a powerful magnetic force, and they all turned to Harry. This made him enjoy the treatment of being the center of attention again and again. Ron's face had already recovered, and his eyes revealed excitement and anticipation. Hermione raised her head, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, revealing a trace of relief. Even Sherlock, who had always been calm and composed, couldn't help but smile at this moment. "My dear Harry, now it's your turn." Oliver Wood, who had been unhappy because of the Quidditch game loss, was even more excited and his face flushed. He couldn't help but shout out loudly. "It's time. This important moment," said Fred Weasley. "The moment we have all been waiting for," said George Weasley. This time, not only would no one let the Weasley twins shut up. All the little lions' eyes were shining. They were already close to the House Cup championship. Unless something unexpected happened. Dumbledore did not deliberately create suspense, but simply announced. "Harry Potter," he showed great fearlessness and extraordinary courage. "For this, I will also reward Gryffindor House with 50 points." Different from Sherlock, Hermione, and Ron, Dumbledore did not say what Harry did specifically, but directly used great fearlessness and extraordinary courage to summarize it. This is also normal. After all, Voldemort's matter has not been made public, so this black pot can only be silently carried by Quirrell alone. Lion King. Savior. Lion King. Savior. Lion King and Savior. Lion King and Savior. The shouts became louder and louder, more and more neat, as if to break through the roof of the hall and rush into the sky. If someone was standing outside the hall at this moment, they might have thought there was an explosion here. Especially the Gryffindor table, the wave of cheers was higher than the wave. Even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were cheering loudly for the little lions. Harry, Hermione, and Ron, the 3 people involved, stood up. Only Sherlock sat in place, as steady as an old dog. But he soon couldn't hold on, because the fanatical little lions swarmed up and hugged him tightly. The 4 were quickly drowned in the excited crowd. In stark contrast to the jubilant Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff, almost everyone at the Slytherin table had a gloomy face. How high profile they were just now, how low they are now. Triumph has long disappeared, replaced by endless frustration and annoyance. Especially the first-year students, each of them was shocked and panicked, completely with a dead mom face that had been hit by a full-body binding curse. Only a few people, such as the prefect Gemma Farley, who had not been arrogant just now, still maintained their previous calm appearance. It can be regarded as barely maintaining some face for Slytherin. In short, after Dumbledore used his principal's authority to add a full 200 points to Gryffindor, Gryffindor suddenly changed from the bottom 1 to the positive 1. This is not over yet. This means even Dumbledore had to cast a sonorous charm on himself to suppress the huge cheers. His loud voice spread throughout the hall. "We need to make some small changes to the decorations here." The next moment, as he waved his wand, the decorations in the entire hall changed in an instant. The green and silver streamers instantly turned red and gold. The huge Slytherin snake disappeared, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. The students of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff gathered together excitedly, cheering loudly and dancing. For them, it was definitely a welcome thing for Slytherin, who was about to win 7 consecutive championships, to encounter such a dramatic reversal at a critical moment. The little lions, little eagles, and little badgers released their inner joy and excitement to the fullest, as if to vent all the depressed emotions that had been suppressed by Slytherin for many years. Sherlock, who didn't care much about these things, also laughed. How should I put it? Compared to green and silver, red and gold are indeed more beautiful. He looked at Professor Snape again and found that Professor Snape was shaking hands with Professor McGonagall. Compared to Professor McGonagall, who showed a sincere smile, the smile on Professor Snape's face inevitably seemed a little awkward. But now no one will care about these anymore. People sang, danced, and made noise to their heart's content, making the hall a sea of joy. Especially the Gryffindor students. Dumbledore's last-minute operation directly turned the graduation ceremony into a carnival for the little lions. The 7th grade students were particularly excited. For them, this was the last large-scale collective activity at Hogwarts. Although some students might be busy with graduation exams, job hunting, or other personal matters, most of them didn't hesitate to take the time to attend the ceremony. This was because they knew very well in their hearts that this would be their last chance to leave complete and beautiful memories at Hogwarts, and they didn't want to leave any regrets in their campus life. And they weren't disappointed. After enduring 6 consecutive years of being suppressed by Slytherin, they were finally able to hold their heads high at the last moment of leaving school and truly experience the feeling of liberated serfs singing. With their departure, the story of the Lion King and the Savior quickly spread throughout the Hogwarts alumni circle. The 7th-year students who couldn't attend the graduation ceremony felt regretful upon hearing the news. However, what's done is done, and there's nothing to say. Life had to go on, and they could only devote themselves to their careers and lives with blessings for the 2 young wizards. Not long after the end of the graduation ceremony banquet, the end-of-term exam results were also announced. Without any suspense, Hermione took first place in the grade. Harry and Ron also passed the exam with very high scores, and the result of being ranked at the top of the grade surprised them both. They had both originally thought that they would stumble in 1 or 2 courses. Seamus and Dean, who were usually close to them, also performed passably. Only Neville barely managed to pass. This was mainly because he lost a lot of points in potions. However, his excellent herbology grades made up for this shortcoming. But the most surprising thing was Sherlock. His scores in Transfiguration, Charms, Potions, and Herbology were all outstanding, excellent. If it were just like this, it would be fine. After all of Hermione's course scores were O. But, according to rumors circulating among the students, Sherlock's scores in these courses were even higher than Hermione's. As everyone knows, rumors are often more reliable than official news. This was very exaggerated. Other courses were hard to say, but Professor Flitwick had secretly told Hermione that she had scored 112 points, 112%, in the Charms exam. Those 12 points were obtained as bonus points. Looking at it this way, Hermione's scores in other courses wouldn't be too bad either. But now Sherlock was even stronger than her? Wouldn't that mean that he was like this in every course? Simply terrifying. But then again, although Sherlock's performance in these courses was so exaggerated, he only received an A, acceptable, in Defense Against the Dark Arts, History of Magic, and Astronomy. Just barely passing. The precise scores seemed to have been calculated in advance. Because of this, his ranking fell behind Hermione. But just by relying on those courses where he got O, his overall score was still among the top in the grade. This also made the professors at Hogwarts feel very regretful. The professors in charge of these courses even wanted to talk to Sherlock specifically, asking if they didn't teach well, or what other reason caused Sherlock to be so unbalanced in his subjects. However, they were stopped by Dumbledore, who gave a sincere suggestion. "My suggestion is it's best not to go if you don't want to get angry." Of course, Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, didn't need to be persuaded. Because he had already left and would never return. The professors listened to the advice and didn't go to Sherlock again. At this point, the 1991-1992 school year finally came to an end. Even the Lion King and the Savior had to return to the world without magic at this time. On the last day of school. Magic is not allowed to be used during the holidays. I always hoped they'd forget to give this to us. Fred, one of the Weasley twins, said with regret, holding the notice that had just been handed out. Even if they forgot, Percy would stop us from doing that. Don't forget, he's a prefect. Ouch. Just as the two were unscrupulously bad-mouthing him, Percy appeared out of nowhere and kicked George to the ground. "I'm not only a prefect, but also your brother." After saying this, he lowered his head and looked at the prefect badge on his chest, finding that it had become even brighter. Watching Percy hold his head high, stride forward, and walk away, George sat on the ground, rubbing his butt, and complained. "I don't know what's going on, but this guy is becoming more and more like the old bat, showing up out of nowhere every day." Fred reached out and pulled his good brother up. "It's okay, summer vacation is long, you have plenty of time. The British summer vacation is different from the winter vacation, lasting from June to September, so it seems particularly long. When they get home, with the twins' penchant for causing trouble, they can always find opportunities to deal with Percy. What if he's an older brother? What if he's a prefect? I'll beat up my brother, prefect. The two brothers looked at each other, a sly glint flashing in their eyes. Harry and Ron were nearby and couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Not far away, Neville was holding Sherlock's hand, tearfully saying, "Sherlock, Trevor is missing again, you have to help me." "Neville, how many times is this?" Before Sherlock could speak, Hermione couldn't help but cover her face. "Every time you come crying to Sherlock, as if he took your toad away." But, only Sherlock in the whole school can help me find Trevor." Neville drooped his head, his voice tinged with a sob. "Hermione. Yes, after all, he's Hogwarts' great detective Sherlock Holmes." Looking at Neville's aggrieved face, Hermione looked at Sherlock with a helpless expression. "Detective, where is Neville's toad this time?" Sherlock sized Neville up, directly entering the questioning phase. "When did you notice the toad was missing this time?" "It was still by my side when the exam results came out before," Neville recalled as he stammered. Sherlock nodded. Just as he was about to start the procedure as usual, a clear voice of a girl suddenly came from not far away. "Hey, Granger." Hermione turned her head to look and saw her roommate Parvati Patil and her twin sister Padma Patil from Ravenclaw. The pair of beautiful sisters were holding hands, walking shoulder to shoulder towards them. "Granger, I heard Mr. Longbottom's toad is missing," Parvati Patil said while glancing at the anxious Neville aside. Looking at this situation, is he planning to ask Mr. Holmes to help? Hermione nodded helplessly. What can she say? She had already become numb to the matter of Neville losing his toad. Padma Patil's eyes lit up when she saw this, and she immediately raised her hand high. "Look." Chapter 130. Seeing Padma Patil holding the toad, Neville couldn't help but burst into tears of joy. After taking it, he thanked the Patil twins repeatedly. The twins didn't seem to care about Neville's gratitude, as if they had done it effortlessly. Padma Patil handed the toad to Neville, then looked at Sherlock with her big eyes, asking with a hint of curiosity. The twins showed expressions as if they had expected it, and then simultaneously gave Sherlock a thumbs up. Parvati Patil smiled at her Ravenclaw twin sister. "What did I tell you? I said Holmes would guess it, right?" Padma Patil nodded repeatedly. Prefect Clearwater and Cho Chang also said that if you encounter something you can't solve, it's always right to come to Mr. Holmes. The Halloween case allowed Sherlock to show his talent for the first time. The Christmas case allowed Sherlock to stand out. The Easter case made Sherlock famous. By the final stage of this school year, guarding the Philosopher's Stone with the Savior Harry and thwarting the evil professor's conspiracy made him even more famous. This was still under the circumstance that the inside story of the Greek interpreter case was not made public, mainly because, apart from Harry and others, no one else had the opportunity to contact Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds. Otherwise, Sherlock's reputation would be even louder. The Patil twins did not ask Sherlock how he deduced the result, praised him enthusiastically, and then left. However, before leaving, both sisters suggested that Sherlock strengthen contact with them during the summer vacation. After the two left, Sherlock looked at Hermione. "What's wrong with you?" "Ah? What's wrong?" Hermione's gaze hadn't returned from the Patil sisters' backs, and she couldn't help but appear flustered when Sherlock suddenly called her name. "From the moment these twins asked me just now, your gaze has been fixed on them." Sherlock stared at Hermione. "Until they left, you still didn't take your eyes off them. This shows that you care about them very much." "Why?" "No, nothing." Being exposed by Sherlock, Hermione became even more flustered. However, she quickly used her clever little brain to find a reason. "I just think the two sisters are very beautiful, so I took a few more glances." "Is that so?" "Of course. Everyone has a love for beauty. Don't think that only you boys like to look at beautiful women, we girls are the same," Hermione said in a firm tone. "Granger is right, Dean also said they are the most beautiful girls in the whole grade." Neville, who was originally excitedly comforting his recovered toad, couldn't help but interject when he heard Hermione praising the twins for being beautiful. "Dean? Dean Thomas? The boy who lives in the same dormitory as you?" Hearing Neville's words, the image of the black-skinned boy immediately appeared in Hermione's mind, and then her heart stirred. She seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned to Sherlock. "What about you, Sherlock? Do you also think the Patil sisters are the most beautiful girls in the whole grade?" Even though it was already midsummer, Neville suddenly felt a chill and couldn't help but shrink his neck. Sherlock's expression was calm, and facing Hermione's gaze, he said in a tone that seemed devoid of any emotion. "My dear Hermione, I think you should know that whether or not someone is beautiful is originally a relatively subjective evaluation. The Paddle sisters may have attractive features in their appearance, but I am more concerned with their behavior, words, and the essence they show in various events. Simply describing them as the most beautiful is too one-sided, because it doesn't consider their intelligence, courage, or other more important qualities." Hermione was very satisfied with Sherlock's answer. Sure enough, intelligence and courage are more important than appearance. She then made a request: "You must write letters and call me during the summer vacation." Before Sherlock could answer, Harry and Ron, who had separated from the Weasley twins, walked over with their arms around each other's shoulders. As soon as Ron heard Hermione's words to Sherlock, his eyes lit up. "Don't worry, Hermione, although I can't make phone calls, I will definitely write to you." Harry also nodded and said in Ron's tone, "Me too." Strangely enough, although he came from a Muggle family, he was now more accustomed to contacting others using owls than making phone calls. He was surprised at how quickly he had adapted to being a wizard. Another reason was that he wasn't sure what kind of reaction the Dursleys would have if he used the phone to contact his friends in the magical world. After all, magic was a terrifying monster in their eyes. Better safe than sorry, so forget it. Because of this, he didn't take the initiative to ask for Sherlock and Hermione's home phone numbers. "Harry is okay." Hermione squinted at Ron and said, word by word, "Ronald, I only hope that when you write to me, it's not just to borrow my homework to copy." "Ron. But I was looking for you to copy homework." Being exposed, Ron's face flushed red, the veins on his forehead popping out, and he argued. "Borrowing homework doesn't count as copying. Borrowing homework is just borrowing your summer homework for reference. Does that count as copying?" Then came incomprehensible words, such as Gryffindor's courage lies in facing homework challenges directly, fellow students should share what they have, this is the magic way, borrowing is just an expedient measure, to seek knowledge advancement, which made everyone laugh, and the surroundings were filled with a lively atmosphere. This incident was just a small interlude in the farewell ceremony of the little wizards before leaving school. What surprised and pleased Harry was that Cho Chang actually found him again before leaving school. However, this time, the clear-as-water prefect from Ravenclaw didn't come with her. The newest and fastest novels are published first. Instead, it was her roommates, Lucy and Alicia. Alicia, like Hermione, was also a Muggle-born witch. She was lively and, after Cho Chang introduced her to Harry, kept asking Harry what methods he used to thwart Quirrell's conspiracy. Lucy seemed much quieter, only listening from beginning to end, and only answering a few simple sentences when others took the initiative to ask. "I also asked Marietta to come with us, but she didn't want to." Speaking of this, Cho Chang couldn't help but look a little frustrated. Marietta Edgecombe was originally her best friend. Even after the Easter incident, Cho Chang quickly forgave her. Unfortunately, Cho Chang forgave her, but she refused to appreciate it. This also made Cho Chang realize that her relationship with her could never go back to the way it was before. "Cho, I don't think you should have called her," Alicia said with a displeased face. "She's the one who did something wrong, but she's acting like we're sorry for her. Who is she showing this to?" Lucy also nodded lightly, expressing her agreement. Harry already knew the ins and outs of this matter from Sherlock, and upon hearing this, he also advised. "Cho, I don't think this is your fault." When did Harry become so familiar with Cho Chang? Looking at Harry, who was chatting happily with the three Ravenclaw girls not far away, Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, both showing surprised expressions. Hermione felt strange because she and Sherlock had clearly solved the Easter case together, so why did it feel like Cho Chang was now more familiar with Harry, who hadn't participated in this matter? Ron's attention was focused on the three Ravenclaw girls, especially Cho Chang, and he secretly glanced at her several times. My brother has good taste. To be fair, Cho Chang was really beautiful. Hermione didn't know that not only little Blackie Dean, but even Harry and Ron, who were in the same dormitory as him, agreed with his statement. The Paddle twins were indeed the most beautiful girls in the whole grade. But even so, they were still a bit worse than Cho Chang. Ron glanced at Harry again, thinking that if this situation continued to develop, his good brother might go on a date with her in a few years. This scene couldn't help but remind Ron of his previous bet with Sherlock. He won't find a girlfriend before he's 20. Hey, Merlin, I was just joking, you can't take it seriously. Who would have thought that Sherlock would actually stab Quirrell? Thinking of this, he glanced at Sherlock again, feeling a little relieved. It's okay, even if I really can't find a girlfriend before I'm 20, isn't there still Sherlock to back me up? With his personality that offends people as soon as he opens his mouth, and his attitude that treats girls and boys the same, don't even think about finding a girlfriend even before he's 30. Thinking of this, Ron was about to joke with Sherlock. Just then, a breeze floated by, and Ron smelled a fragrance in the air. Immediately afterward, a tall, delicate-looking witch suddenly appeared in front of them. Although she was wearing the disgusting Slytherin robes, she didn't give people an unpleasant feeling. Ron recognized her at a glance. Gemma Farley, a fifth-year witch from Slytherin, and also a prefect. Even someone as rigid as Percy had praised her more than once, saying that she was the least Slytherin-like Slytherin. In Ron's opinion, this was already the greatest praise. At the previous end-of-year banquet, her performance was even more impressive among the Slytherins, as if she were a Dirical that had broken into a nest of poisonous snakes. But the problem was, what was she doing here? Was she also here to find Harry? My brother is too awesome. However, the next moment, this beautiful prefect nodded slightly to Hermione and Ron, and then turned her gaze to Sherlock. Mr. Holmes, can I talk to you alone? Ron. Chapter 131. Ron felt only a sense of surprise and disappointment when he saw Gemma Farley was there for Sherlock. Of course, he didn't think the Slytherin prefect would have a May-December romance with Sherlock, who was still a first year. That would be too outrageous. The point was, he had just been thinking that Sherlock wouldn't find a girlfriend before he was 30, and now this beautiful young lady had come looking for him. This was a bit awkward. However, Hermione, who was with him, was on high alert. If the Paddle twins were the most beautiful girls in the first year, then Gemma Farley was one of the most beautiful girls in the entire Hogwarts. Of course, girls like Cho Chang might surpass her in 2 or 3 years. But now, because of her age, she hadn't fully blossomed and couldn't compare to her yet. More importantly, Gemma Farley had a special aura just standing there, which made people involuntarily focus on her. It was really hard to imagine that someone like her would be a Slytherin. However, when she heard Gemma Farley suggest talking to Sherlock alone, Hermione immediately snapped back to reality and said reflexively, "No." Sherlock and Farley looked at her at the same time. Hermione looked slightly embarrassed, but still insisted. "Miss Farley, I don't mean to offend you, but Gryffindor has just reversed the House Cup score because of Sherlock, and broke Slytherin's honor of winning 7 consecutive cups. I don't think it's appropriate for him to be alone with you at this time." Hearing Hermione say this, Farley immediately smiled, and her sea blue eyes turned into crescent moons. "Miss Granger, it seems that you, like Mr. Potter, have a deep prejudice against Slytherin." "I don't think that's prejudice." Hermione raised her head and looked directly at Farley, saying stiffly, "Their performance is indeed disappointing." At this time, Harry, who had been chatting with 3 Ravenclaw girls, also noticed this scene. Seeing that Hermione and Farley seemed to be arguing, he said something to Cho Chang and the other 2 and hurried over. "Miss Farley." "Hello, Mr. Potter," Farley said to Harry with a friendly smile, "it seems you're recovering well." "Yes, thank you for your concern," Harry nodded, then looked at her and Hermione with some confusion. "What's this?" "I'm here to find Mr. Holmes," Farley said casually. "It's just that Miss Granger is a little too nervous. She seems to think that I will be detrimental to Mr. Holmes because of the House Cup matter." "Mr. Potter, what do you think?" Harry was stunned for a moment. "Hermione, I don't think Miss Farley is that kind of person." "Hermione? Whose side are you on? You turn your elbow outward just because she's pretty, right? Didn't you say it very well when facing the Paddle twins just now?" Just when Hermione felt a little aggrieved and even angry, Sherlock suddenly changed the subject after saying this. "But if this prefect is here for Marcus Flint's matter, then there is no need to talk about it separately." Hearing Sherlock's words, everyone except Farley was stunned. "Marcus Flint? Isn't that the 5th-year Slytherin student, the Quidditch team captain?" During the Gryffindor and Slytherin game, he even maliciously fouled Harry, almost knocking him out of the air. "What happened to this guy?" "You really already know." Hearing Sherlock say this name, Farley's eyes became deeper. She looked around, Mr. Holmes, are you sure you want me to say it directly here? Farley's meaning was obvious. Besides herself and Sherlock, there were also 4 Gryffindors and 3 Ravenclaws standing nearby, a slightly large number of people. As soon as she said this, Harry, Ron, and Neville didn't feel anything was wrong, but the 4 girls glared at her at the same time. What, you don't like us? Sherlock shook his head slightly, I'm all ears. Seeing Sherlock say this, Farley didn't insist anymore. However, her first sentence made everyone else unable to hold back. After the graduation ceremony banquet, some Slytherin students ran to the Black Lake to drink. Drinking? Was it to drown their sorrows? But it's understandable. Although Slytherin relied on Ravenclaw's stable performance to retain the Quidditch Cup championship, they ultimately lost the House Cup, losing the opportunity for a 7-peat. Farley continued. Marcus Flint was also among them, but he doesn't hold his liquor well, and he's not a good drunk. So after he got drunk, he could only return to the common room alone. Farley said it simply, but the meaning had been conveyed. No one wanted to take the drunkard. Hearing this, Harry immediately felt a burst of joy. You have this day too. But he didn't return to his dormitory. It wasn't until the next day that he was found by others lying by the Black Lake. The crowd couldn't help but look at each other. Sure enough, he doesn't hold his liquor well, he directly treated the grass as his own bed, Ron sneered. I said last time that the guy looks like he has giant blood, it's not surprising that this kind of thing happened. Miss Farley, there's no need to consult Mr. Holmes about this kind of thing, right? Cho Chang couldn't help but say after hearing this, it's just that he got drunk. Faced with everyone's doubts, Farley shook her head gently. The problem is that when Flint was found, his school uniform was stripped off, and he was only wearing underwear. He was bruised and swollen, and there were obvious signs of being beaten on his face. There was also a piece of parchment on the grass beside him, with a sentence written on it. If you can't afford to lose, you have to accept the punishment. Speaking of this, Farley paused and looked at Sherlock. Flint is still lying in the school hospital. I came to find Mr. Holmes because I want to ask you to investigate this matter. Farley's words stunned everyone. A 5th-year student, the Quidditch team captain, was beaten like this? It really is too delightful. Harry and Ron almost shouted well done. Is he seriously injured? Hermione couldn't help but ask, why is he still lying in the school hospital now? Although the other party didn't hold back, these injuries are not a problem with Madame Pomfrey here. The key is that he lay on the grass all night wearing only his underwear. So what, it's not like he caught a cold because of that, right? Alicia couldn't help but interject. No, he's poisoned. Poisoned? Hermione felt baffled. What did wearing only underwear have to do with being poisoned? Yes, poisoned in that state, he was bitten by all sorts of mosquitoes and insects all night long. Due to the sheer number and variety of mosquitoes and insects, the various toxins intertwined and mixed. Actually, it wouldn't be difficult to detoxify him, it just takes time. In fact, when he was discovered, his face was already swollen beyond recognition. That was the result of toxin accumulation. Hearing this, everyone's expressions were priceless. Sherlock was expressionless, as if none of this concerned him. Harry looked up at the sky, Neville looked down and fiddled with his pet. Hermione pretended to look around at the scenery, while the 3 Ravenclaw girls were trying hard to suppress their laughter. Only Ron couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Pfft! When he saw Foley looking at him, he immediately straightened his face and said, Sorry, I just remembered something happy. Foley glanced at Ron, but didn't dwell on the matter. She turned her gaze to Harry. The newest novels are first published here. Madame Pomfrey said that Flint's life is not in danger. But he needs to stay in the hospital wing for another 3 days, coincidentally the same amount of time as Mr. Potter's stay in the hospital. Ah! Harry looked at Foley in confusion, wondering why she was telling him this. He wasn't interested in such coincidences at all. After saying this, Foley looked at Sherlock again. We hope Mr. Holmes can help us investigate this matter. During this period, I will do everything I can to provide you with every convenience. This 1 galleon is a token of my personal appreciation, and I hope Mr. Holmes can accept it. If we can find the culprit, we will have another generous reward. In short, we will definitely satisfy Mr. Holmes. Hearing the conditions offered by Foley, the nearby young wizards were all shocked. Especially Cho Chang. In the Easter case, Penelope paid 1 galleon after the case was closed, which Sherlock already felt was too much. But the reason Penelope gave so much was because, in addition to the agreed-upon reward, there was also gratitude for Sherlock maintaining Ravenclaw's reputation. As well as hush money, hoping they wouldn't reveal the matter, although now it seems a bit embarrassing. Unexpectedly, Folly's performance today was even more impressive. Just to get Sherlock to agree to take the case, she had already paid 1 galleon. Highlighting a more wealthy and capricious attitude. It was conceivable how generous the reward would be once Sherlock really agreed to Folly and solved the case. Of course, in Cho Chang's view, it was almost without question that Sherlock could do this with his abilities. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Sherlock, waiting for his reply. In the eyes of everyone, Sherlock shook his head and said 3 words. I refuse. When Sherlock firmly said the 3 words I refuse, Folly, standing opposite him, didn't show the slightest surprise on her face. She tilted her head, her smooth long hair swaying gently, her sea blue eyes bright and deep, with a hint of inquiry. Mr. Holmes, can you tell me why? If you are not satisfied with the reward, we can still discuss it. She slightly raised the corners of her mouth as she spoke, revealing a confident smile. As if to show Sherlock that as long as he was willing, everything was negotiable. It has nothing to do with that. Sherlock waved his hand, looked up at Folly, and said calmly. The reason I am keen on solving puzzles is because I can reap unique joy in the process. But this matter doesn't arouse any interest in me at all. Oh. Hearing Sherlock say this, Folly immediately showed a look of great interest. I'd like to hear the details. Flint hurt my friend during the Quidditch match. Sherlock said bluntly, I think his current situation is well deserved. Sherlock. Harry, who had been standing quietly by the side, suddenly raised his head when he heard this. His eyes were moist, his lips trembled slightly, and his eyes were full of emotion and surprise. Sherlock actually remembered. He still remembered the harm Flint had done to him during the Quidditch match. This feeling of being remembered made a warm current surge in Harry's heart, and his eyes became hot. I admit that Flint's behavior in the Quidditch match was excessive, but Madame Hooch had already punished him at the time. Folly frowned slightly, with a hint of incomprehension in her eyes. Mr. Holmes, are you serious? This kind of behavior belongs to private revenge, which is not advocated or allowed. Sherlock met her gaze without flinching. Miss Folly, I believe that when the rules cannot bring justice to the parties involved, private revenge from this moment on is justified and even noble. So, this time I decided not to accept this case. Folly was stunned. She originally thought that Sherlock's reason for refusing would be simple, perhaps the reward was not enough, perhaps the case was too complicated, or perhaps there was something else as she thought. But she never thought that Sherlock would give such an answer. After thinking for a while with her head down, she suddenly raised her head. Mr. Holmes, I have to admit that your words moved me. Sherlock looked at her without speaking. I came here today also at the request of others, whether to accept this case or not was originally your freedom, but... Folly's eyes were fixed on Sherlock, with a hint of cunning in her eyes. Are you sure you want to use this reason to refuse? Her voice was a little probing, as if she wanted to give Sherlock another chance. Seeing Sherlock nodding without hesitation, Folly suddenly smiled, like a flower blooming in spring, bright and moving. She gently raised her hand and flicked her fingers. The galleon that was originally in her palm shimmered with golden light under the sunlight and flew directly towards Sherlock. Sherlock reacted quickly, reached out and grabbed it, steadily catching the galleon. Prefect, I said I wouldn't take this case. Sherlock frowned, not understanding what Folly meant. Keep it as a souvenir. Folly smiled again, with a hint of playfulness and nonchalance in her smile. Refusing a gift from a lady is not the behavior of a gentleman. Also, I hope you can change your address next time we meet. I won't say anything about today, I hope you guys won't either. As she spoke, she glanced around at the others present, with a hint of warning in her eyes. After saying this, Gemma Foley left gracefully. Chapter 132. Ron didn't turn around until Gemma Farley's figure had completely disappeared from sight. He looked at Sherlock and said excitedly. Sherlock, you were so cool just now. His words resonated strongly with everyone present. Flint's actions on the Quidditch field were obvious to all, he was just a bit away from knocking Harry off his broom. Of course, in the magical world, falling from a great height doesn't necessarily mean death. But from the moment Flint deliberately tried to hit someone, it meant that he had never considered the consequences. It's a pity, I thought I'd be able to see Mr. Holmes solve his last case at school this year. Cho Chang's friend, Alicia, said as if she wasn't afraid of making things worse. Hearing her words, Cho Chang couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and Lucy also shook her head secretly. This friend of theirs was just like that, always saying whatever came to mind, a pure thrill seeker. Fortunately, she always had a bottom line and principles at critical moments. Next, after agreeing with Harry to communicate with each other during the summer vacation, Cho Chang and her two friends left. Neville had a bad memory and was always worried that he had forgotten something, so after finding Trevor, he wanted to go back and pack his things as soon as possible. After being delayed for so long, he was now seizing the time to slip away. He could also see that as long as he stayed by Sherlock and Harry's side, he would definitely be drawn into all sorts of things. So, only Sherlock and his three little companions were left on the open space. Sherlock, are you really not going to get involved in this matter? Hermione, who couldn't hold back any longer, immediately asked, I really want to know who did it. That's right. Ron clenched his fist and made a few punching motions in the air. Beating Flint black and blue and throwing him on the grass to feed the mosquitoes, just thinking about it is so cool. If I could really see this person, I would definitely call him Big Brother. Sherlock, Ron. Sherlock, what are you MMing about? Weren't you just calling me Big Brother? I agreed. I said if I could find the guy who beat up Flint. At this point, Ron suddenly reacted, and he couldn't help but gasp. Harry and Hermione also looked at Sherlock with disbelief. Hermione looked surprised. Sherlock, are you saying that you did it? It was me. Everyone was celebrating that night, and in that chaotic situation, it was too easy to do such a thing. Alcohol paralyzed Flint's brain, reducing his vigilance to the lowest level. A simple stupefy spell was enough to knock him down. Then I gave him a little lesson. It seems the effect is not bad now. Sherlock smiled slightly. My dear Ron, your memory has finally played its due role. Harry and Hermione were confused. Ron, what did Sherlock say? Listen to me, you two weren't in the stands at the time. Harry, you were still in the game. Hermione, you went to interfere with Quirrell's spell. When that Flint guy almost knocked Harry down, Sherlock had already said that he would pay the price. Hearing Ron's explanation, Hermione gently said oh, with a look of relief on her face. So, Sherlock had already decided at that time? Harry, on the other hand, opened his mouth slightly, his eyes full of shock and emotion. When Sherlock told Farley that he didn't want to take over the matter just now, he was already moved by this friendship, and at this moment, his pair of green eyes were even more glistening with tears, almost overflowing. However, at this moment, a sentence from Sherlock stunned him. Actually, that head girl was already suspecting that I did it before she came to me. After the conversation just now, she was even more certain of it. Ron looked shocked. What? You're saying she knew? Hermione and Harry also looked at Sherlock in surprise. It's easy to see, such as her pointing out that Flint's hospitalization time is the same as Harry's. I won't explain the specifics to you, lest you say I'm insulting your intelligence. Sherlock's words immediately made Ron give up his original plan to inquire in detail. Will she tell anyone about this? Harry asked anxiously. He was worried that Flint would retaliate after knowing about this. Sherlock did this for him, and he would never allow Sherlock to be harmed because of it. No, Sherlock shook his head. The condition for agreeing to accept that galleon just now was an exchange. This time, Hermione also understood. Sherlock's last case at school came to an end in such a dramatic way. Although he didn't accept the commission, he found out the truth in the first place. As Farley said, she didn't tell anyone about it. Although he himself and some Slytherin students expressed strong dissatisfaction with this, the matter eventually came to an end. Even the head of Slytherin, Professor Snape, dismissed it. As a wizard, he doesn't even have the most basic vigilance. What he should be doing now is practicing magic properly, instead of raging here like a brainless troll. Thus, while other students left school, Flint had to lie in the hospital for another 2 days. For the first-year students, it was still Rubeus Hagrid, the Hogwarts gamekeeper, who led them to board the fleet of boats crossing the lake. As soon as he saw Harry, this sentimental giant hugged him and burst into tears again. The reason was naturally that he had told Quirrell how to subdue the three-headed dog, Fluffy. You almost lost your life. I'm such an idiot. Oh, don't be like that, Hagrid, it has nothing to do with you. Because he had already cried in front of Sherlock, Hermione, and Ron once before, venting a lot of emotions, coupled with the comfort of the little wizards, Hagrid stopped crying quickly this time. Perhaps out of guilt, perhaps he had this idea for a long time. On the eve of parting, he also gave Harry a special gift. On the surface, it was a beautifully packaged book. But when Harry opened it, he was surprised to find that it was filled with wizarding photographs. Although the pasting technique was a bit rough, that wasn't the point. Because smiling and waving at Harry on each page were none other than his father and mother, James and Lily. These photos come from different places. Sherlock glanced over the photos and said with certainty where they came from, and they were bound and organized into a book by the same person. Hagrid nodded vigorously and said to Harry, "I sent owls to your parents' old classmates, asking them for photos. Dumbledore gave me a day off yesterday to sort it out. Harry, do you like it?" Harry didn't say anything. He had been moved too many times these past 2 days, and even his tears seemed to have become cheap. However, his answer was obvious, and Hagrid already understood everything. After waving goodbye to Hagrid, the first-year students, oh, they can't be called first-year students anymore. In any case, all the young wizards boarded the Hogwarts Express again. After Ron complained about the speed, the others accepted Sherlock's explanation. Calling it the Hogwarts Express is more appropriate than calling it the express train. Unlike the curiosity, ambition, and excitement they felt when they arrived last year, everyone was talking and laughing, full of vigor on the way back. From time to time, people would run to the compartment where Sherlock and Harry were, naturally wanting to hear the adventure stories of the Lion King and the Savior. Harry didn't want to repeat the experience, and neither did Hermione. Sherlock, needless to say. So, only Ron was happily and tirelessly recounting the legendary experience of the Lion King and the Savior, leading them through 7 levels, raging against Quirrell. In the process of telling the story, he emphasized that the giant chessboard array designed by Professor McGonagall was the most difficult, the most risky, and the most time-constrained of all the levels. At the critical moment, a red-haired hero stepped forward, making a huge sacrifice for the entire team with a spirit of fearless dedication, which enabled the entire team to reach the final level in time and stop Quirrell. The young wizards who came to the compartment were all mesmerized and amazed. The way they looked at Ron made the latter almost fly with joy. Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione couldn't help but smile at each other. As long as he's happy. As time went by, the countryside outside the window became more and more verdant, and the roads became more and more neat. When the train began to pass through towns, the voice that had once reminded them that Hogwarts had arrived sounded again. The young wizards took off their wizard robes and put on jackets and short coats. This time, Hermione didn't leave, but stayed in the compartment with great interest to witness Sherlock's entire dressing process. Finally, the train stopped at platform 9 3/4 of King's Cross Station. Compared to Christmas, it took them longer to get out of the station completely. It was still the old, dry guard guarding the ticket gate, allowing only 2 or 3 people to pass at a time. This way, they wouldn't have a large group of people coming in and out of the solid wall at the same time, attracting the attention of Muggles. "You must come to our house to play this summer," Ron said to the 3 of them. "You all come, I'll send owls to invite you then." "Thank you," Harry nodded emphatically, "I really need something to look forward to." Hermione once again urged Sherlock, "Be sure to write me letters and call me." She understood Sherlock. If she didn't emphasize it again and again, he would forget about it in no time. When they returned to the exit of the Muggle world, people squeezed past them, constantly greeting them. Of course, the main targets were Sherlock and Harry. Ron couldn't help but say, "Hey, you're even more famous than you were at Christmas. I assure you again, it won't be like that where I'm going." Harry said, turning to Sherlock, "Sherlock, you should be different, right?" In his opinion, someone like Sherlock shouldn't be unknown even in the Muggle world. Sherlock didn't answer, but just stuffed a pile of Wizarding World snacks into Harry's hands. "Sherlock, what is this?" "Dear Harry, I believe you will definitely be able to use them." Harry took the snacks in a daze, and soon forgot about the question. Because their families were already waiting for them. "He's there, Mom, he's there, look!" A little girl with red hair shouted shrilly, "Look, Mom! I saw Harry Potter!" "Don't be loud, Ginny, it's rude to point at people." Mrs. Weasley had come to pick up Ron and his 3 older brothers with her youngest daughter. This was a short, plump woman with a bright smile on her face. It is worth mentioning that her attitude towards Sherlock and Harry was more enthusiastic than towards her own son, Ron. This was naturally because Sherlock had invited Ron to his house for Christmas and gave him a wand as a Christmas gift. For this reason, she had prepared a homemade gift early on. It was a beautifully decorated box tied with colorful ribbons. Opening the box, Sherlock found a card with words of blessing written on it. Inside the box were magical candies made by Mrs. Weasley herself, including fizzing whizzbees, chocolate cauldrons, and some of her own innovative flavors and styles. "Thank you so much." Mrs. Holmes, who had come to pick up Sherlock, happened to see the scene. After inquiring, she hugged Mrs. Weasley. "Thank you for giving Sherlock a gift. This is what I should do. Sherlock takes good care of Ron at school." As they chatted, they simply pulled Mrs. Granger in as well. But when they invited Mrs. Dursley, they were ruthlessly rejected. Mr. Dursley's hair was much thicker than before. It seemed that the Potter family's hair growth potion worked well for him. Dudley's physique had also changed a bit, but it was obviously not as obvious as Mr. Dursley's change. Harry estimated that this was because the effect of the special slimming medicine was not enough to offset his cousin's exaggerated food intake. Although Ron could also eat a lot, he was not enough compared to his cousin Dudley. To give an example, in terms of eating, Ron's combat power was only 6,000, while Dudley was at least over 10,000. "Hurry up and come over after you say goodbye to your friends. We don't have much time to waste here." Hearing Uncle Vernon's grumbling, Harry smiled. It seemed a little rude, but in fact, Uncle Vernon's attitude towards him was much better than before. If it had been in the past, he would never have dared to expect Uncle Vernon to come to the station to pick him up. It's all because of Sherlock. Perhaps being able to meet Sherlock was probably the luckiest thing in his life. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Sherlock again. "Sherlock, it seems you've made a lot of friends." Mrs. Holmes was overjoyed to see one young wizard after another passing by and greeting her son. "The students in the magical world are so cute." "Yes, friends." Hearing his mother's words, Sherlock turned his head and happened to see Harry looking at him and waving vigorously at him. Sherlock smiled. "Magic is really interesting.